There are some people in the world so mischievous as not to read a work without applying the vicious or ridiculous characters it may happen to contain to eminent or popular individuals. I protest publicly against the pretended discovery of any such likenesses. My purpose was to represent human life historically as it exists. God forbid I should hold myself out as a portrait painter. Let not the reader, then, take to himself public property, for if he does, he may chance to throw an unlucky light on his own character, as Phaedrus expresses it, stulta nudabit animi conscientiam. Certain physicians of Castile, as well as of France, are sometimes a little too fond of trying the bleeding and lowering system on their patients. Vices, their patrons and their dupes, are of every day's occurrence. To be sure, I have not always adopted Spanish manners with scrupulous exactness, and in the instance of the players at Madrid, those who know their disorderly modes of living may reproach me with softening down their coarser traits. But this I have been induced to do from a sense of delicacy and in conformity with the manners of my own country. Gil Blas to the reader. Reader, hark you, my friend, do not begin the story of my life till I have told you a short tale. Two students traveled together from Penafiel to Salamanca. Finding themselves tired and thirsty, they stopped by the side of a spring on the road. While they were resting there after having quenched their thirst, by chance they espied on a stone near them, even with the ground, part of an inscription in some degree effaced by time and by the tread of flocks in the habit of watering at that spring. Having washed the stone, they were able to trace these words in the dialect of Castile: Aquí está encerrada el alma del licenciado Pedro Garcias. Here lies interred the soul of the licentiate Peter Garcias. Heyday! Roars out the younger, a lively, heedless fellow who could not get on with his deciphering for laughter. This is a good joke indeed. Here lies interred the soul. A soul interred. I should like to know the whimsical author of this ludicrous epitaph. With this sneer he got up to go away. His companion, who had more sense, said within himself, Underneath this stone lies some mystery. I will stay and see the end of it. Accordingly, he let his comrade depart, and without loss of time began digging round about the stone with his knife till he got it up. Under it he found a purse of leather, containing 100 ducats, with a card on which was written these words in Latin: Whoever thou art, who hast wit enough to discover the meaning of the inscription, I appoint thee my heir, in the hope thou wilt make a better use of my fortune than I have done. The student, out of his wits at the discovery, replaced the stone in its former position, and set out again on the Salamanca road with the soul of the licentiate in his pocket. Now, my good friend and reader, no matter who you are, you must be like one or the other of these two students. If you cast your eye over my adventures without fixing it on the moral concealed under them, you will derive very little benefit from the perusal, but if you read with attention, you will find that mixture of the useful with the agreeable, so successfully prescribed by Horace. Contents of Vol. I, Biographical and Critical Notice of Lesage, by George Saintsbury. Chapter 1. The Birth and Education of Gil Blas. My father, Blas of Santillane, after having borne arms for a long time in the Spanish service, retired to his native place. There he married a chambermaid who was not exactly in her teens, and I made my debut on this stage 10 months after marriage. They afterwards went to live at Oviedo, where my mother got into service, and my father obtained a situation equally adapted to his capacities as a squire. As their wages were their fortune, I might have got my education as I could, had it not been for an uncle of mine in the town, a canon by name Gil Blas. He was my mother's eldest brother and my godfather, fat as you can conceive, with a head sunk deep between his shoulders, and you have my uncle to the life. For the rest of his qualities, he was an ecclesiastic and of course thought of nothing but good living, I mean in the flesh as well as in the spirit, with the means of which good living his stall, no lean one, provided him. He took me home to his own house from my infancy, and ran the risk of my bringing up. I struck him as so brisk a lad that he resolved to cultivate my talents. He bought me a primer and undertook my tuition as far as reading went, which was not amiss for himself as well as for me, since by teaching me my letters he brushed up his own learning, which had not been pursued in a very scholastic manner, and, by dint of application, he got at last to read his breviary out of hand, which he had never been able to do before. He would have been very glad to have taught me Latin, to save expense, but, alas, poor Gil Blas, he had never skimmed the first principles of it in the whole course of his life. I should not wonder if he was the most ignorant member of the chapter, though on a subject involving as many possibilities as there were canons, I presume not to pledge myself for anything like certainty. To be sure, I have heard it suggested that he did not gain his preferment altogether by his learning, but that he owed it exclusively to the gratitude of some good nuns whose discreet factor he had been, and who had credit enough to procure him the order of priesthood without the troublesome ceremony of an examination. He was obliged, therefore, to place me under the correction of a master, so that I was sent to Dr. Godinez, who had the reputation of being the most accomplished pedant of Oviedo. I profited so well under his instructions that by the end of 5 or 6 years I could read a Greek author or two, and had no very inadequate conception of the Latin poets. Besides my classical studies, I applied to logic, which enabled me to become an expert arguer. I now fell in love with discussions of all kinds to such an excess that I stopped His Majesty's subjects on the high road, acquaintance or strangers no matter, and proposed some knotty point of controversy. Sometimes I fell in with a clan of Irish, and an altercation never comes amiss to them. That was your time, if you are fond of a battle. Such gestures, such grimaces, such contortions, our eyes sparkling and our mouths foaming. Those who did not take us for what we affected to be, philosophers, must have set us down for madmen. But let that be as it will, I gained the reputation of no small learning in the town. My uncle was delighted because he prudently considered that I should so much the sooner cease to be chargeable to him. "Come here, Gil Blas," quoth he one day, "you are got to be a fine fellow. You are past 17, and a clever lad. You must bestir yourself and get forward in the world. I think of sending you to the University of Salamanca. With your wit, you will easily get a good post. I will give you a few ducats for your journey, and my mule, which will fetch 10 or 12 pistoles at Salamanca, and with such a sum at setting out, you will be enabled to hold up your head till you get a situation." He could not have proposed to me anything more agreeable, for I was dying to see a little of life. At the same time, I was not such a fool as to betray my satisfaction, and when it came to the hour of parting, by the sensibility I discovered at taking leave of my dear uncle, to whom I was so much obliged, and by calling in the stage effect of grief, I so softened the good soul that he put his hand deeper into his pocket than he would have done, could he have pried into all that was passing in the interior of my hypocritical little heart. Before my departure, I took a last leave of my papa and mamma, who loaded me with an ample inheritance of good advice. They enjoined me to pray to God for my uncle, to go honestly through the world, not to engage in any ill, and above all, not to lay my hands on other people's property. After they had lectured me for a good while, they made me a present of their blessing, which was all my patrimony and all my expectation. As soon as I had received it, I mounted my mule and saw the outside of the town. When it was over, I was for going on with my narrative, but Dame Jacintha, in awe of a second fit, set herself against it. She therefore took me with her out of the room to a wardrobe, where, among several suits, was that of my predecessor. This I was to take, and leave my own in its room, which I was not sorry to see laid up safe, in the hope it might be of further use. After this we went together to get dinner ready. I knew what I was about in the art of dressing meat. Dame Leonarda, with whom I had served my time, might have passed for a very decent plain cook, but a mere turnspit to Dame Jacintha. The latter might almost have borne away the bell from the Archbishop of Toledo's man. She was mistress of everything, gravy soups of the most delicious texture and relish, and, for made dishes, she could season them up or soften them down to the most delicate or voluptuous palate. At dinner-time we returned to his reverence's apartment. While I was arranging the grand concern close by his armchair, the lady of all work crammed a napkin under the old boy's chin and pinned it behind his back. Without losing a moment, in marched I with a stew, fit to be set before the first gourmand in Madrid, and 2 courses, to have tickled the gills of a viceroy, only that Dame Jacintha had touched the spice-box with discretion for fear of exasperating the gout. At the first glimpse of this goodly mess, my old master, whom I conceived to have lost the use of his limbs, made me to understand that his arms were exempted from the interdict. He availed himself of their assistance to get clear of his pillow and cushions, and proceeded gaily to the attack. His hand shook, to be sure, but somehow or other it contrived to do its duty. He sent it backwards and forwards fast enough, though it brought but half its cargo to the landing-place at a lading. The tablecloth and napkin took toll. I carried off the soup when he had done, and brought in a partridge flanked by 2 roast quails, which Dame Jacintha cut up for him. She took care to make him take a good draught of wine, a little lowered at proper intervals, out of a large, deep silver cup, which she held to his mouth, as if he had been an infant. He winged the partridge, and came down slapdash upon all the rest of the dishes. When he had done cramming, that saint of the saucepan unpinned his napkin, reinstated his pillow and cushions, then, leaving him composed in his armchair to the enjoyment of his usual nap after dinner, we took away, and demolished the remainder with appetites worthy of our master. The dinner of today was the ordinary bill of fare. Our canon played the best knife and fork in the chapter, but the supper was a mere bauble, seldom more than a chicken and a little confectionery. I larded my inside in this house, and led a good easy life. There was but one awkward circumstance, and that was sitting up with my master to save the expense of a nurse. Besides a strangury which kept him on the fidget 10 times in an hour, he was very much given to perspire, and in that event I shifted him. "Gil Blas," said he, on the second night, "you are an active, clever fellow. I foresee that we shall jog on very well together. I only just give you a hint to keep in with Dame Jacintha. The girl has been about me for these 15 years, and manages all my little matters. She comforts my outward man, and I cannot do too much for her. For that reason you are to know that she is more to me than all my family. There is my nephew, my own sister's son. Why, I have turned him out of doors, only to please her. He had no regard for the poor lass, and so far from giving her credit for all her little assiduities, the saucy rascal swore she did not care a farthing for me. But nowadays young people think virtue and gratitude all a farce. Heaven be praised, I am rid of the varlet. What claim has blood in comparison with unquestionable attachment? I am influenced by a give-and-take principle in my connections. "You are right, sir," replied I. "Gratitude ought to be the first thing, and natural affection the last." "Aye," resumed he, "and my will shall be a comment on that text. My housekeeper shall be residuary legatee, and you shall have a corner in a codicil, if you go on as well as you have begun. The footman I turned off yesterday has lost a good legacy, by not knowing where to hit the right nail on the head. If the blockhead had not obliged me, by his ill behavior, to send him packing, I would have made a man of him, but the beggar on horseback gave himself airs to Dame Jacintha. Then Master Lazybones did not like sitting up. I might pass the night as I could, provided he had no trouble with me. Oh, the unfeeling scoundrel! Exclaimed I, in the true spirit of Fabricio. He was not a man to be about so good a master. The lad for your money should be a humble but confidential friend. He should not make a toil of what ought to be a pleasure, but think nothing of going through fire and water for your ease. These professions were not lost upon the licentiate. Neither were my assurances of due submission to Dame Jacintha's authority less acceptable. Puffing myself off for a servant who was not afraid of work, I got through my business as cheerfully as I could. I never complained of my nursery, though to be sure it was irksome enough, and if the legacy had not settled my stomach, I should have sickened at the nature of my employment. It is true I got some hours' rest during the day. The housekeeper, to do her justice, was kind enough to me, owing to the insinuating manner in which I wormed myself into her good graces. Suppose me at table with her and her niece Inesilla. I changed their plates, filled their glasses, never thought of my own dinner before they had everything they wanted. This was the way to thrive in their esteem. One day, when Dame Jacintha was gone to market, finding myself alone with Inesilla, I began to make myself agreeable. Were her father and mother alive? Oh. No, answered she, they have been dead this long, long time, for my good aunt says they have, and I have never seen them. I religiously believed the little innocent, though her answer was not of the clearest, and she got into such a humor of talking as to tell me more than I wanted to know. She informed me, or rather I inferred it from her artless simplicity, that her good aunt had a good friend who lived likewise with an old canon. The temporalities of the church were under his administration, and these lucky domestics reckoned upon entwining the spoils of their masters round the pillars of the hymeneal temple, into whose sanctuary they had penetrated by anticipation. Dame Jacintha, as I have said before, though a little stricken in years, had still some bloom. To be sure, she spared no pains to cherish it. Besides daily evacuations, she took plentiful doses of all-powerful jelly. She got her sleep in the night, too, while I sat up with my master. But what perhaps contributed most to the freshness of this everlasting flower was an issue in each leg, of which I should never have known but for that blab Inesilla. Therefore, to lead a life befitting my fancy, not to have the trouble of looking after my affairs, and, above all, to do without a steward, I have converted all my patrimony, consisting of several considerable estates, into ready money. In this chest there are 50,000 ducats, more than enough for the remainder of my days, should I live to be 100. For I do not spend 1,000 a year, and am already more than 50 years old. I have no fears, therefore, for futurity, since I am not addicted, heaven be praised, to any one of the three things which usually ruin men. I care little for the pleasures of the table, I only play for my amusement, and I have given up women. There is no chance of my being reckoned, in my old age, among those libidinous gray birds to whom jilts sell their favors by troy weight. You are a happy man, said the corregidor. They are in the wrong to suspect you of being a spy. That office is quite out of character for a man like you. Take your own course, Don Bernard. Continue to live as you like. Far from disturbing your peace, I declare myself your protector. I request your friendship and pledge my own. Ah, sir, exclaimed my master, thrilled with these kind expressions, I accept, with equal joy and gratitude, your precious offer. In giving me your friendship, you augment my wealth and carry my happiness to its height. After this conversation, which the alguazil and myself heard from the closet door, the corregidor took his leave of Don Bernard, who could not do enough to express his sense of the obligation. On my part, mimicking my master in doing the honors of the house, I overburdened the alguazil with civilities. I made him 1,000 low bows, though I felt for him in my sleeve the contempt and hatred which every honest man naturally entertains for an alguazil. Chapter 2. Gil Blas's alarm on his road to Pegnaflor, his adventures on his arrival in that town, and the character of the men with whom he supped. Here I am, then, on the other side of Oviedo, on the road to Pegnaflor, with the world before me, as yet my own master, as well as master of a bad mule and 40 good ducats, without reckoning on a little supplementary cash purloined from my much-honored uncle. That to say, very lazily, I dropped the rein, and taking out my ducats, began to count them backwards and forwards in my hat. I was out of my wits for joy, never having seen such a sum of money before, and could not help looking at it and sifting it through my fingers. I had counted it over about the 20th time, when all at once my mule, with head raised and ears pricked up, stood stock still in the middle of the high road. I thought to be sure something was the matter, looked about for a cause, and perceiving a hat upon the ground, with a rosary of large beads, at the same time heard a lugubrious voice pronounce these words, "Pray, honored master, have pity on a poor maimed soldier. Please to throw a few small pieces into this hat. You shall be rewarded for it in the other world." I looked immediately on the side whence the voice proceeded, and saw just by a thicket, 20 or 30 paces from me, a sort of a soldier who had mounted the barrel of a confounded long carbine on 2 cross-sticks, and seemed to be taking aim at me. At a sight which made me tremble for the patrimony of the church committed to my care, I stopped short, made sure of my ducats, and taking out a little small change as I rode by the hat, placed to receive the charity of those quiet subjects who had not the courage to refuse it, dropped in my contribution in detail, to convince the soldier how nobly I dealt by him. He was satisfied with my liberality, and gave me a blessing for every kick I gave my mule in my impatience to get out of his way, but the infernal beast, without partaking in the slightest degree of my impatience, went at the old steady pace. A long custom of jogging on fair and softly under my uncle's weight had obliterated every idea of that motion called a gallop. The prospect of my journey was not much improved by this adventure as a specimen. I considered within myself that I had yet some distance to Salamanca, and might, not improbably, meet with something worse. My uncle seemed to have been very imprudent not to have consigned me to the care of a muleteer. That, to be sure, was what he ought to have done. But his notion was that by giving me his mule my journey would be cheaper, and that entered more into his calculation than the dangers in which I might be involved on the road. To retrieve his error, therefore, I resolved, if I had the good luck to arrive safe at Pegnaflor, to offer my mule for sale, and take the opportunity of a muleteer going to Astorga, whence I might get to Salamanca by a similar conveyance. Though I had never been out of Oviedo, I was acquainted with the names of the towns through which I was to pass, a species of information I took care to procure before my setting out. I got safe and sound to Pegnaflor, and stopped at the door of a very decent-looking inn. My foot was scarcely out of the stirrup before the landlord was at my side, overwhelming me with public-house civility. He untied my cloak-bag with his own hands, swung it across his shoulders, and ushered my honor into a room, while one of his men led my mule to the stable. This landlord, the most busy prattler of the Asturias, ready to bother you impertinently about his own concerns, and at the same time with a sufficient portion of curiosity to worm himself into the knowledge of yours, was not long in telling me that his name was Andrew Corcuelo, that he had seen some service as a sergeant in the army, which he had quitted 15 months ago, and married a girl of Castropol who, though a little tawny or so, knew how to make both ends meet as well as the best of them. He told me 1,000 things besides which he might just as well have kept private. Thinking himself entitled, after this voluntary confidence, to an equal share of mine, he asked me in a breath, and without further preface, whence I came, whither I was going, and who I was. To all this I felt myself bound to answer, article by article, because, though rather abrupt in asking them, he accompanied each question with so apologetic a bow, beseeching me with so submissive a grimace not to be offended at his curiosity, that I was drawn in to gratify it whether I would or no. Thus, by degrees, did we get into a long conversation, in the course of which I took occasion to hint that I had some reasons for wishing to get rid of my mule and travel under convoy of a muleteer. He seemed on the whole to approve of my plan, though he could not prevail with himself to tell me so briefly, for he introduced his remarks by descanting on all the possible and probable mischances to which travelers are liable on the road, not omitting an awkward story now and then. I thought the fellow would never have done. But the conclusion of the argument was that if I wanted to sell my mule, he knew an honest jockey who would take it off my hands. I begged he would do me the favor to fetch him, which was no sooner said than done. On his return he introduced the purchaser, with a high encomium on his integrity. We all three went into the yard, and the mule was brought out to show paces before the jockey, who set himself to examine the beast from head to foot. His report was bad enough. To be sure, it would not have been easy to make a good one, but if it had been the Pope's mule and this fellow was to cheapen the bargain, it would have been just the same, nay, to speak with all due reverence, if he had been asked to give an opinion of the Pope's great toe. From that disparaging habit of his, he would have pronounced it no better than the toe of any ordinary man. He laid it down, therefore, as a principle that the mule had all the defects a mule could have, appealing to the landlord for a confirmation of his judgment, who, doubtless, had reasons of his own for not controverting his friend's assertion. "Well," says the jockey with an air of indifference, "what price have you the conscience to ask for this devil of an animal?" After such a panegyric, and Master Corcuelo's certificate, whom I was fool enough to take for a fair-dealing man and a good judge of horseflesh, they might have had the mule for nothing. I therefore told the dealer that I threw myself on his mercy. He must fix his own sum, and I should expect no more. On this, he began to affect the gentleman, and answered that I had found out the weak side when I left it to his honor. He was right enough in that. His honor was his weak side. For instead of bidding up to my uncle's estimate of 10 or 12 pistoles, the rascal had the impudence to offer 3 ducats, which I accepted with as light a heart as if I had got the best of the bargain. Having disencumbered myself of my mule in so tradesman-like a manner, I went with my landlord to a carrier who was to set out early the next morning for Astorga, and engaged to call me up in time. When we had settled the hire of the mule, as well as the expenses on the road, I turned back towards the inn with Corcuelo, who, as we went along, got into the private history of this muleteer. When I had been pestered with all the tittle-tattle of the town about this fellow, the changes were just beginning to ring on some new subject, but, by good luck, a pretty-looking sort of a man very civilly interrupted my loquacious friend. I left them together, and sauntered on, without the slightest suspicion of being at all concerned in their discourse. I ordered supper as soon as I got to the inn. It was a fish day, but I thought eggs were better suited to my finances. While they were getting ready, I joined in conversation with the landlady, whom I had not seen before. She seemed a pretty piece of goods enough, and such a stirring body that I should have concluded, if her husband had not told me so, her tavern must have plenty of custom. The moment the omelette was served up, I sat down to table by myself, and had scarcely got the relish of it, when my landlord walked in, followed by the man who had stopped him in the street. This pleasant gentleman wore a long rapier, and might, perhaps, be about 30 years of age. He came up to me in the most friendly manner possible. "Mr. Professor," says he, "I have just now heard that you are the renowned Gil Blas of Santillane, that ornament of Oviedo and luminary of philosophy. And do my eyes behold that very greatest of all great scholars and wits, whose reputation has run hither so fast before him? Little do you think, continues he, directing his discourse to the landlord and landlady, little do you imagine, I say, what good luck has befallen you. Why, you have got hold of a treasure. In this young gentleman you behold the eighth wonder of the world. Then running up and throwing his arms about my neck, "Excuse me," added he, "but worlds would not bribe me to suppress the rapturous emotions your honored presence has excited." I could not answer him so glibly as I wished, not so much for want of words as of breath, for he hugged me so tight that I began to be alarmed for my windpipe. As soon, however, as I had got my head out of durance, I replied, "Signor Cavalier, I had not the least conception that my name was known at Pegnaflor." "Known?" resumed he in the same pompous style. "We keep a register of all great persons within a circuit of 20 leagues round us. You have the character of a prodigy here, and I have not a shadow of doubt but one day or other Spain will be as proud of numbering you among her rare productions as Greece of having given birth to her 7 wise men." This fine speech was followed as before, and I really began to think that with all my classical honors I should at last be doomed to share the fate of Antaeus. If I had been master of ever so little experience, I should not have been the dupe of his rhodomontade. I must have discovered him, by his outrageous compliments, to be one of those parasites who swarm in every town and get into a stranger's company on his arrival to appease the wolf in their stomachs at his expense. But my youth and vanity tempted me to draw a quite opposite conclusion. My admirer was very clever in my eyes, and I asked him to supper on the strength of it. "Oh, most willingly," cried he, "with all my heart and soul. My fortunate star predominates, now that I have the honor of being in company with the illustrious Gil Blas of Saint-Ilan, and I shall certainly make the most of my good fortune as long as it lasts. My appetite is rather delicate, but I will just sit down with you by way of being sociable, and if I can swallow a bit, only just not to look for. We philosophers are careless of the body." These words were no sooner out of his mouth than my panegyrist took his seat opposite to me. A cover was laid for him in due form and order. First he fell on the omelette with as much perseverance as if he had not tasted food for 3 whole days. By the complacency with which he eyed it, I was morally certain the poor pancake was at death's door. I therefore ordered its heir apparent to succeed, and the business was dispatched with such speed that the second made its appearance on the table just as I beg pardon, just as he had taken the last lick of its predecessor. He pressed forward the main business, however, with a diligence and activity proportioned to the importance of the object he had in view, so that he contrived to load me with panegyric on panegyric without losing a single stroke in the progress of mastication. Now all this gave me no slender conceit of my pretty little self. When a man eats, he must drink. The first toast, of course, was my health. The second, in common civility, was my father and mother, whose happiness in having such an angel of a son he could not sufficiently envy or admire. All this while he kept filling my glass, and challenging me to keep pace with him. It was impossible to be backward in doing justice to such excellent toasts and sentiments. The compliments with which they were seasoned did not come amiss, so that I got into such a convivial mood, at observing our second omelette to disappear not insensibly, as just to ask the landlord if he could not find us a little bit of fish. Master Corculo, who to all appearance played booty with the parasite, told me he had an excellent trout, but those who eat him must pay for him. I am afraid he is meat for your masters." "Meat for our masters!" exclaims my very humble servant in an angry tone of voice. "That is more than you know, my friend. Are you yet to learn that the best of your larder is not too good for the renowned Gil Blas of Saint-Ilan? Go where he will, he is fit to table with princes." I was very glad that he took up the landlord's last expression, because if he had not, I should. I felt myself a little hurt at it, and said to Corcuelo with some degree of hauteur, "Produce this trout of yours, and I will take the consequences." The landlord, who had got just what he wanted, set himself to work, and served it up in high order. At the first glance of this third course I saw such pleasure sparkling in the parasite's eyes as to prove him to be of a very complying temper, just as ready to do a kindness by the fish as by those said eggs of which he had given so good an account. But at last he was obliged to lay down his arms for fear of accidents, as his magazine was crammed to the very throat. Having eaten and drank his fill, he bethought him of putting a finishing hand to the farce. "Master Gil Blas," said he as he rose from the table, "I am too well pleased with my princely entertainment to leave you without a word of advice, of which you seem to stand in much need. From this time forward, be on your guard against extravagant praise. Do not trust men till you know them. You may meet with many another man who, like me, may amuse himself at your expense and perhaps carry the joke a little further, but do not you be taken in a second time to believe yourself, on the word of such fellows, the eighth wonder of the world." With this sting in the tail of his farewell speech, he very coolly took his leave. I was as much alive to so ridiculous a circumstance as I have ever been in after life to the most severe mortifications. I did not know how to reconcile myself to the idea of having been so egregiously taken in, or, in fact, to lowering of my pride. So, quoth I, "this rascal has been putting his tricks upon travellers, has he? Then he only wanted to pump my landlord, or more likely they were both in a story. Ah, my poor Gil Blas, thou hadst better hide thy silly head, to have suffered such knaves as these to turn thee into ridicule. A pretty story they will make of this. It is sure to travel back to Oviedo, and will give our friends a hopeful prospect of thy success in life. The family will be quite delighted to think what a blessed harvest all their pious advice has produced. There was no occasion to preach up morals to thee, for verily thou hast more of the dupe than the sharper in thy composition. Ready to tear my eyes out or bite my fingers off from spite and vexation, I locked myself up in my chamber and went to bed, but not to sleep, of which I had not got a wink when the muleteer came to tell me that he only waited for me to set out on his journey. I got up as expeditiously as I could, and while I was dressing, Corcuelo put in his appearance with a little bill in his hand, a slight memorandum of the trout. But paying through the nose was not the worst of it, for I had the vexation to perceive that while I was counting over the cost, this hangdog was chuckling at the recollection of the night before. Having been fleeced most shamefully for a supper, which stuck in my stomach, though I had scarcely come in for a morsel of it, I joined the muleteer with my baggage, giving to as many devils as there are saints in the calendar, the parasite, the landlord, and the inn. Chapter 3. The muleteer's temptation on the road, its consequences, and the situation of Gil Blas between Scylla and Charybdis. I was not the only passenger. There were two young gentlemen of Pegnaflor, a little chorister of Mondoñedo, who was travelling about the country, and a young tradesman of Astorga returning home from Verco with his new married wife. We soon got acquainted and exchanged the usual confidence of travellers, telling one another whence we came and whither we were going. The bride was young enough, but so dark-complexioned, with so little of what a man likes to look at in a woman, that I did not think her worth the trouble. But she had youth and a good, crummy person on her side, and the muleteer, being rather less nice in his taste, was resolved to try if he could not get into her good graces. This pretty project occupied his ingenuity during the whole day, but he deferred the execution till we should get to Cacabelos, the last place where we were to stop on the road. We alighted at an inn in the outskirts of the town, a quiet, convenient place, with a landlord who never troubled himself about other people's concerns. We were ushered into a private room and got our supper snugly, but just as the cloth was taken away, in comes our carrier in a furious passion. Death and the devil, I have been robbed. Here had I 100 pistoles in my purse, but I will have them back again. I am going for a magistrate. Oh, and those gentry will not take a joke upon such serious subjects. You will all be put to the rack unless you confess and give back the money." The fellow played his part very naturally and burst out of the room, leaving us in a terrible fright. We had none of us the least suspicion of the trick, and, being all strangers, were afraid of one another. I looked askance at the little chorister, and he, perhaps, had no better opinion of me. Besides, we were all a pack of greenhorns, and were quite unacquainted with the routine of business on these occasions. We were fools enough to believe that the torture would be the very first stage of our examination. With this dread upon our spirits, we all made for the door. Some effected their escape into the street, others into the garden, but the whole party preferred the discretion of running away to the valor of standing their ground. The young tradesman of Astorga had as great an objection to bone-twisting as the rest of us, so he did as Ennius, and many another good husband has done before him, ran away and left his wife behind. At that critical moment the muleteer, as I was told afterwards, who had not half so much sense of decency as his own mules, delighted at the success of his stratagem, began moving his motives to the citizen's wife. But this Lucrece of the Asturias, borrowing the chastity of a saint from the ugliness of the devil who tempted her, defended her sweet person tooth and nail, and showed she was in earnest about it by the noise she made. The patrol, who happened to be passing by the inn at the time, and knew that the neighborhood required a little looking after, took the liberty of just asking the cause of the disturbance. The landlord, who was trying if he could not sing in the kitchen louder than she could scream in the parlor, and swore he heard no music but his own, was at last obliged to introduce the myrmidons of the police to the distressed lady, just in time to rescue her from the necessity of a surrender at discretion. The head officer, a coarse fellow without an atom of feeling for the tender passion, no sooner saw the game that was playing than he gave the amorous muleteer 5 or 6 blows with the butt end of his halberd, representing to him the indecency of his conduct in terms quite as offensive to modesty as the naughty propensity which had called forth his virtuous indignation. Neither did he stop here, but laid hold of the culprit, and carried plaintiff and defendant before the magistrate. The former, with her charms all heightened by the discomposure of her dress, went eagerly to try their effect in obtaining justice for the outrage they had sustained. His worship heard at least one party, and after solemn deliberation pronounced the offense to be of a most heinous nature. He ordered him to be stripped and to receive a competent number of lashes in his presence. The conclusion of the sentence was that if the Endymion of Asturian Diana was not forthcoming the next day, a couple of guards should escort the disconsolate goddess to the town of Astorga at the expense of this mule-driving Actaeon. For my part, being probably more terrified than the rest of the party, I got into the fields, scampering over hedge and ditch, through enclosures and across commons, till I found myself hard by a forest. I was just going for concealment to ensconce myself in the very heart of the thicket, when 2 men on horseback rode across me, crying, "Who goes there?" As my alarm prevented me from giving them an immediate answer, they came to close quarters, and holding each of them a pistol to my throat, required me to give an account of myself, who I was, whence I came, what business I had in that forest, and above all, not to tell a lie about it. Their rough interrogatives were, according to my notion, little better than the rack with which our friend the muleteer had offered to treat us. I represented myself, however, as a young man on my way from Oviedo to Salamanca, told the story of our late fright, and faithfully attributed my running away in such a hurry to the dread of a worse exercise under the torture. They burst into an immoderate fit of laughter at my simplicity, and one of them said, Take heart, my little friend. Come along with us, and do not be afraid. We will put you in a place where the devil shall not find you." At these words he took me up behind him, and we darted into the forest. I did not know what to think of this odd meeting, yet on the whole I could not well be worse off than before. If these gentry, thought I to myself, had been thieves, they would have robbed and perhaps murdered me. Depend on it, they are a couple of good, honest country gentlemen in this neighborhood, who, seeing me frightened, have taken compassion on me, and mean to carry me home with them and make me comfortable. But these visions did not last long. After turning and winding backward and forward in deep silence, we found ourselves at the foot of a hill where we dismounted. "This is our abode," said one of these sequestered gentlemen. I looked about in all directions, but the deuce a bit of either house or cottage, not a vestige of human habitation. The two men in the meantime raised a great wooden trap, covered with earth and briars, to conceal the entrance of a long shelving passage underground, to which from habit the poor beasts took very kindly of their own accord. Their masters kept tight hold of me and let the trap down after them. Thus was the worthy nephew of my Uncle Perez caught, just for all the world as you would catch a rat. While I dose the nobility and clergy, you shall labor in your vocation among the lower orders, and when you have felt your ground a little, I will get you admitted into our body. You are a philosopher, Gil Blas, though you have never graduated. The common herd of them, though they have graduated in due form and order, are likely to run out the length of their tether without knowing their right hand from their left. I thanked the doctor for having so speedily enabled me to serve as his deputy, and, by way of acknowledging his goodness, promised to follow his system to the end of my career, with a magnanimous indifference about the aphorisms of Hippocrates. But that engagement was not to be taken to the letter. This tender attachment to water went against the grain, and I had a scheme for drinking wine every day snugly among the patients. I left off wearing my own suit, an inveterate practitioner, after which I brought my medical theories into play, leaving them to look to the event whom it might concern. I began on an alguazil in a pleurisy. He was condemned to be bled with the utmost rigor of the law, at the same time that the system was to be replenished copiously with water. Next I made a lodgment in the veins of a gouty pastry cook, who roared like a lion by reason of gouty spasms. I stood on no more ceremony with his blood than with that of the alguazil, and laid no restriction on his taste for simple liquids. My prescriptions brought me in 12 reals, an incident so auspicious in my professional career that I only wished for the plagues of Egypt on all the hale subjects of Valladolid. As I was coming out of the pastry cook's, whom should I meet but Fabrizio, a total stranger since the death of the licentiate Sedillo. He looked at me with astonishment for some seconds, then set up a laugh with all his might, and held his sides. He had no reason to be grave, for I had a cloak trailing on the ground, with a doublet and breeches of 4 times my natural dimensions. I was certainly and could scarcely help joining in the ridicule, but I kept a guard on my muscles to preserve a becoming dignity in public, and the better to enact a physician whose part in society is not that of a buffoon. If the absurdity of my appearance excited Fabricio's merriment, my affected gravity added zest to it, and when he had nearly exhausted his lungs, "By all the powers, Gil Blas," quoth he, "thou art in complete masquerade. Who the devil has dressed you up in this manner?" "Fair and softly, my friend," replied I. "Fair and softly, be a little on your good behavior with a modern Hippocrates. Understand me to be the substitute of Dr. Sangrado, the most eminent physician in Valladolid. I have lived with him these 3 weeks. He has bottomed me thoroughly in medicine, and as he cannot perform the obsequies of all the patients who send for him, I visit a part of them to take the burden off his conscience. He does execution in great families, I among the vulgar. Vastly well, replied Fabricio. That is to say, he grants you a lease on the blood of the commonalty, but keeps to himself the fee simple of the fashionable world. I wish you joy of your lot. It is a pleasanter line of practice among the populace than among great folk. Long live a snug connection in the suburbs. A man's mistakes are easily buried, and his murders elude all but God's revenge. Yes, my brave boy, your destiny is truly enviable. In the language of Alexander, were I not Fabricio, I could wish to be Gil Blas. To show the son of Nunez the barber that he was not much out in his reckoning on my present happiness, I chinked the fees of the alguazil and the pastry cook, and this was followed by an adjournment to a tavern to drink to their perfect recovery. The wine was very fair, and my impatience for the well-known smack made me think it better than it was. I took some good long draughts, and without gainsaying the Latin oracle, in proportion as I poured it into its natural reservoir, I felt my accommodating entrails to owe me no grudge for the hard service into which I pressed them. As for Fabricio and myself, we sat some time in the tavern, making merry at the expense of our masters, as servants are too much accustomed to do. At last, seeing the night approach, we parted, after engaging to meet at the same place on the following day after dinner. It is the exorbitant profit which some of them derive from their discounts that brings reproach and ill will upon us all. If all my brethren of the blue balls were like me, we should not be treated so scurvily. For my part, I only lend to do my duty towards my neighbor. Ah! If times were as good now as in my early days, my purse should be at your service as a friend, and even now, in the present distress of the money market, it goes against the grain to take a poor 20%. But one would think the money was all gone back to the mines whence it came. There is no such thing to be had, and the scarcity compels me to depart a little from the disinterested severity of my benevolence. How much do you want? Pursued he, addressing my master. 200 pistoles, answered Don Matthias. I have 400 here in a bag, replied the usurer. It is only to give you half of them. At the same time he drew from underneath his cloak a blue bag looking just like that in which Farmer Talego had left 500 pistoles with Rodriguez. I was not long in forming my judgment of the matter, and saw plainly that Melendez had not bragged, without reason, of the steward's aptness in the ways of the world. The old man emptied the bag, displayed the cash on a table, and set about counting it. The sight set all my master's extravagant passions in a flame. The sum total proved very striking to his comprehension. "Signor Descomulgado," said he to the usurer, "I have just made a very sensible reflection. I am a great fool. I only borrow enough to redeem my credit without thinking of my empty pockets. I should be obliged to give you the trouble of coming again tomorrow. I think, therefore, it will be best to spare your age and infirmities, and ease you of the 400 at once." "My lord," answered the old man, "I had destined half of this money to a good licentiate, who lays out the income of his large preferments in those pious and charitable uses for which they were originally given to the clergy, as stewards of the poor, and guides to the young and unwary. In pursuance of this end, it is his great delight to wean young girls from the seductions of a wicked world, and place them in a snug, well-furnished little box of his own, where they may be obnoxious to his ghostly admonitions by day and by night. But since you have occasion for the whole sum, it is at your disposal. Something by way of security. Oh! As for security," interrupted Rodriguez, taking a paper out of his pocket, "you shall have as good as the bank. Here's a note which Signor Don Matthias has only just to sign. He makes over 500 pistoles due from one of his tenants, Talego, a wealthy yeoman of Mondejar." "That is enough," replied the usurer. "I never split hairs, but deal upon the square." The steward insinuated a pen between his master's fingers, who signed his name at the bottom of the note without reading it, and whistled as he signed, for want of thought. That business settled, the old man took his leave of my noble employer, who shook him cordially by the hand, saying, "Till I have the pleasure of seeing you again, good Master Pounds, shillings and pence, I am your most devoted, humble servant." I do not know why you should all be lumped together for a set of bloodsuckers. You seem to me a necessary link in the chain of well-ordered society. You are as good as a physician to us pecuniary invalids of quality, and keep us alive by artificial restoratives in the last stage of a consumptive purse. "You are in the right," exclaimed Centelles. "Usurers are a very gentlemanly order in society, and I must not be denied the privilege of paying my compliments to this illustrious specimen for the sake of his 20%. With this banter, he came up and threw his arms about the old man's neck, and these two overgrown children, for their amusement, began sending him backward and forward between them like a shuttlecock. After they had tossed him about from pillar to post, they suffered him to depart with the steward, who ought to have come in for his share of the game, and for something a little more serious. When Rodriguez and his stalking horse had left the room, Don Mathias sent, by the lackey in waiting, half his pistoles to the Countess de Pedrosa, and deposited the other half in a long purse worked with gold and silk, which he usually wore in his pocket. Very well pleased to find himself in cash, he said to Don Antonio with an air of gaiety, "What shall we do with ourselves today? Let us call a council." "That is talking like a statesman," answered Centelles. "I am your man. Let us ponder gravely." While they were collecting their deliberative wisdom on the course they were to pursue for the day, two other noblemen came in, Don Alexo Seguiar and Don Ferdinand de Gamboa, both nearly about my master's age, that is, from 28 to 30. These four jolly blades began with such hearty salutations, as if they had not met for these 10 years. After that, Don Ferdinand, a professed bacchanalian, made his proposals to Don Mathias and Don Antonio. "Gentlemen," said he, "where do you dine today? If you are not engaged, I will take you to a tavern where you shall quaff celestial liquor. I supped there last night and did not come away till between 5 and 6 this morning." "Would to heaven," exclaimed my master, "I had done the same. I should not have lost my money." "For my part," said Centelles, "I treated myself yesterday evening with a new amusement, for variety has always its charms for me. Nothing but a change of pleasure can make the dull round of human life supportable. One of my friends introduced me, neck and heels, to one of those gentry Eicliped tax-gatherers who do the government business and their own at the same time. There was no want of magnificence, good taste, or a well-designed set-out table, but I found in the family itself a highly seasoned relish of absurdity. The farmer of the revenues, though the most meanly extracted of the whole party, must set up for a great man, and his wife, though hideously ugly, was a goddess in her own estimation, and made 1,000 silly speeches, the zest of which was heightened by a Biscayan accent. Add to this that there were 4 or 5 children with their tutor at table. Judge if it must not have been an amusing family party. "As for me, gentlemen," said Don Alexo Seguiar, "I supped with Arsenia, the actress. We were 6 at table, Arsenia, Florimond, a coquette of her acquaintance, the Marquis de Zenet, Don Juan de Moncade, and your humble servant. We passed the night in drinking and talking bawdy. What a flow of soul! To be sure, Arsenia and Florimond are not strong in their upper works, but then they have a facility in their vocation which is more than all the wit in the world. They are the dearest madcaps, gay, romping, and rampant. They are 100 times better than your modest women of sense and discretion. Chapter 4. Description of the subterranean dwelling and its contents. I now knew into what company I had fallen, and I leave it to anyone to judge whether the discovery must not have rid me of my former fear. A dread more mighty and more just now seized my faculties. Money and life, all given up for lost. With the air of a victim on his passage to the altar did I walk, more dead than alive, between my two conductors, who, finding that I trembled, frightened me so much the more by telling me not to be afraid. When we had gone 200 paces, winding down a declivity all the way, we got into a stable lighted by two large iron lamps suspended from the vault above. There was a good store of straw, and several casks of hay and corn, with room enough for 20 horses, but at that time there were only the two which came with us. An old negro, who seemed for his years in pretty good case, was tying them to the rack where they were to feed. We went out of the stable. By the melancholy light of some other lamps, which only served to dress up horror in its native colors, we arrived at a kitchen where an old harridan was broiling some steaks on the coals and getting supper ready. The kitchen furniture was better than might be expected, and the pantry provided in a very plentiful manner. The lady of the larder's picture is worth drawing. Considerably on the wrong side of 60. In her youth her hair had been of a fiery red, though she would have called it auburn. Time had indeed given it the fairer tint of gray, but a lock of more youthful hue, interspersed at intervals, produced all the variegated effect of the admired autumnal shades. To say nothing of an olive complexion, she had an enormous chin turning up, an immense nose turning down, with a mouth in the middle, modestly retiring inwards to make room for its encroaching neighbors. Red eyes are no beauty in any animal but a ferret. Hers were purple. Hers were purple. "Here, Dame Leonarda," said one of the horsemen as he presented me to this angelic imp of darkness, "we have brought you a young lad." Then, looking round and observing me to be miserably pale, "Pluck up your spirits, my friend, you shall come to no harm. We want a scullion and have met with you. You are a lucky dog. We had a boy who died about a fortnight ago. You shall succeed to the preferment. He was rather too delicate for his place. You seem a good stout fellow, and may live a week or two longer. We find you in bed and board, coal and candle, but as for daylight, you will never see that again. Your leisure hours will pass off very agreeably with Leonarda, who is really a very good creature and tolerably tender-hearted. You will have all your little comforts about you. I flatter myself you have not got among beggars." At this moment the thief seized a flambeau, and, as I feared, with zeal to destroy, for he ordered me to follow him. He took me into a cellar where I saw a great number of bottles and earthen pots full of excellent wine. He then made me cross several rooms. In some were pieces of cloth piled up, in others stuffs and silks. As we passed through, I could not help casting a sheep's eye at the gold and silver plate peeping out of the different cupboards. After that, I followed him into a great hall illuminated by 3 copper lustres, and serving as a gallery between the other rooms. Here he put fresh questions to me, asking my name, why I left Oviedo, and when I had satisfied his curiosity, "Well, Gil Blas," said he, "since your only motive for quitting your native place was to get into something snug and eligible, to be sure you must have been born to good luck, or you would not have fallen into our hands. I tell you once for all, you will live here on the fat of the land, and may souse over head and ears in ready money. Besides, you are in a place of perfect safety. The officers of the Holy Brotherhood might pass through the forest 100 times without discovering our subterraneous abode. The entrance is only known to myself and my comrades. You may perhaps ask how it came to be contrived, without being perceived by the inhabitants in the neighborhood. But you are to understand, my friend, that it was made long ago and is no work of ours. After the Moors had made themselves masters of Granada, of Aragon, and nearly the whole of Spain, The Christians, rather than submit to the tyranny of infidels, betook themselves to flight, and lay concealed in this country, in Biscay and in the Asturias, whither the brave Don Pelagio had withdrawn himself. They lived in a state of exile on the mountains, or in the woods dispersed in little knots. Some took up their residences in natural caves, others in artificial dwellings underground, like this we are in. In process of time, when by the blessing of Providence they had driven their enemies out of Spain, they returned to the towns. From that time forth their retreats have served as a rendezvous for the gentlemen of our profession. It is true that several of them have been discovered and destroyed by the Holy Brotherhood, but there are some yet remaining, and, by great good luck, I have tenanted this without paying any rent for it, almost these 15 years, Captain Rolando, at your service. I am the leader of the band, and the man you saw with me is one of my troopers. Besides that, I had but too strong a wish to pass for a clever fellow. The trick they taught me appeared so easy in the performance that it ought not to be buried in obscurity. I tried it at once, and the fumes of the wine contributed to my success. That is to say, I talked at random, and had the good luck to strike out of much absurdity some flashes of merriment, very acceptable to my audience. This first essay inspired me with confidence. I redoubled my sprightliness to sparkle in repartee, and chance gave a successful issue to my endeavors. "Well done," said my fellow-servant who had addressed me in the street. "Do not you begin to shake off your rustic manners? You have not been 2 hours in our company, and you are quite another creature. Your improvement will be visible every day. This it is to wait on people of quality. It causes an elevation which the mind can never attain under a plebeian roof." "Doubtless," answered I, "and for that reason I shall henceforth dedicate my little talents to the nobility." "That is bravely said," roared out Don Ferdinand's servant, half seas over. "Commoners are not entitled to possess such a fund of superior genius as exists in us. Come, gentlemen, let us make a vow never to colleague with any such beggarly fellows. Let us swear to that by Styx." We laughed heartily at Gaspard's conceit. The proposal was received with applause, and we took this mock oath with our glasses in our hands. Thus sat we at table till our masters were pleased to get up from it. This was at midnight, an outrageous instance of sobriety, in the opinion of my colleagues. To be sure, these noble lords left the tavern so early only to visit a celebrated wanton, lodging in the purlieus of the court, and keeping open house night and day for the votaries of pleasure. She was a woman from 35 to 40, still in the height of her charms, entertaining in her discourse, and so perfect a mistress in the art of pleasure that she sold the waste and refuse of her beauty at a higher price than the first sample of the unadulterated article. She had always 2 or 3 other pieces of damaged goods in the house, who contributed not a little to the great concourse of nobility resorting thither. The afternoon was spent in play, then supper, and the night passed in drinking and making merry. Our masters stayed till morning, and so did we, without thinking the time long, for, while they were toying with the mistresses, we attacked the maids. At length we all parted when daylight peeped in on our festivities, and went to bed each of us at our separate homes. My master, getting up at his usual time about noon, dressed himself. He went out, I followed him, and we paid a visit to Don Antonio Centelles, with whom we found one Don Alvaro de Acuña. He was an old gentleman, who gave lectures on the science of debauchery. The rising generation, if they wanted to qualify themselves for fine gentlemen, put themselves under his tuition. He molded their ductile habits to pleasure, taught them to make a distinguished figure in the world, and to squander their substance. He had no qualms as to running out his own, for the deed was done. After these 3 blades had exchanged the compliments of the morning, Centelles said to my master, "In good faith, Don Matthias, you could not have come at a more lucky time." Don Alvaro is come to take me with him to a dinner given by a citizen to the Marquis de Zanet and Don Juan de Moncada, and you shall be of the party." "And what is the citizen's name?" said Don Matthias. "Gregorio de Noriega," said Don Alvaro, "and I will describe the young man in 2 words. His father, a rich jeweler, is gone abroad to attend the foreign markets, and left his son, at his departure, in the enjoyment of a large income. Gregorio is a blockhead with a turn for every sort of extravagance and an awkward hankering after the reputation of wit and fashion in despite of nature. He has begged of me to give him a few instructions. I manage him completely, and can assure you, gentlemen, that I lead him a rare dance. His estate is rather deeply dipped already." "I do not doubt it," exclaimed Centelles. "I see the vulgar dog in an almshouse. Come, Don Matthias, let us honor the fellow with our acquaintance, and be in at the death of him." "Willingly," answered my master, "for I delight in seeing the fortune of these plebeian upstarts kicked over when they affect to mix among us. Nothing, for instance, ever entertained me so much as the downfall of the toll-gatherer's son, whom play and the vanity of figuring among the great have stripped, till he has not a house over his head." "Oh, as for that," replied Don Alvaro, "he deserves no pity. He is as great a coxcomb in his poverty as he was in his prosperity." Centelles and my master accompanied Don Alvaro to Gregorio de Noriega's party. We went there also, that is Mogicon and myself, both in ecstasy at having an opportunity of sponging on a citizen and pleasing ourselves with the thoughts of being in at the death of him. At our entrance we observed several men employed in preparing dinner, and there issued from the ragouts they were taking up a vapor which conciliated the palate through the medium of the nostrils. The Marquis de Zanet and Don Juan de Moncada were just come. The founder of the feast seemed a great simpleton. He aped the man of fashion with a most clumsy grace, a wretched copy of admirable originals, or, more properly, an idiot in the chair of wisdom and taste. Figure to yourself a man of this character in the center of 5 bantering fellows, all intent on making a jest of him, and drawing him into ridiculous expenses. "Gentlemen," said Don Alvaro, after the first interchange of civilities, "give me leave to introduce you to Signor Gregorio de Noriega, a most brilliant star in the hemisphere of fashion. He owns 1,000 amiable qualities. Do you know that he has a highly cultivated understanding? Choose your own subject. He is equally at home in every branch, from the subtlety and closeness of logic to the elementary science of the criss-cross row." "Oh, this is really too flattering," interrupted the Scot and Lot gentleman with a very uncouth laugh. "I might, Signor Alvaro, put you to the blush as you have put me, for you may truly be termed a reservoir, as it were, a common sewer of erudition." "I had no intention," replied Don Alvaro, "to draw upon myself so savory an encomium, but truly, gentlemen, Signor Gregorio cannot fail of establishing a name in the world." "As for me," said Don Antonio, "what is so delightful in my eyes, far above the honors of logic or the criss-cross row, is the tasteful selection of his company. Instead of demeaning himself to the level of tradesmen, he associates only with the young nobility and sets the expense at naught. There is an elevation of sentiment in this conduct which enchants me, and this is what you may truly call disbursing with taste and judgment." These ironical speeches were only the preludes to a continual strain of banter. Poor Gregorio was attacked on all hands. The wits shot their bolts by turns, but they made no impression on the fool. On the contrary, he took all they said literally, and seemed highly pleased with his guests, as if they did him a favor by making him their laughing-stock. In short, he served them for a butt while they sat at table, which they did not quit during the afternoon nor till late at night. We, as well as our masters, drank as we liked, so that the servants' hall and the dining room were in equally high order when we took our leave of the young jeweler. The ceremony began, and Leontio, as Lord High Chancellor of the kingdom, holding in his possession the will of the late king, opened it and read the contents aloud. This instrument contained in substance that Roger, in default of issue, nominated the eldest son of Mainfroy his successor, on condition of his marrying the Princess Constance, and in the event of his refusing her hand, the crown of Sicily was to devolve, to his exclusion, on the head of the infant Don Pedro, his brother, on the like condition. These words were a thunderstroke to Enriquez. His senses were all bewildered even to distraction, and his agonies became still more acute, when Leontio, having finished the reading of the will, addressed the assembly at large to the following effect. My lords, the last injunction of the late king having been made known to our new monarch, that pious and excellent prince consents to honor his cousin, the Princess Constance, with his hand. At these words, Enriquez interrupted the chancellor. Leontio, said he, remember the writing, Blanche. Sire, interrupted Siffredi in his turn with precipitation, lest the prince should find an opportunity of making himself understood. Here it is. The nobility of the kingdom, added he, exhibiting the blank paper to the assembly, will see, by your majesty's august subscription, the esteem in which you hold the princess, and your implicit deference to the last will of the late king your uncle. Having finished these words, he forthwith began reading the instrument in such terms he had himself inserted. According to the contents, the new king gave a promise to his people, with formalities the most binding and authentic, that he would marry Constance in conformity with the intention of Roger. The hall re-echoed with pealing shouts of satisfaction. "Long live our high and mighty King Enriquez!" exclaimed all those who were present. As the marked aversion of the prince for the princess had never been any secret, it was apprehended, not without reason, that he might revolt against the condition of the will, and light up the flame of civil discord in the kingdom. But the public enunciation of this solemn act, quieting the fears of the nobility and the people on that head, excited these universal applauses, which went to the monarch's heart like the stab of an assassin. Constance, who had a nearer interest than any human being in the result, from the double motive of glory and personal affection, laid hold of this opportunity for expressing her gratitude. The prince had much ado to keep his feelings within bounds. He received the compliment of the princess with so constrained an air, and evinced so unusual a disorder in his behavior, as scarcely to reply in a manner suited to the common forms of good breeding. At last, no longer master of his violent passions, he went up to Siffredi, whom the formalities of his office detained near the royal person, and said to him in a low tone of voice, "What is the meaning of all this, Leontio? The signature which I deposited in your daughter's hands was not meant for such a use as this. You are guilty of—" "My liege," interrupted Siffredi again with a tone of firmness, "look to your own glory. If you refuse to comply with the injunctions of the king your uncle, you lose the crown of Sicily." No sooner had he thrown in this salutary hint than he got away from the king to prevent all possibility of a reply. Enriquez was left in a most embarrassing situation. 1,000 opposite emotions agitated him at once. He was exasperated against Siffredi. To give up Blanche was more than he could endure, so that, balancing his private feelings and the calls of public honor, he was doubtful to which side he should incline. At length his doubts were resolved, under the idea of having found the means to secure Siffredi's daughter without giving up his claim to the throne. He affected, therefore, an entire submission to the will of Roger, in the hope, while a dispensation from his marriage with his cousin was soliciting at Rome, of gaining the leading nobility by his largesses, and thus establishing his power so firmly as not to be under the necessity of fulfilling the conditions of the obnoxious instrument. After forming this design, he got to be more composed, and turning towards Constance, confirmed to her what the Lord High Chancellor had read in presence of the whole assembly. But at the very moment when he had so far betrayed himself as to pledge his faith, Blanche arrived in the hall of council. She came thither by her father's command to pay her duty to the princess, and her ears, on entering, were startled at the expressions of Enriquez. In addition to this shock, Leontio, determined not to leave her in doubt of her misfortune, accompanied her presentation to Constance with these words: "Daughter, make your homage acceptable to your queen. Call down upon her the blessings of a prosperous reign and a happy marriage." This terrible blow overwhelmed the unfortunate Blanche. Vain were all her attempts to suppress her anguish. Her countenance changed successively from the deepest blush to a deadly paleness, and she trembled from head to foot. And yet the princess had no suspicion how the matter really stood, but attributed the confused style of her compliment to the awkwardness of a young person brought up in a state of rustication and totally unacquainted with the manners of a court. But the young king was more in the secret. The sight of Blanche put him out of countenance, and the despair, too legible in her eyes, was enough to drive him out of his senses. Her feelings were not to be misunderstood, and they pointed at him as the most faithless of men. Could he have spoken to her, it might have tranquilized his agitation. But how to lay hold of the happy moment, when all Sicily, at least the illustrious part of it, was fixed in anxious expectation on his proceedings? Besides, the stern and inflexible Siffredi extinguished at once every ray of hope. This minister, who was at no loss to decipher the hearts of the two lovers, and was firmly resolved, if possible, to prevent the evil consequences impending over the state from the violence of this imprudent attachment, got his daughter out of the assembly with the dexterity of a practised courtier, and regained the road to Belmonte with her in his possession, determined, for more reasons than one, to marry her as soon as possible. When they reached home, he gave her to understand all the horror of her destiny by announcing his promise to the constable. "Just heaven!" exclaimed she, transported into a paroxysm of despair which her father's presence could not restrain. "What unparalleled suffering have you the cruelty to lay up in store for the ill-fated Blanche?" Her agony went to such a degree of violence as to suspend every power of her soul. Her limbs seemed as if stiffened under the icy grasp of death. Cold and pale, she fell senseless into her father's arms. Neither was he insensible to her melancholy condition. Yet, feeling as he did all the alarm and anxiety of a parent, the stern inflexibility of the statesman remained unshaken. Blanche, after a time, was recalled to life and feeling, rather by the keenness of her mental pangs than by the means which Siffredi used for her recovery. Languishingly did she raise her scarcely conscious eyes when, glancing on the author of her misery, as he was anxiously employed about her person, "My lord," said she, with inarticulate and convulsive accents, "I am ashamed to let you see my weakness, but death, which cannot be long in finishing my torments, will soon rid you of a wretched daughter who has ventured to dispose of her heart without consulting you." "No, my dear Blanche," answered Leontio, "your death would be too dear a sacrifice. Virtue will resume her empire over your actions. The constable's proposals do you honor. It is one of the most considerable alliances in the state. I esteem his person and am sensible of his merit," interrupted Blanche. "But, my lord, the king had given me encouragement to indulge." "Daughter," vociferated Siffredi, breaking in upon her discourse, "I anticipate all you have to say on that subject. Your partiality for the prince is no secret to me, nor would it meet my disapprobation under other circumstances. You should even see me active and ardent to secure for you the hand of Enriquez, if the cause of glory and the welfare of the realm demanded it not indispensably for Constance. It is on the sole condition of marrying that princess that the late king has nominated him his successor. Would you have him prefer you to the crown of Sicily?" Believe me, my heart bleeds at the mortal blow which impends over you. Yet, since we cannot contend with the fates, make a magnanimous effort. Your fame is concerned, not to let the whole nation see that you have nursed up a delusive hope. Your sensibility towards the person of the king might even give birth to ignominious rumors. The only method of preserving yourself from their poison is to marry the constable. In short, Blanche, there is no time left for irresolution. The king has decided between a throne and the possession of your charms. He has fixed his choice on Constance. The constable holds my word in pledge. Enable me to redeem it, I beseech you. Or, if nothing but a paramount necessity can fix your wavering resolution, I must make an unwilling use of my parental authority. Know, then, I command you. Ending with this threat, he left her to make her own reflections on what had passed. He was in hopes that after having weighed the reasons he had urged to support her virtue against the bias of her feelings, she would determine of herself to admit the constable's addresses. He was not mistaken in his conjecture, but at what an expense did the wretched Blanche rise to this height of virtuous resolution. Her condition was that in the whole world the most deserving of pity, the affliction of finding her fears realized, respecting the infidelity of Enriquez, and of being compelled, besides losing the man of her choice, to sacrifice herself to another whom she could never love, occasioned her such storms of passion and alternate tossings of frantic desperation as to bring with each successive moment a variety of vindictive torture. "If my sad fate is fixed," exclaimed she, "how can I triumph over it but by death? Merciless powers who preside over our wayward fortunes, why feed and tantalize me with the most flattering hopes, only to plunge me headlong into a gulf of miseries? And thou too, perfidious lover, to rush into the arms of another when all those vows of eternal fidelity were mine. So soon, then, is that plighted faith void and forgotten. To punish thee for so cruel a deception, may it please heaven, in its retribution, to make the conscious couch of conjugal endearment, polluted as it must be by perjury, less the scene of pleasure than the dungeon of remorse. May the fond caresses of Constance distill poison through thy faithless heart. Let us rival one another in the horrors of our nuptials. Yes, traitor, I mean to wed the constable, though shrinking from his ardent touch, to avenge me on myself, to be my own scourge and tormentor, for having selected so fatally the object of my frantic passion. Since deep-rooted obedience to the will of God forbids to entertain the thought of a premature death, whatever days may be allotted me to drag on shall be but a lengthened chain of heaviness and torment. If a sentiment of love lurks about your heart, it will be revenge enough for me to cast myself into your presence, the devoted bride or victim of another. But if you have thrown off my remembrance with your own vows, Sicily at least shall glory in the distinction of reckoning among its natives a woman who knew how to punish herself for having disposed of her heart too lightly. In such a state of mind did this wretched martyr to love and duty pass the night preceding her marriage with the constable. Siffredi, finding her the next morning ready to comply with his wishes, hastened to avail himself of this favorable disposition. He sent for the constable to Belmonte on that very day, and the marriage ceremony was performed privately in the chapel of the castle. What a crisis for Blanche! It was not enough to renounce a crown, to lose a lover endeared to her by every tie, and to yield herself up to the object of her hatred. In addition to all this, she must put a constraint on her sentiments before a husband, naturally jealous, and long occupied with the most ardent admiration of her charms. The bridegroom, delighted in the possession of her, was all day long in her presence. He did not leave her to the miserable consolation of pouring out her sorrows in secret. When night arrived, Leontio's daughter felt all her disgust and terror redoubled. But what seemed likely to become of her when her women, after having undressed her, left her alone with the constable? He inquired respectfully into the cause of her apparent faintness and discomposure. The question was sufficiently embarrassing to Blanche, who affected to be ill. Her husband was at an error. Being, as he was, sincerely concerned at the condition in which he saw her, but still pressing her to go to bed, his urgent solicitations, falsely construed by her, offered to her wounded mind an image so cruel and indelicate that she could no longer dissemble what was passing within, but gave a free course to her sighs and tears. What a discovery for a man who thought himself at the summit of his wishes! He no longer doubted but the distressed state of his wife was fraught with some sinister omen to his love. And yet, though this knowledge reduced him to a situation almost as deplorable as that of Blanche, he had sufficient command over himself to keep his suspicions within his own breast. He redoubled his assiduities and went on pressing his bride to lay herself down, assuring her that the repose of which she stood in need should be undisturbed by his interruption. He offered of his own accord even to call her women, if she was of opinion that their attendance could afford any relief to her indisposition. Blanche, reviving at that proposal, told him that sleep was the best remedy for the debility under which she labored. He affected to think so too. They accordingly partook of the same bed, but with a conduct altogether different from what the laws of love, sanctioned by the rites of marriage, might authorize in a pair mutually delighted and delighting. While Siffredi's daughter was giving way to her grief, the constable was hunting in his own mind for the causes which might render the nuptial office so contemptible a sinecure in his hands. He could not be long in conjecturing that he had a rival, but when he attempted to discover him, he was lost in the labyrinth of his own ideas. All he knew with certainty was the peculiar severity of his own fate. He had already passed 2/3 of the night in this perplexity of thought, when an undistinguishable noise grew gradually on his sense of hearing. Great was his surprise when a footstep seemed audibly to pace about the room. He fancied himself mistaken, for he recollected shutting the door himself after Blanche's women had retired. He drew back the curtain to satisfy his senses on the occasion of this extraordinary noise. But the light in the chimney corner had gone out, and he soon heard a feeble and melancholy voice calling Blanche with anxious and importunate repetitions. Then did the suggestions of his jealousy transport him into rage. His insulted honor obliging him to rush from the bed to which he had so long aspired, and either to prevent a meditated injury or take vengeance for its perpetration, he caught up his sword and flew forward in the direction whence the voice seemed to proceed. He felt a naked blade opposed to his own. As he advanced, his antagonist retired. The pursuit became more eager, the retreat more precipitate. His search was vigilant, and every corner of the room seemed to contain its object but that which he momentarily occupied. The darkness, however, favored the unknown invader, and he was nowhere to be found. The pursuer halted. He listened but heard no sound. It seemed like enchantment. He made for the door, under the idea that this was the outlet to the secret assassin of his honor, yet the bolt was shut as fast as before. Unable to comprehend this strange occurrence, he called those of his retinue who were most within reach of his voice. As he opened the door for this purpose, he placed himself so as to prevent all egress, and stood upon his guard, lest the devoted victim of his search should escape. At his redoubled cries, some servants ran with lights. He laid hold of a taper, and renewed his search in the chamber with his sword still drawn. Yet he found no one there, nor any apparent sign of any person having been in the room. He was not aware of any private door, nor could he discover any practicable mode of escape, yet for all this he could not shut his eyes against the nature and circumstance of his misfortune. His thoughts were all thrown into inextricable confusion. To ask any questions of Blanche was in vain, for she had too deep an interest in perplexing the truth to furnish any clue whatever to its discovery. He, therefore, adopted the measure of unbosoming his griefs to Leontio, but previously sent away his attendants with the excuse that he thought he had heard some noise in the room, but was mistaken. His father-in-law, having left his chamber in consequence of this strange disturbance, met him and heard from his lips the particulars of this unaccountable adventure. The narrative was accompanied with every indication of extreme agony, produced by deep and tender feeling, as well as by a sense of insulted honor. Siffredi was surprised at the occurrence. Though it did not appear to him at all probable, that was no reason for being easy about its reality. The king's passion might accomplish anything, and that idea alone justified the most cruel apprehensions. But it could do no good to foster either the natural jealousy of his son-in-law or his particular suspicions arising out of circumstances. He therefore endeavored to persuade him, with an air of confidence, that this imaginary voice and airy sword opposed to his substantial one were, and could possibly be, but the gratuitous creations of a fancy under the influence of amorous distrust. It was morally impossible that any person should have made his way into his daughter's chamber. With regard to the melancholy so visible in his wife's deportment, it might very naturally be attributed to precarious health and delicacy of constitution. The honor of a husband need not be so tremblingly alive to all the qualms of maiden fear and inexperience. Change of condition, in the case of a girl habituated to live almost without human society, and abruptly consigned to the embraces of a man in whom love and previous acquaintance had not inspired confidence, might innocently be the cause of these tears, of these sighs, and of this lively affliction so irksome to his feelings. But it was to be considered that tenderness, especially in the hearts of young ladies, fortified by the pride of blood against the excesses of love-sick abandonment, was only to be cherished into a flame by time and assiduity. He, therefore, exhorted him to tranquilize his disturbed mind, to be ardently officious in redoubling every instance of affection, to create a soft and seducing interest in the sensibility of Blanche. In short, he besought him earnestly to return to her apartment, and labored to persuade him that his distrust and confusion would only set her on an unconjugal and litigious defense of her insulted virtue. The constable returned no answer to the arguments of his father-in-law, whether because he began to think in good earnest that his senses were imposed on by the disorder of his mind, or because he thought it more to the purpose to dissemble than to undertake ineffectually to convince the old man of an event so devoid of all likelihood. He returned to his wife's chamber, laid himself down by her side, and endeavored to obtain from sleep some relief from his extreme uneasiness. Blanche, on her part, the unhappy Blanche, was not a whit more at her ease. Her ears had been but too open to the same alarming sounds which had assailed her husband's peace, nor could she construe into illusion an adventure of which she well knew the secret and the motives. She was surprised that Enriquez should attempt to find his way into her apartment, after having pledged his faith so solemnly to the Princess Constance. Instead of feeding her soul with vanity, or deriving any flattering omens from a proceeding fraught with personal tenderness, but destructive to self-approbation, she considered it as a new insult, and her heart was only so much the more exasperated with resentment against the author. While Siffredi's daughter, with all her prejudices excited against the young king, believed him the most guilty of men, that unhappy prince, more than ever ensnared by Blanche, was anxious for an interview, to satisfy her mind on a subject which seemed to make so much against him. For that purpose he would have visited Belmonte sooner, but for a press of business too urgent to be neglected, nor could he withdraw himself from the court before that night. He was perfectly at home in all the turnings of a place where he had been brought up, and, therefore, was at no loss to slip into the castle of Siffredi. Nay, he was still in possession of the key to a secret door communicating with the gardens. By this inlet did he gain his former apartment, and there found his way into Blanche's chamber. Only conceive what must have been the astonishment of that prince to find a man in possession, and to feel a sword opposed to his guard. He was just on the point of betraying all, and of punishing the rebel on the very spot, whose sacrilegious hand had dared to lift itself against the person of its lawful sovereign. But then the delicacy due to the daughter of Leontio held his indignation in check. He retreated in the same direction as he had advanced, and regained the Palermo road in more distress and perplexity than ever. Getting home some little time before daybreak, his apartment afforded him the most quiet retreat. But his thoughts were all on the road back to Belmonte, the resting place of his affections. A sense of honor, in a word, love, with all its pretensions and surmises, would never allow him to delay an explanation involving all the circumstances of so strange and melancholy an adventure. As soon as it was daylight, he gave out that he was going on a hunting expedition. Under cover of sporting, his huntsman and a chosen party of his courtiers penetrated into the forest of Belmonte under his direction. The chase was followed for some time, as a blind to his real design. When he saw the whole party eagerly driving on and wholly engrossed by the sport, he galloped off in a different direction and struck, without any attendants, into the road towards Leontio's castle. The various tracks of the forest were too well known to him to admit of his losing his way. His impatience, too, would not allow him to take any thought of his horse, so that the moments scarcely flitted faster than his expedition in leaving behind him the distance which separated him from the object of his love. His very soul was on the rack for some plausible excuse to plead for a private interview with Siffredi's daughter, when, crossing a narrow path just at the park gate, he observed two women sitting close by him in earnest conversation under the shelter of a tree. It might well be supposed that these females belonged to the castle, and even that probability was sufficient to rouse an interest in him. But his emotion was heightened into a feeling beyond his reason to control, for these ladies happened to look round on hearing the trot of a horse advancing in that direction, when at once he recognized his dear Blanche. The fact was, she had made her escape from the castle with Nisa, the person of all others among her women most in her confidence, that she might at least have the satisfaction of weeping over her misfortunes without intrusion or restraint. He flew, and seemed rather to throw himself headlong than to fall at her feet. But when he beheld in the expression of her countenance every mark of the deepest affliction, his heart was softened. "Lovely Blanche," said he, "do not, let me entreat you, give way to the emotions of your grief. Appearances, I own, must represent me as guilty in your eyes, but when you shall be made acquainted with my project in your behalf, what you consider as a crime will be transformed in your thoughts into a proof of my innocence and an evidence of my unparalleled affection." These words, calculated, according to the views of Enriquez, to allay the grief of Blanche, served only to redouble her affliction. Fain would she have answered, but her sobs stifled her utterance. The prince, thunderstruck at the death-like agitation of her frame, addressed her thus: "What, madam, is there no possibility of tranquilizing your agitation? By what sad mischance have I lost your confidence, at the very moment when my crown and even my life are at stake, in consequence of my resolution to hold myself engaged to you?" At this suggestion, the daughter of Leontio, doing violence to her own feelings, but thinking it necessary to explain herself, said to him, "My liege, your assurances are no longer admissible. My destiny and yours are henceforward as far asunder as the poles." "Ah, Blanche," interrupted Enriquez with impatience, "what cutting words are these, too painful for my sense of hearing? Who dares step in between our loves? Who would venture to stand forward against the headlong rage of a king who would kindle all Sicily into a conflagration, rather than suffer you to be ravished from his long-cherished hopes? "All your power, my liege, great as it is," replied the daughter of Siffredi in a tone of melancholy, "becomes inefficient against the obstacles in the way of our union. I know not how to tell it you, but I am married to the constable." "Married to the constable!" exclaimed the prince, starting back to some distance from her. He could proceed no further in his discourse, so this unexpected blow, he felt his strength forsake him. His unconscious limbs laid themselves without his guidance against the trunk of a tree just behind him. His countenance was pallid, his whole frame in a tremor, his mind bewildered, and his spirits depressed. With no sense or faculty at liberty but that of gazing, and there every power of his soul was suspended on Blanche, he made her feel most poignantly how he himself was agonized by the fatal event she had announced. The expression of countenance on her part was such as to show him that her emotions were not uncongenial with his own. Thus did these two distressed lovers for a time preserve a silence towards each other which portended something of terror in its calmness. At length the prince, recovering a little from his disorder by an effort of courage, resumed the discourse, and said to Blanche with a sigh, "Madam, what have you done? You have destroyed me, and involved yourself in the same ruin by your credulity." Blanche was offended at the seeming reproaches of the king, when the strongest grounds of complaint were apparently on her side. "What, my lord," answered she, "do you add dissimulation to infidelity? Would you have me reject the evidence of my own eyes and ears, so as to believe you innocent in spite of their report? No, my lord, I will own to you such an effort of abstraction is not in my power." "And yet, madam," replied the king, "these witnesses by whose testimony you have been so fully convinced are but impostors. They have been in a conspiracy to betray you. It is no less the fact that I am innocent and faithful than it is true that you are married to the constable." "What is it you say, my lord?" replied she. "Did I not overhear you confirming the pledge of your hand and heart to Constance? Have you not bound yourself to the nobility of the realm and undertaken to comply with the will of the late king? Has not the princess received the homage of your new subjects as their queen, and in quality of bride to Prince Enriquez? Were my eyes then fascinated? Tell me rather, traitor, that Blanche was weighed as dust in the balance of your heart when compared with the attractions of a throne. Without lowering yourself so far as to assume what you no longer feel, and what perhaps you never felt, own at once that the crown of Sicily appeared a more tenable possession with Constance than with the daughter of Leontio. You are in the right, my lord. My title to an illustrious throne, and to the heart of a prince like you, stands on an equally precarious footing. It was vanity in the extreme to prefer a claim to either, but you ought not to have drawn me on into error. You will recollect what alarms were my portion at the very thought of losing you, of which I had almost a supernatural foreboding. Why did you lull my apprehensions to sleep? To what purpose was that delusive mockery? I might else have accused fate rather than yourself, and you would at least have retained an interest in my heart, though unaccompanied by a hand which no other suitor could ever have obtained. As we are now circumstanced, your justification is out of season. I am married to the constable. To relieve me from the continuance of an interview which casts a shade over my purity hitherto unsullied, permit me, my lord, without failing in due respect, to withdraw from the presence of a prince to whose addresses I am even no longer at liberty to listen." With these words, she darted away from Enriquez in as hurried a step as the agitation of her spirits would allow. "Stop, madam," exclaimed he. "Drive not to despair. A prince inclined to overturn a throne which you reproach him for having preferred to yourself, rather than yield to the importunities of his new subjects, "That sacrifice is under present circumstances superfluous," rejoined Blanche. "The bond must be broken between the constable and me before any effect can be produced by these generous transports. Since I am not my own mistress, little would it avail that Cicely should be embroiled, nor does it concern me to whom you give your hand. If I had betrayed my own weakness, and suffered my heart to be surprised, at least shall I muster fortitude enough to suppress every soft emotion, and prove to the new King of Sicily that the wife of the constable is no longer the mistress of Prince Enriquez." While this conversation was passing, they reached the park gate. With a sudden spring, she and Nisa got within the walls. As they took care to fasten the wicket after them, the prince was left in a state of melancholy and stupefaction. He could not recover from the stunning sensation occasioned by the intelligence of Blanche's marriage. "Unjust, may I well call you," exclaimed he. "You have buried all remembrance of our solemn engagement. Spite of my protestations and your own, our fates are rent asunder. The long-cherished hope of possessing those charms was an empty phantom. Ah, cruel as you are, how dearly have I purchased the distinction of compelling you to acknowledge the constancy of my love." At that moment his rival's happiness, heightened by the coloring of jealousy, presented itself to his mind in all the horrors of that frantic passion. So arbitrary was its sway over him for some moments, that he was on the point of sacrificing the constable, and even Siffredi, to his blind vengeance. Reason, however, calmed by little and little the violence of his transports. And yet the obvious impossibility of effacing from the mind of Blanche her natural conviction of his infidelity reduced him to despair. He flattered himself with weaning her from her prejudices, could he but converse with her secure from interruption. To attain this end, it seemed the most feasible plan to get rid of the constable. He, therefore, determined to have him arrested as a person suspected of treasonable designs in the then unsettled state of public affairs. The commission was given to the captain of his guard, who went immediately to Belmonte, secured the person of his prisoner just as the evening was closing in, and carried him to the castle of Palermo. This occurrence spread an alarm at Belmonte. Siffredi took his departure forthwith to offer his own responsibility to the king for the innocence of his son-in-law, and to represent in their true colors the unpleasant consequences attending such arbitrary exertions of power. The prince, who had anticipated such a proceeding on the part of his minister, and was determined at least to secure himself a free interview with Blanche before the release of the constable, had expressly forbidden anyone to address him till the next day. But Leontio, setting this prohibition at defiance, contrived so well as to make his way into the king's chamber. "My liege," said he, with an air of humility tempered with firmness, "if it is allowable for a subject full of respect and loyalty to complain of his master, I have to arraign you before the tribunal of your own conscience. What crime has my son-in-law committed? Has your majesty sufficiently reflected what an everlasting reproach is entailed on my family? Are the consequences of an imprisonment calculated to disgust all the most important officers of the state with the service a matter of indifference?" "I have undoubted information," answered the king, "that the constable holds a criminal correspondence with the infant Don Pedro." "A criminal correspondence?" interrupted Leontio with surprise. "Ah! My liege, give no ear to the surmise. Your majesty is played upon. Treason never gained a footing in the family of Siffredi. It is sufficient security for the constable that he is my son-in-law, to place him above all suspicion. The constable is innocent, but private motives have been the occasion of your arresting him." "Since you speak to me so openly," replied the king, "I will adopt the same sincerity with you. You complain of the constable's imprisonment. Be it so. And have I no reason to complain of your cruelty? It is you, barbarous Siffredi, who have wrested my tranquillity from me, and reduced your sovereign by your officious cares to envy the lowliest of the human race. For do not so far deceive yourself as to believe that I shall ever enter into your views. My marriage with Constance is quite out of the question. What, my liege? Interrupted Leontio with an expression of horror. Is there any doubt about your marrying the princess after having flattered her with that hope in the face of your whole people? If their wishes are disappointed, replied the king, take the credit to yourself. Wherefore did you reduce me to the necessity of giving them a promise my heart would not allow me to make good? Where was the occasion to fill up with the name of Constance, an instrument designed for the elevation of your own daughter? You could not be a stranger to my design. Need you have completed your tyranny by devoting Blanche to the arms of a man to whom she could not give her heart? And what authority have you over mine to dispose of it in favor of a princess whom I detest? Have you forgotten that she is the daughter of that cruel Matilda who, trampling the rights of consanguinity and human nature underfoot, caused my father to breathe his last under all the rigors of a hard captivity? And should I marry her? No, Siffredi, throw away that hope. Before the lurid torch of such an hymeneo shall be kindled in your presence, you shall behold all Sicily in flames, and the expiring embers quenched in blood. Do not my ears deceive me? Exclaimed Leontio. Ah, sovereign, what a scene do you present me with? Who can hear such menaces without shuddering? But I am too forward to take alarm, continued he in an altered voice. You are in too close a union with your subjects to be the instrument of a catastrophe so melancholy. You will not suffer passion to triumph over your reason. Virtues like yours shall never lose their luster by the tarnish of human and ordinary weakness. If I have given my daughter into the arms of the constable, it was with the design, my liege, of securing to your majesty a powerful subject, able by his own valor and the army under his command to maintain your party against that of the Prince Don Pedro. It appeared to me that by connecting him with my family in so close a bond, yes, this bond, exclaimed Prince Enriquez, this fatal bond has been my ruin. Unfeeling friend, to aim a wound at my vital part. What commission had you to take care of my interests at the expense of my affections? Why did you not leave me to support my pretensions by my own arm? Was there any question about my courage, that I should be thought incompetent to reduce my rebellious subjects to their obedience? Means might have been found to punish the constable had he dared to have fallen off from his allegiance. I am well aware of the difference between a lawful king and an arbitrary tyrant. The happiness of our people is our first duty. But are we, on the other hand, to be the slaves of our subjects? From the moment when we are selected by heaven for our high office, do we lose the common privilege of nature, the birthright of the human race, to dispose of our affections in whatsoever current they flow? Well, then, if we are less our own masters than the lowest of the human race, take back, Siffredi, that sovereign authority you affect to have secured to me by the wreck of my personal happiness. You cannot but be acquainted, my liege, replied the minister, that it was on your marriage with the princess the late king your uncle made the succession of the crown to depend. And by what right, rejoined Enriquez, did even he assume to himself so arbitrary a disposition? Was it on such unworthy terms that he succeeded his brother, King Charles? How came you yourself to be so besotted as to allow of a stipulation so unjust? For a high chancellor, you are not too well versed in our laws and constitutions. To cut the matter short, though I have promised my hand to Constance, the engagement was not voluntary. I do not, therefore, think myself bound to keep my word, and if Don Pedro founds on my refusal any hope of succeeding to the throne without involving the nation in a bloody and destructive contest, his error will be too soon visible. The sword shall decide between us to whom the prize of empire may more worthily fall. Leontio could not venture to press him further, and confined himself to supplicating on his knees for the liberty of his son-in-law. That boon he obtained. "Go," said the king to him, "return to Belmonte. The constable shall follow you thither without delay." The minister departed and made the best of his way to Belmonte, under the persuasion that his son-in-law would overtake him on the road. In this he was mistaken. Enriquez was determined to visit Blanche that night, and with such views he deferred the enlargement of her husband till the next morning. During this time the feelings of the constable were of the most agonizing nature. His imprisonment had opened his eyes to the real cause of his misfortune. He gave himself up to jealousy without restraint or remorse, and believing the good faith which had hitherto rendered his character so valuable, his thoughts were all bent on his revenge. As he conjectured rightly that the king would not fail to reconnoitre Blanche's apartment during the night, it was his object to surprise them together. He therefore besought the governor of the castle at Palermo to allow of his absence from the prison, on the assurance of his return before daybreak. The governor, who was devoted to his interest, gave his permission so much the more easily, as being already advertised that Siffredi had procured his liberty. Indeed, he even went so far as to supply him with a horse for his journey to Belmonte. The constable, on his arrival there, fastened his horse to a tree. He then got into the park by a little gate of which he had the key, and was lucky enough to slip into the castle without being recognized by anyone. On reaching his wife's apartment, he concealed himself in the antechamber, behind a screen placed as if expressly for his use. His intention was to observe narrowly what was going forward, and to present himself on the sudden in Blanche's chamber at the sound of any footstep he should hear. The first object he beheld was Nisa, taking leave of her mistress for the night and withdrawing to a closet where she slept. Siffredi's daughter, who had been at no loss to fathom the meaning of her husband's imprisonment, was fully convinced that he would not return to Belmonte that night, although she had heard from her father of the king's assurance that the constable should set out immediately after him. As little could she doubt but Enriquez would avail himself of the interval to see and converse with her at his pleasure. With this expectation she awaited the prince's arrival, to reproach him for a line of conduct so pregnant with fatal consequences to herself. As she had anticipated, a very short time after Nisa had retired, the sliding panel opened, and the king threw himself at the feet of his beloved. "Madam," said he, "condemn me not without a hearing. It is true I have occasioned the constable's imprisonment, but then consider that it was the only method left me for my justification. Attribute therefore that desperate stratagem to yourself alone. Why did you refuse to listen to my explanation this morning? Alas, tomorrow your husband will be liberated, and I shall no longer have an opportunity of addressing you. Hearken to me then for the last time. If the loss of you has embittered the remainder of my days, vouchsafe me at least the melancholy satisfaction of convincing you that I have not called down this misfortune on myself by my own inconstancy. I did indeed confirm the pledge of my hand to Constance, but then it was unavoidable in the situation to which your father's policy had reduced us. It was necessary to put this imposition on the princess for your interest and for my own, to secure to you your crown, and with it the hand and heart of your devoted lover. I had flattered myself with the prospect of success. Measures were already taken to supersede that engagement, but you have destroyed the bright illusions of my fancy, and, by disposing of yourself too precipitately, have antedated an eternity of torment for two hearts, whom a mutual and perfect love might have conducted to perpetual bliss. He concluded this explanation with such evident marks of unfeigned agony that Blanche was affected by his words. She had no longer any hesitation about his innocence. At first her joy was unbounded at the conviction, but then again a sense of their cruel circumstances gained the ascendant over her mind. "Ah, my honored lord," said she to the prince after such a determination of our destinies, "you only inflict a new pang by informing me that you were not to blame. What have I done, wretched as I am? My keen resentment has betrayed me into error. I fancied myself cast off, and in the moment of my anger accepted the hand of the constable, whose addresses my father promoted. But the crime is all my own, though the woes are mutual." In the very conjuncture when I accused you of deceiving me, it was my own act, too credulously impassioned as I was, that the ties were broken which I had sworn forever to make indissoluble. Take your revenge, my lord, in your turn. Indulge your hatred against the ungrateful Blanche. Forget what? And is it in my power then, madam?" interrupted Enriquez with a dejected air. "How is it possible to tear a passion from my heart, which even your injustice had not the power of extinguishing? Yet it becomes necessary for you to make that effort, my liege," replied the daughter of Siffredi with a deep sigh. "And shall you be equal to that effort yourself?" replied the king. "I am not confident with myself for my success," answered she, "but I shall spare no pains in the attainment of my object." "Ah, unfeeling fair one," said the prince, "you will easily banish Enriquez from your remembrance, since you can contemplate such a purpose so steadfastly." "Whither, then, does your imagination lead?" said Blanche in a more decisive tone. "Do you flatter yourself that I can permit the continuance of your tender assiduities? No, my lord, banish that hope forever from your thoughts. If I was not born for royalty, neither has heaven formed me to be degraded by illicit addresses. My husband, like yourself, my liege, is allied to the noble house of Anjou. Though the call of duty were less peremptory, in opposing an insurmountable obstacle to your insidious proposals, a sense of pride would hinder me from admitting them. I conjure you to withdraw. We must meet no more." "What a barbarous sentence!" exclaimed the king. "Ah, Blanche, is it possible that you should treat me with so much severity? Is it not enough, then, to weigh me down, that the constable should be in possession of your charms? And yet you would cut me off from the bare sight of you, the only comfort which remains to me." "For that very reason, avoid my presence," answered Siffredi's daughter, not without some tears of tenderness. "The contemplation of what we have dearly loved is no longer a blessing, when we have lost all hope of the possession. Adieu, my lord, shun my very image. You owe that exertion to your own honor and to my good name. I claim it also for my own peace of mind, for to deal sincerely, though my virtue should be steady enough to combat with the suggestions of my heart, the very remembrance of your affection stirs up so cruel a conflict that it is almost too much for my frail nature to support the shock." Her utterance of these words was attended with so energetic an action as to overset the light placed on a table behind her, and its fall left the room in darkness. Blanche picked it up. She then opened the door of the antechamber and went to Niece's closet, who was not yet gone to bed, for the purpose of lighting it again. She was now returning after having accomplished her errand. The king, who was waiting for her impatiently, no sooner saw her approach than he resumed his ardent plea with her to allow of his attentions. At the prince's voice, the constable rushed impetuously, sword in hand, into the room, almost at the same moment with his bride. Advancing up to Enriquez with all the indignation which his fury kindled within him, "This is too much, tyrant!" cried he. Flatter not yourself that I am cowardly enough to bear with this affront which you have offered to my honor. I, traitor, answered the king, standing on his guard, lay aside the vain imagination of being able to compass your purpose with impunity. With these mutual taunts, they entered on a conflict too violent to be long undecided. The constable, fearing lest Siffredi and his attendants should be roused too soon by the piercing shrieks of Blanche, and should interpose between him and his revenge, took no care of himself. His frenzy robbed him of all skill. He fenced so heedlessly as to run headlong on his adversary's sword. The weapon entered his body up to the hilt. He fell, and the king instantaneously checked his hand. The daughter of Leontio, touched at her husband's condition, and rising superior to her natural repugnance, threw herself on the ground, and was anxious to afford him every assistance. But that ill-fated bridegroom was too deeply prejudiced against her to allow himself to be softened by the evidences she gave of her sorrow and her pity. Death, whose hand he felt upon him, could not trifle the transports of his jealousy. In these his last moments no image presented itself to his mind but his rival's success. So insufferable was that idea to him that, collecting together the little strength he had left, he raised his sword, which he still grasped convulsively, and plunged it deep in Blanche's bosom. "Die," said he, as he inflicted the fatal wound. "Die, faithless bride, since the ties of wedlock were not strong enough to preserve to me the vow which you had sworn upon the altar. And as for you, Enriquez," pursued he, "triumph not too loudly on your destinies. You are prevented from taking advantage of my froward fortune, and I die content." Scarcely did these words quiver on his lips when he breathed his last. His countenance, overcast as it was with the shades of death, had still something in it of fierceness and of terror. That of Blanche presented a quite different aspect. The wound she had received was mortal. She fell on the scarcely breathing body of her husband, and the blood of the innocent victim flowed in the same stream with that of her murderer, who had executed his cruel purpose so suddenly that the king could not prevent it from taking effect. This ill-fated prince uttered a cry at the sight of Blanche as she fell. Pierced deeper than herself by the stab which deprived her of life, he did his utmost to afford the same relief to her as she had offered, though at so fatal an expense, to one who might have rewarded her better. But she addressed him in these words, while the last breath quivered on her lips. "My lord, your assiduities are fruitless. I am the victim. Merciless fate demands me, and I resign myself to death. May the anger of heaven be appeased by the sacrifice, and the prosperity of your reign be confirmed." As she was with difficulty uttering these last words, Leontio, drawn thither by the reverberation of her shrieks, came into the room, and, thunderstruck at the dreadful scene before him, remained fixed to the spot where he stood. Blanche, without noticing his presence, went on, addressing herself to the king. "Farewell, prince," said she. "Cherish my memory with the tenderness it deserves." "My affection and my misfortunes entitle me at least to that. Harbor no aversion to my father. He is innocent. Be a comfort to his remaining days. Assuage his grief. Acknowledge his fidelity. Above all, convince him of my spotless virtue. With this I charge you before every other consideration. Farewell, my dear Enriquez. I am dying. Receive my last sigh." Here her words were intercepted by the approach of death. For some time the king maintained a sullen silence. At length he said to Siffredi, whose senses seemed to be locked up in a mortal trance, "Behold, Leontio, feed on the contemplation of your own work. In this tragical event you may ruminate on the issues of your officious cares, and your overweening zeal for my service." The old man returned no answer, so deeply was he penetrated by his affliction. "But wherefore dwell on the description of circumstances, when the powers of language must sink under the weight of such a catastrophe? Suffice it to say that they mutually poured forth their sorrows in the most affecting terms as soon as their grief allowed them to give vent to its effusions in speech. Through the whole course of his life the king cherished a tender recollection of his mistress. He could not bring himself to marry Constance. The infant Don Pedro combined with that princess, and, by their joint efforts, an obstinate attempt was made to carry the will of Roger into execution. But they were compelled in the end to give way to Prince Enriquez, who gained the ascendancy over all his enemies. As for Siffredi, the melancholy he contracted from having been the cause of destruction to his dearest friends gave him a disgust to the world, and made a longer abode in his native country insupportable. He turned his back on Sicily forever, and, coming over into Spain with Portia, his surviving daughter, purchased this mansion. He lived nearly 15 years after the death of Blanche, and had the consolation, before his own death, of establishing Portia in the world. She married Don Jerome de Silva, and I am the only issue of that marriage. Such, pursued the widow of Don Pedro de Pinares, is the story of my family, a faithful recital of the melancholy events represented in that picture, which was painted by order of my grandfather Leontio as a record to his posterity of the fatal adventure one have related. Chapter 5. The arrival of the banditti in the subterraneous retreat, with an account of their pleasant conversation. Just as Captain Rolando had finished his speech, 6 new faces made their appearance in the hall, the lieutenant and 5 privates returning home with their booty. They were hauling in 2 great baskets full of sugar, cinnamon, pepper, figs, almonds, and raisins. The lieutenant gave an account of their proceedings to the captain, and told him they had taken these articles, as well as the sumpter mule, from a grocer of Benevento. An official report having thus been made to the Prime Minister, the grocer's contribution was carried to account, and the next step was to regale after their labors. A large table was set out in the hall. They sent me back to the kitchen, where Dame Leonarda told me what I had to do. I made the best of a bad bargain, finding the luck ran against me, and, swallowing my grievances, set myself to wait on my noble masters. I cleaned my plate, set out my sideboard, and brought up my wine. As soon as I announced dinner to be on table, consisting of 2 good black peppery ragouts for the first course, this high and mighty company took their seats. They fell to most voraciously. My place was to wait, and I handed about the glasses with so butler-like an air as to be not a little complimented on my dexterity. The chief entertained them with a short sketch of my story, and praised my parts. But I had recovered from my mania by this time, and could listen to my own panegyric with the humility of an anchorite or the contempt of a philosopher. They all seemed to take a liking to me, and to think I had dropped from the clouds on purpose to be their cup-bearer. My predecessor was a fool to me. Since his death, the illustrious Leonarda had the honor of presenting nectar to these gods of the lower regions. But she was now degraded, and I had the felicity of being installed in her office. Thus, old Hebe being a little the worse for wear, young Ganymede tripped up her heels. A substantial joint of meat after the ragouts at length blunted the edge of their appetites. Eating and drinking went together, so that they soon got into a merry pin and made a roaring noise. Well done, my lads, all talkers and no listeners. One begins a long story, another cuts a joke, here a fellow bawls, there a fellow sings, and they all seem to be at cross purposes. At last Orlando, tired of a concert in which he could hardly hear the sound of his own voice, let them know that he was maestro di capella, and brought them into better tune. "Gentlemen," said he, "I have a question to put. Instead of stunning one another with this infernal din, had we not better enjoy a little rational conversation? A thought has just come into my head. Since the happy day that united us, we have never had the curiosity to inquire into each other's pedigrees, or by what chain of circumstances we were each of us led to embrace our present way of life. There would be no harm in knowing who and who are together. Let us exchange confidence. We may find some amusement in it." The lieutenant and the rest, like true heroes of romance, accepted the challenge with the utmost courtesy, and the captain told the first story to the following effect. "Gentlemen, you are to know that I am the only son of a rich citizen in Madrid. The day of my birth was celebrated in the family by rejoicings without end. My father, no chicken, thought it a considerable feat to have got an heir, and my mother was kind enough to suckle me herself. My maternal grandfather was still living, a good old man, who did not trouble himself about other people's concerns, but said his prayers, and fought his campaigns over and over again, for he had been in the army. Of course I was idolized by these three persons, never out of their arms. My early years were passed in the most childish amusements, for fear of hurting my health by application. It will not do, said my father, to hammer much learning into children till time has ripened their understanding. While he waited for this ripening, the season went by. I could neither read nor write, but I made up for that in other ways. My father taught me 1,000 different games. I became perfectly acquainted with cards, was no stranger to dice, and my grandfather set me the example of drawing the long bow, while he entertained me with his military exploits. He sung the same songs repeatedly, one after another, every day, so that when, after saying 10 or 12 lines after him for 3 months together, I got to boggle through them without missing, the whole family were in raptures at my memory. Neither was my wit thought to be at all less extraordinary, for I was suffered to talk at random, and took care to put in my oar in the most impertinent manner possible. "Oh, the pretty little dear!" exclaimed my father, as if he had been fascinated. My mother made it up with kisses, and my grandfather's old eyes overflowed. I played all sorts of dirty and indecent tricks before them with impunity. Everything was excusable in so fine a boy. An angel could not do wrong. Going on in this manner, I was already in my 12th year without ever having a master. It was high time, but then he was to teach me by fair means. He might threaten, but must not flog me. This arrangement did me but little good, for sometimes I laughed when my tutor scolded. At others, I ran with tears in my eyes to my mother or my grandfather, and complained that he had used me ill. The poor devil got nothing by denying it. My word was always taken before his, and he came off with the character of a cruel rascal. One day I scratched myself with my own nails, and set up a howl as if I had been flogged. My mother ran and turned the master out of doors, though he vowed and protested he had never lifted a finger against me. Thus did I get rid of all my tutors, till at last I met with one to my mind. He was a bachelor of Alcala. This was the master for a young man of fashion. Women, wine, and gaming were his principal amusements. It was impossible to be in better hands. He hit the right nail on the head, for he let me do what I pleased, and thus got into the good graces of the family, who abandoned me to his conduct. They had no reason to repent. He perfected me betimes in the knowledge of the world. By dint of taking me about to all his haunts, he gave such a finish to my education that, barring literature and science, I became a universal scholar. As soon as he saw that I could go alone in the high road to ruin, he went to qualify others for the same journey. During my childhood I had lived at home just as I liked, and did not sufficiently consider that now I was beginning to be responsible for my own actions. My father and mother were a standing jest. Yet they were themselves thrown into convulsions at my sallies, and the more ridiculous they were made by them, the more waggish they thought me. In the meantime, I got into all manner of scrapes with some young fellows of my own kidney, and as our relations kept us rather too short of cash for the exigencies of so loose a life, we each of us made free with whatever we could lay our hands on in our own families. Finding this would not raise the supplies, we began to pick pockets in the streets at night. As ill luck would have it, our exploits came to the knowledge of the police. A warrant was out against us, but some good-natured friend, thinking it a pity we should be nipped in the bud, gave us a caution. We took to our heels, and rose in our vocation to the rank of highwaymen. From that time forth, gentlemen, with a blessing on my endeavors, I have gone on till I am almost the father of the profession, in spite of the dangers to which it is exposed. Here the captain ended, and it came to the turn of a lieutenant. Gentlemen, extremes are said to meet, and so it will appear from a comparison of our commander's education and mine. My father was a butcher at Toledo. He passed, with reason, for the greatest brute in the town, and my mother's sweet disposition was not mended by the example. In my childhood they whipped me in emulation of one another. I came in for 1,000 lashes of a day. The slightest fault was followed up by the severest punishment. In vain did I beg for mercy with tears in my eyes, and protest that I was sorry for what I had done. They never excused me, and 9 times out of 10 flogged me for nothing. When I was under my father's lash, my mother, not thinking his arm stout enough, lent her assistance, instead of begging me off. The favors I received at their hands gave me such a disgust that I quitted their house before I had completed my 14th year, took the Aragon road, and begged my way to Saragossa. There I associated with vagrants, who led a merry life enough. They taught me to counterfeit blindness and lameness, to dress up an artificial wound in each of my legs, and to adopt many other methods of imposing on the credulity of the charitable and humane. In the morning, like actors at rehearsal, we cast our husbands were altogether on their good behavior. They would not split a hair about the loss of a wife or two. The real sufferers to whose reproaches we were exposed were sometimes quite savage in their grief. Without being mealy-mouthed in their expressions, they called us blockheads and assassins. I was concerned at their bad language, but my master, who was up to every circumstance, listened to their abuse with the utmost indifference. Yet I might have grown as callous as himself to popular reproach, if heaven, interposing its shield between the invalids of Valladolid and one of their scourges, had not providentially raised up an incident to disgust me with medicine, which from the outset had been disgusted with me. The idle fellows about town assembled every day in our neighborhood for a game at tennis. Among the number was one of those professed bullies who set up for great dons and are the complete cocks of the tennis court. He was a Biscayan, and assumed the title of Don Roderick de Mondragon. His age might be about 30. His size was somewhat above the common, but he was lean and bony. Besides 2 sparkling little eyes rolling about in his head, and throwing out defiance against all bystanders, a very broad nose came in between a pair of red whiskers, which turned up like a hook as high as the temples. His phraseology was so rough and uncouth that the very sound of his voice would throw a quiet man into an ague. This tyrant over both the rackets and the game was lord paramount in all disputes between the players, and there was no appeal from his decisions, but at the risk of receiving a challenge the next day. Precisely as I have drawn Signor Don Roderick, whom the Don in the foreground of his titles could never make a gentleman, Signor Don Roderick was sweet upon the mistress of the tennis court. She was a woman of 40, in good circumstances, as charming as 40 can well be, just entering on the 2nd year of her widowhood. I know not how he made himself agreeable, certainly not by his exterior recommendations, but probably by that within which passeth show. However that might be, she took a fancy to him and began to turn her thoughts towards the holy state of matrimony. But while that great event was in agitation, for the punishment of her sins she was taken with a malignant fever, and with me for a physician. Had the disorder been ever so slight, my practice would have made a serious job of it. At the expiration of 4 days there was not a dry eye in the tennis court. The mistress joined the outward-bound colony of my patients, and her family administered to her effects. Don Roderick, distracted at the loss of his mistress, or rather disappointed of a good establishment, was not satisfied with fretting and fuming at me, but swore he would run me through the body, or even frown me into a nonentity. A good-natured neighbor apprised me of this vow, with a caution to keep at home for fear of coming across this devil of a fellow. This warning, though taken in good part, was a source of anxiety and apprehension. I was eternally fancying the enraged Biscayan laying siege to the outworks of my citadel. There was no getting a moment's respite from alarm. This circumstance weaned me from the practice of medicine, and I thought of nothing but deliverance from my horrors. On went my embroidered suit once more. Taking leave of my master, who did all he could to detain me, I got out of town with the dawn, not heedless of that terrible Don Roderick, who might waylay me on the road. I followed him to the box door, then putting a ducat into my hand. "Here, Gil Blas," said he, "as I have been a winner today, you shall not be the worse for it. Go, divert yourself with your friends, and come to me about midnight at Arsenia's, where I am to sup with Don Alexo Seguiar." He then went in, and I stood debating with whom I should disburse my ducat, according to the pious will of the founder. I did not muse long. Clarin, Don Alexo's servant, just then came in my way. I took him to the next tavern, and we amused ourselves there till midnight. Thence we repaired to Arsenia's house, where Clarin had orders to attend. A little footboy opened the door and showed us into a room downstairs where Arsenia's waiting woman and the lady who held the same office about Florimond were laughing ready to split their sides, while their mistresses were above stairs with our masters. The addition of two jolly fellows just come from a good supper could not be unwelcome to Abigails, and to the Abigails of actresses too. But what was my astonishment when in one of these lowly ladies I discovered my widow, my adorable widow, whom I took for a countess or a marchioness. She appeared equally amazed to see her dear Don Cazar de Ribera metamorphosed into the valet of a beau. However, we looked at one another without being out of countenance. Indeed, such a tingling sensation of laughter came over us both, as we could not help indulging in. After which Laura, for that was her name, drawing me aside while Clarin was speaking to her fellow-servant, held out her hand to me very kindly and said in a low voice, "Accept this pledge, Signor Don Cazar. Mutual congratulations are more to the purpose than mutual reproaches, my friend. You topped your part to perfection, and I was not quite contemptible in mine. What say you? Confess now, did not you take me for one of those precious peeresses who are fond of a little smuggled amusement?" "It is even so," answered I, "but whoever you are, my empress, I have not changed my sentiments with my paraphernalia. Accept my services in good part, and let the valet de chambre of Don Matthias consummate what Don Cazar has so happily begun." "Get you gone," replied she. "I like you 10 times better in your natural than in your artificial character. You are as a man what I am as a woman, and that is the greatest compliment I can pay you. You are admitted into the number of my adorers. We have no longer any need of the old woman. As a blind, you may come and see me whenever you like. We theatrical ladies are no slaves to form, but live higgledy-piggledy with the men. I allow that the effects are sometimes visible, but the public wink hard at our irregularities. The drama's patrons, as you well know, give the drama's laws, and absolve us from all others. We went no further, because there were bystanders. The conversation became general, lively, jovial, inclining to loose jokes, not very carefully wrapped up. We all of us bore a bob. Arsenia's attendant, above all, my amiable Laura, was very conspicuous, but her wit was so extremely nimble that her virtue could never overtake it. Our masters and the actresses on the floor above raised incessant peals of laughter, which reached us in the regions below, and probably the entertainment was much alike with the celestials and the infernals. If all the knowing remarks had been written down which escaped from the philosophers that night assembled at Arsenia's, I really think it would have been a manual for the rising generation. Yet we could not arrest the chaste moon in her progress. The rising of that blab, the sun, parted us. Clarin followed the heels of Don Alexo, and I went home with Don Matthias, replied I. The fact is, without paraphrase, circumlocution, loss of time, or perplexity of understanding, as I shall distinctly state in 2 short words, not half a minute after the receipt of your letter, there came into our house a lady, under a veil as impenetrable as her purpose was dark. She inquired for Signor Pacheco, and talked with him in private for some time. At the close of the conversation I overheard her saying, "You swear to me never to see her more, but we must not stop there, to set my heart my dictating. You know my terms." Don Luis did as she desired then, giving the result into my custody. "Acquaint yourself," said he, "where Dr. Murcia de la Lana lives, and contrive to administer this love potion to his daughter Isabella." "You see plainly, madam," pursued I, "that this uncivil epistle is a rival's handiwork, and that, consequently, my master is not so much to blame as he appears." "Oh, heaven!" exclaimed she, "he is more so than I was aware of. His words might have been the error of his hand, but his infidelity is the offense of his heart. Faithless man! Now he is held by other ties. But," added she, assuming an air of disdain, "let him devote himself unconstrained to his new passion. I shall never cross him. Tell him, however, that he need not have insulted me. I should have left the course open to my rival, without his warning me from the field, for so fickle a lover has not soul enough about him to pay for the degradation of soliciting his return." With this sentiment she gave me my dismissal, and retired in a whirlwind of passion against Don Luis. My exit was conducted entirely to my own satisfaction, for I conceived that with due cultivation of my talent I might in time become a consummate hypocrite and most successful cheat. I returned home on the strength of it, where I found my worthy master Mendoza and Pacheco supping together and rattling away as if they had been playfellows from their cradles. Aurora saw at once by my self-sufficient air that her commission had not been neglected in my hands. "Here you are again, then, Gil Blas," said she. "Give us an account of your embassy." Wit and invention was all I had to trust to, so I told them I had delivered the packet into Isabella's own hands, who, after having glanced over the contents of the 2 letters, so far from seeming disconcerted, burst into a fit of laughter, as if she had been mad, and said, "Upon my word, our young men of fashion write in a pretty style." It must be owned they are much more entertaining than scribes of plebeian rank. "It was a very good way of getting out of the scrape," exclaimed my mistress. "She must be an arrant coquette." "For my part," said Don Luis, "I cannot trace a feature of Isabella in this conduct. Her character must have been completely metamorphosed in my absence." "She struck me, too, in a very different light," replied Aurora. "It must be allowed some women can assume all modes and fashions at will. I was once in love with one of that description, and a fine dance she led me. Gil Blas, can you tell the whole story? She had an air of propriety about her which might have imposed upon a whole synod of old maids." "It is true," said I, putting in my oar. "It was a face to play the devil with a sworn bachelor. I could scarcely have been proof against it myself." The personated Mendoza and Pacheco shouted with laughter at my manner of expressing myself, the one for the false witness I bore against a culprit of my own creation, the other laughed simply at the phrase in which my anathema was couched. We went on talking about the versatility of women, and the verdict, after hearing the evidence all on one side, was given against Isabella, a convicted coquette, and sentence passed on her accordingly, Don Louis made a fresh vow never to see her more, and Don Felix, after his example, swore to hold her in eternal abhorrence. By dint of these mutual protestations, a sort of friendship was established on the spur of the occasion, and they promised on both sides to keep no secrets from each other. The time after supper passed in ingratiating intercourse, and the time seemed short till they retired to their separate apartments. I followed Aurora to hers, where I gave her a faithful account of my conversation with the doctor's daughter, not forgetting the most trivial circumstance. She had much ado to help kissing me for joy. "My dear Gil Blas," said she, "I am delighted with your spirit. When one has the misfortune to be engaged in a passion not to be gratified but by stratagems, what an advantage is it to secure on the right side a lad of so enterprising a genius as yourself. Courage, my friend. We have thrown a rival into the background, whose presence in the scene might have marred our comedy. So far, all is well. But as lovers are subject to strange vagaries, it seems to me that we must make short work of it and bring Aurora de Guzman on the stage tomorrow." The idea met with my entire approbation, so, leaving Signor Don Felix with his page, I withdrew to bed in an adjoining closet. Chapter 6. The attempt of Gil Blas to escape, and its success. A critic of whom I desire to speak with all respect, the rector of Lincoln, has said that mere style cannot confer immortality upon any book apart from its contents. The context from which this remark is taken deals with the Provincialis and Pensees of Pascal, concerning which Mr. Patterson thinks that the former are but an ephemeral pamphlet, the latter are for all time. So startling a judgment makes the reader a little inclined to dogmatize hyperbolically in his turn, and to say that there is nothing perennial but style. This, indeed, would be merely running from one extreme to another. Nevertheless, there is more truth in it than in the other exaggeration, for the attitude of men's minds changes singularly from one time to another with regard to any contents. It changes very little with regard to the expression of those contents. This is, perhaps, nowhere seen more clearly than in the case of very voluminous authors whose works are preserved in unequal remembrance. When such cases are examined, it will generally be found that the reason for the preference which posterity has expressed has been almost entirely due to literary merit. Between the merit of the contents of Defoe's different novels there is not very much to choose, yet no one who speaks with competence will question that the literary art of Robinson Crusoe is, on the whole, far superior to that of Moll Flanders and Colonel Jack. So, in the not wholly dissimilar case of our present author, the contents of Estevanil Gonzalez and The Bachelor of Salamanca are not much less interesting, if they are less interesting at all, than those of Le Diable Boiteau and Gil Blas, while Guzman d'Alfarache has perhaps a positive advantage over much of the latter. But Lesage was never so well inspired from the literary point of view as in the two works which have been justly deemed his masterpieces, and in this lies the justice of the selection. The reasons of the inequality of Lesage's work are to be sought in the same cause which, in all probability, accounts for such inequality in all cases. Where men never write below themselves, it will almost invariably be found that their work has either been thrown off in the heyday of youth, or, if spread over a long course of years, has been written for pleasure merely, at any rate without any immediate pressure of want. Pegasus, as one of the greatest of English writers in our time has put it, must, in the unhappier cases, be too frequently spurred, and will not always answer to the spur. Now the long life of the author of Gil Blas was anything but one of ease. He had few patrons, and was not of a temper to have many. Literature, unfortunately, was stick, crutch, and all to him, and he was unlucky in his law affairs, a fact which probably accounts for the continual satire he pours on law and lawyers. Yet, by birth, at any rate, he belonged to the profession. His father, Claude Lesage, was at once advocate, notary, and greffier registrar of the royal court of the small district of Reuss, the out-of-the-way peninsula which bounds the Morbihan on its eastern side. Alain-René was born on the 8th of May, 1668, his mother being by name Jean Brenugat, at Sarceaux, the chief town of the district, which, it may be well to remind readers, was also the locality of the abbey of St. Gildas de Ruz, the very uneasy refuge of Abelard after his calamities. It is not a little characteristic of the peculiar bent of Lesage's genius that it shows hardly any local color, though Brittany has, of all French provinces, left most mark on her children as a rule. And though Lesage's birthplace lay in perhaps the most striking part of the duchy, but Lesage left his native province young. He never, so far as I know, returned to it, and he very probably had unpleasant associations connected therewith. The father's triple office was profitable enough, but he died when his son was young, and the property he left him was dissipated or embezzled by a dishonest guardian, a personage of frequent occurrence in those days, and one whom Lesage smites again and again in his novels. That the boy was at school at Vannes, the neighboring episcopal city, until 1686 is known, but this is almost all that is known about his youth, and then he disappears for some 8 years. It has been supposed that he may have held some small post in the financial department of the province, or that he may have continued his studies at Paris, the latter being by far the more probable hypothesis. Anyhow, in 1692 he was admitted as an advocate at the bar of Paris, but he apparently got no clients, and when he was 26 he took to himself a wife, Marie Elizabeth Hoyard. She is said to have been remarkably beautiful, and they lived for many years together, it would seem, happily enough. But she had no fortune, she was only a tradesman's daughter, and his marriage can hardly have added to the young lawyer's resources. Falling in with an old schoolfellow, Danchet, who had already made some mark in literature, he was recommended by him to seek the same refuge for the destitute. His coup d'essai, a translation of the letters of Aristaenetus, which appeared in 1695, he had been married in August or September 1694, has made his biographers and critics rather merry. He certainly might have done better, but it is doubtful whether the oddity of the choice, comparatively worthless as the book is, struck that age as it strikes ours. The indiscriminate reign of the classics, early and late, good and bad, genuine and spurious, was not yet over, and many a young man of letters had made his debut with work not intrinsically better. Lesage, however, had no luck. He had not much at any period during his life, and the book fell flat. A more useful adviser in every sense, however, fell to his lot in the person of the Abbé de Lyon. Lyon not merely gave him or procured him a pension or annuity of 600 livres, no despicable assistance to modest housekeeping at that time when living at Paris was extraordinarily cheap, but recommended him to study Spanish literature, of which he himself was a great lover. 3/4 of a century before, this literature had been greatly admired and largely borrowed from in France, but the age of the great writers of Louis XIII's time and his sons had put it out of fashion. Lesage began by simple translation or adaptation, and, as in the case of Aristaenetus, he was not too fortunate in his models. In drama, at least, he did not go far wrong, choosing Rojas, Lope de Vega, and Calderon for his originals, and producing plays which were sometimes acted. But a version of the worthless new Don Quixote of Avellaneda was sorry work for the future author of Gil Blas. The play which he conveyed from Calderon, Don César Ursin, had some merit, and in 1707, being then hard upon his 40th year, he scored 2 great successes. His little piece of Crispin rivaled de Saint-Matre appeared, and was loudly and deservedly applauded, while the Diable obtained still greater favor. It ran through several editions in the year, and many legends of the usual character we told about its success. The most characteristic, and probably the truest, is that Boileau found his footboy with a copy, and declared that if such a book stayed a night in his house, the boy should not stay another. Lesage was already hailed as a Molière redivivus, and this of itself was sufficient to irritate Boileau in his sour old age. But it would probably have been sufficient for that vigorous but narrow critic that the book was not in any style which he had himself recommended or which he could understand, for Boileau was the incarnation of the merely French spirit of literature in its most contracted form. Lesage, as we shall see, was not specially or primarily French at all, except in his wit, the very quality which the author of the Namur Ode was least qualified to appreciate. Lesage, however, had not yet arrived at his apogee. Despite his theatrical successes, he was never on very good terms with the players of the regular theatre, and a small piece, Les Étrennés, was refused by them at the beginning of 1708. The author took it back, set to work on it, and refashioned it into Turcaret, the best French comedy beyond all doubt of the 18th century, and probably the best of its kind to be found outside the covers of Molière's works. It is in connection with Turcaret, the success of which was very great, though the powerful class offended by it did not conceal their displeasure, that one of the few personal and characteristic anecdotes we possess of Lesage is told. He had been asked to read his play to a fashionable company at the Duchess of Bouillon's, and, being delayed by law business, was late. The Duchess! Let it be remembered that it was some half-century before all Paris interested itself in the quarrel of two miserable scribblers who live in garrets, rebuked him with some asperity for keeping her an hour waiting. "Eh bien, madame," replied the poet, "je vous ai fait perdre une heure, je vais vous en faire. Gagner deux." And he put his manuscript in his pocket and, resisting all entreaties, went away. The anecdote rests on the authority of Cole, who, in such a case, is fairly trustworthy, and it probably explains why Lesage's life was one of struggle. Though his independence was most likely natural and usual, it is said to have been made more touchy on this particular occasion by the fact that he had lost the case which had detained him. However this may be, his dissatisfaction with the Maison de Molière soon assumed a still more active form, and for 25 years the best living comic dramatist of France gained his bread chiefly by writing for the stage of the Foire, the irregular but licensed booth set up during fair time. Lesage is said to have written no less than 24 farce operettas, as they may perhaps best be termed, for these boards, and the number of his works for them alone or in collaboration is sometimes put at 64 and sometimes at 101. It was about the time that he took to this occupation, in which he was kept in company by not a few writers of talent, if not of genius, notably by Piron, that Gil Blas appeared in 1715. This, his greatest work, was scarcely so popular as Le Diable Boiteux, and it was long before it was finished, while the number of editions during the 30 years of the author's life was, by comparison, surprisingly small. Among the few positive statements that we have about Lesage's literary gains is one to the effect that 100 pistoles had been advanced to him as prepayment for the last volume several years before it was completed. It does not, of course, follow that this was the whole price, the fourth in 1735. Thus Lesage evidently took time about his greatest work, though he was compelled to do much else in a hurry. His productions were sufficiently miscellaneous, though most of them had to do with the vein of literary ore which had been so fortunately indicated to him. A version of Guzman d'Alfarache, much altered and improved, Histoire d'Estevanil González and Le Bachelier de Salamanque were the chief of these, while he also translated the Orlando Innamorato. A curious collection of imaginary letters called the Valise Trouvé, and some minor works, came from his pen, besides which he was at the close of his life occupied on a collection of anecdotes which appeared after his death. He also superintended a collection of his Théâtre de la Foire, as he had previously one of his regular pieces. One work not yet mentioned, The Life and Adventures of M. de Beauchenay, captain of flibustiers, brings him curiously near to Defoe, especially as in this, not less than in the English cases, a groundwork of actual memoirs is said or supposed to have existed. From his children, Lesage had both trouble and profit. The eldest was bred a lawyer, but became an actor and was disowned by his father. The second took orders, obtained a canonry at Boulogne, and became the mainstay of the family. Worn out by 70 years of life and 30 or 40 of literary work, Lesage, about 1740, retired with his wife and daughter to the city where his son lived, and spent there his remaining years, dying on the 17th of November, 1747. A very curious and interesting letter from the Count de Tressan is in existence, giving an account of him in his very last days. Tressan is known to all students of French literature as having laboriously dressed the stories of the Chanson de Geste in 18th-century garments for the readers of the Bibliothèque des Romans, to which act we owe Wieland's Oberon, and as having, in ignorance of the existence of the original, bravely extemporized a Chanson de Roland, which stands perhaps in more absurd contrast to the true chanson than any other conjectural restoration does to any other original. But he had a real interest in literature, and seems to have been amiable enough at this time. He was a military officer of high standing in the days of Fontenoy, and after that battle was for some time at Boulogne, where he used to visit Lesage. The old man, he was then about 77, was, says Tressan, in a state of half torpor till midday, but he then revived and was fairly in possession of his faculties till sundown, a fact from which the philosophic Count makes some large inferences in proper 18th-century style. But, even when most wide awake, Lesage was very deaf, and nothing would induce him to put his trumpet to his ear when persons he disliked were his interlocutors, though it went up readily enough when anyone he liked approached. This is the last and one of the very few personal pieces of gossip we have about him, and it proves satisfactorily that a hard worker and a great benefactor of his species, who had not in his time enjoyed too many of the gifts of fortune, at any rate passed his last years in peace and in such comfort as might be. His wife outlived him but a very short time, and died at the age of 80. If an author is to be judged only by those works whose popularity has stood the test of time, Lesage need only be considered as the author of Crispin Rival de Saint Maître, of Turcaret, of Le Diable Boiteau, and of Gil Blas de Saint-Ilan. His other prose works are, indeed, of considerable bulk, but they are for the most part distinguished by the merits of the more celebrated pieces in a less prominent, and by the faults in a more prominent degree. His Guzman d'Alfarache is chiefly interesting as a specimen of extremely skillful remaniement, a process more often applied in modern times to dramatic work than to prose fiction, and which, perhaps, in the case of prose fiction, has never been so well managed as here. M. de Beauchenay has, as has been already mentioned, some interesting points of resemblance to the methods of Defoe. Le Bachelier de Salamanque has a certain interest because of its connection with the theory or hypothesis of a lost Spanish original of Gil Blas. If Lesage himself may be trusted, there was certainly such an original in the case of The Bachelor, and one of the many suppositions tending to deprive him of the credit of his greatest work supposes that both were extracted or rehandled from the same work. Estevanio González is, perhaps, the least attractive of all, while it is also one of the least original, and the translations from the Italian, and C, need not delay us. Among the minor works, the chief are, first, a lively and well-written little dialogue called Une journée de parquet, which has had the luck to be oftener already mentioned, collection of imaginary letters called La valise trouvée, And, lastly, the collection of anecdotes which was the author's last work and which was not published until after his death. Of Lesage, however, it is truer than of most writers that he is best seen in his best work. His pot-boilers usually have something of his easy style and much of his pleasant subacid wit, but they fail, as a rule, to show the power of truthful character drawing which was his greatest merit, and their wit itself degenerates into mere smartness more frequently than could be wished. Somewhat more notice must be given to his work for the Théâtre de la Foire, not merely because it has considerable intrinsic merit, but because of its volume, of the constant labor spent on it for full a quarter of a century by the author, and last but not least, because of its curious form. The pieces which were played at the fairs of Paris were very popular, and their popularity was the subject of constant jealousy on the part of the regular actors of the Théâtre Français, though the other two branches of the legitimate drama, the opera and the Comédie Italienne, were sometimes more or less in alliance with their little sister. Not a few of Lesage's pieces deal directly with the vicissitudes of la foi. The plays represented on these boards were a curious mixture of the commedia dell'arte and the old French farce. Harlequin in particular is an almost invariable character, though the full complement of Pierrot, Scaramouche, Columbine, and C only occasionally appears. The plays were of three kinds. One of these was drama reduced to nearly its simplest terms. There was no speaking on the stage, and the actors confined themselves to pantomime in dumb show, while two little cherubs sat up aloft with a long roller of wood, from which, from time to time, they unrolled placards on which short songs set to popular airs were inscribed. These songs were sung by the audience, assisted by the actors and orchestra. Here, of course, the author's work was limited to the conception of the action, the expression of it by stage directions to the actors, and the composition of the songs. A second kind of piece was the vaudeville proper, in which the whole play is written in lyrical couplets. In the third and most elaborate ordinary prose dialogue is mixed up with songs. This last sometimes attained considerable dimensions and was divided into acts. These popular pieces were, throughout the 18th century, composed by authors whose literary standing was by no means low, such as Lesage, Piron, Collet, and many others, and when a piece had a particular vogue it was not unfrequently transferred, at the command of some great personage, to the boards of the opera. Our author, as has been said, wrote a very large number of these curious compositions in all the three styles just described. Their literary value is, of course, far from great, but they display a good deal of invention, a command of easy verse, and much less indulgence in the besetting sin of the fair theatre, license of language, than most of their fellows. La Princesse de Charisme, one of the longest and possessing something like a plot, is also one of the best. It turns on the well-known story of a princess whose beauty turns all who behold her mad. But, on the whole, the pieces which deal with the rivalry of the foire and the graver dramatic institutions are, perhaps, the most amusing. The contrasted display of the Comédie Française, her solemn, tragic airs, and the mannerisms of her lighter mood, with the impudent coquettishness of the personified foire, gave Lesage a good opportunity, of which he did not scruple to avail himself. The contrast, of course, is an old one, and something like it had been frequently brought with success on the popular stage, even in early times. La Querelle des Théâtres has something in it which reminds the reader of the old morality of Science et Honneur. The music of the pieces, too, has its interest, because it shows the remarkable conservatism of the French populace in these matters. Nowadays, new airs are a sine qua non for a comic opera that is to be successful. Lesage's pieces are all written to a few score tunes, which remained on duty during the whole 18th century, and may be still seen at the head of Béranger's songs 100 years and more afterwards. But it must, of course, be understood that only regular students of literature can be recommended to attack Lesage's Théâtre de la Foire. It has received some mention here, chiefly because most of his critics have been content to give second-hand judgments of it, and a second-hand judgment in matters literary has a habit of going farther and farther from the truth as it passes from pen to pen. The two pieces of Lesage which, if they have not actually kept the stage, have at least secured their place in collections of the French drama, demand a longer mention. I say if they have not kept the stage, for I have no positive knowledge as to the question whether Crispin and Turcaret have of late years been represented. They are certainly amusing enough to read, and Turcaret is something more than amusing. Crispin, Rival de son maître, is a much less ambitious piece than Turcaret. It is, in fact, only a longish farce in one act, but in a great number of scenes. Something of what an English critic once very unjustly called the exaggerated manner of Molière may be observed in it. Indeed, this phrase of Hazlitt has a good deal of truth when applied to this little piece. It is Molière's manner exaggerated by recourse to the Spanish style of comedy, from which the great playwright had refined and purified his own. There is the usual impecunious and unlucky lover, but the usual valet, instead of backing his master, enters with another valet into a wild plan for marrying the heroine himself. By playing into each other's hands, the two rascals succeed for a time in hoodwinking the father, and, by gross flattery, in winning over the mother to their side. The scheme is upset by the simple fact that the father of the suitor whom Crispin personates soon appears, and by the still simpler one that the master, of course, recognizes and identifies his servant. But the intrigue, impossible as it is very briskly kept up, and the short, bustling scenes hardly allow the audience to reflect on the improbability of the thing. The dialogue is full of brilliancy, rather resembling Congreve than Molière, and this, being unquestionably the best of its kind that a Parisian audience had heard for a generation, probably secured the popularity of the piece. Turcaret is a much more important production. It has the full 5 acts of a regular comedy, and, though its plot is rather loose, the ruin and discomfiture of the financier Turcaret give a sufficient unity to it. The action, too, is well sustained, but the merit of the piece, a merit for which it stands almost alone in the French comedy of the 18th century, lies in the striking projection of the characters and the lively natural traits with which they are drawn. The objection which has been made to these characters, that they are rather partial than complete sketches of human nature, applies to all French drama and to almost all artificial comedy, whether French or English. It would not be easy to find a French drama out of Molière in which so many figures stand out so strikingly from the canvas as is the case in Turcaret. The financier, ashamed of the lowness of his origin, ruthless to his debtors, and a swindler in his dealings with his associates, but capable of being bubbled of his money in the most open fashion by a great lady who condescends to permit his addresses, his wife, an incarnation of vulgar provincial vice, as desperately jealous of her husband as she is shamelessly unfaithful to him. The chevalier who exploits Turcaret's mistress, just as that mistress exploits Turcaret, the baroness, not too scrupulous to plunder her suitor so long as she believes his addresses to be honorable, but generous enough and not wholly corrupted, the reckless the most often quoted scene of the play where Madame Turcaret, introduced to the Baroness's salon, gives an account of the diversions of Valognier, whereon lit toutes les ouvrages d'esprit qu'on fait à Cherbourg, à Saint-Lô et à Coutances, qui valent bien. Les ouvrages de Vire et de Caen is a masterpiece of its kind, and not much less can be said of the adroit servility of the waiting-maid Lisette. Fronton, her lover, has the defect of all the valets who descend from the Menandrian comedy, the defect of exceeding improbability, but he is not more improbable than Molière's Scapins and Gros Renets, and, indeed, not so improbable as some of them. It is also noticeable that, though the dialogue of Turcaret is as full of witticisms as any reasonable man can desire, it has not the fault which is frequently noticeable in French manner, comedies, and almost always in English, the fault of letting mere wit combats occupy the history of Gil Blas of Saint-Elaine. Chapter 7. Gil Blas, not being able to do what he likes, does what he can. For the first few days I thought I should have given up the ghost for very spite and vexation. The lingering life I led was nearly akin to death itself, but in the end my good genius whispered me to play the hypocrite. I aimed at looking a little more cheerful, began to laugh and sing, though it was sometimes on the wrong side of my mouth. In a word, I put so good a face on the matter that Leonarda and Domingo were completely taken in. They thought the bird was reconciled to his cage. The robbers entertained the same notion. I looked as brisk as the beverage I poured out, and put in my oar whenever I thought I could say a good thing. My freedom, far from offending, was taken in good part. "Gil Blas," quoth the captain one evening while I was playing the buffoon, "you have done well, my friend, to banish melancholy. I am delighted with your wit and humor. Some people wear a mask at first acquaintance. I had no notion what a jovial fellow you were. My praises now seem to run from mouth to mouth. They were all so partial to me that, not to miss my opportunity, gentlemen, quoth I, allow me to tell you a piece of my mind. Since I have been your guest, a new light breaks in upon me. I have bid adieu to vulgar prejudices, and caught a ray at the fountain of your illumination. I feel that I was born to be your knight companion. I languish to make one among you, and will stand my chance of a halter with the best." All the company cried, "Hear!" I was considered as a promising member of the Senate. It was then determined unanimously to give me a trial in some inferior department, afterwards to bespeak me a good, desperate encounter in which I might show my prowess, and if I answered expectation, to give me a high and responsible employment in the Commonwealth. It was necessary, therefore, to go on exhibiting a copy of my countenance, and doing my best in my office of cup-bearer. I was impatient beyond measure, for I only aspired, after the honors of the sitting, to obtain the liberty of going abroad with the rest, and I was in hopes that by running the risk of getting my neck into one noose, I might get it out of another. This was my only chance. The time nevertheless seemed long to wait, and I kept my eye on Domingo with the hope of outwitting him, but the thing was not feasible. He was always on the watch. Orpheus, as leader of the band, would have soothed the savage breast of this Cerberus. The truth is, by the by, that for fear of exciting his suspicion, I did not set my wits against him so much as I might have done. He was on the lookout, and I was obliged to play the prude, or my virtue might have come into disgrace. I therefore stopped proceedings till the time of my probation should expire, to which I looked forward with impatience, just as if I was waiting for a place under government. Heaven be praised, in about 6 months I gained my end. The Commandant Rolando, addressing his regiment, said, "Comrades, we must stand upon honor with Gil Blas. I have no bad opinion of our young candidate. We shall make something of him. If you will take my advice, let him go and reap his first harvest with us tomorrow on the King's highway. We will lead him on in the path of honor." The robbers applauded the sentiments of the captain with a thunder of acclamation, and to show me how much I was considered as one of the gang, from that moment they dispensed with my attendance at the sideboard. Dame Leonarda was reinstated in the office from which she had been discharged to make room for me. They made me change my dress, which consisted in a plain short Cossack, a good deal the worse for wear, and tricked me out in the spoils of a gentleman lately robbed. After this inauguration, I made my arrangements for my first campaign. With this assurance he showed me into a little room, whither he brought me, a quarter of an hour afterwards, a ragout made of a great he-cat, on which I feasted with as famous an appetite as if it had been hare or rabbit. This excellent dish was washed down by so choice a wine that the king had no better in his cellars. I found out, however, that it was pricked, but that was no hindrance to my doing it as much honor as the he-cat. The last article in this entertainment for a lord was a bed better adapted to drive sleep away than to invite it. Figure it to yourself, about the width of a coffin, and so short that I could not stretch my legs, though none of the longest. Besides, there was neither mattress nor feather bed, but merely a little straw sewed up in a sheet folded double, which was laid down clean for every 100th traveler, and served the other 99, one after another, without washing. Nevertheless, in such a bed, with a stomach distended to a surfeit by fricasseed cat, and then raked by sour wine, thanks to youth and a good constitution, I slept soundly, and passed the night without being disturbed. On the following day, when I had breakfasted and paid the reckoning as I had been treated like a lord, I made but one stage to Segovia. On my arrival, I had the good fortune to find a shop where they took me in for my board and lodging, but I stayed there only 6 months. A journeyman barber with whom I got acquainted was going to Madrid, and drew me in to set off with him. I had no difficulty in procuring a situation on the same footing as at Segovia. I got into a shop of the very best custom. It is true, it was near the Church of the Holy Cross, and that the neighborhood of the Prince's Theatre brought a great deal of business. My master, 2 stirring fellows, and myself could scarcely lather the chins of the people who came to be shaved. They were of all trades and conditions, among the rest players and authors. One day 2 persons of the last description happened to meet. They began conversing about the poets and pieces in vogue, when one of them mentioned my uncle's name, a circumstance which drew my attention more particularly to their discourse. "Don Juan de Zavaleta," said one, "will never do any good as an author. A man of a cold genius, without a spark of fancy. He has written himself down at a terrible rate by his last publication." "And Luis Velez de Guevara," said the other, "what has he done? A fine work to bring before the public. Was there ever anything so wretched?" They mentioned, I know not how many poets besides, whose names I have forgotten. I only recollect that they said no good of them. As for my uncle, they made a more honorable mention of him, agreeing that he was a personage of merit. "Yes," said one, "Don Pedro de la Fuente is an excellent author. There is a sly humor in his compositions, blended with solid sense, which communicates an Attic poignancy to their general effect." I am not surprised at his popularity, both in court and city, nor at the pensions settled on him by the great. "For many years past," said the other, "he has enjoyed a very large income. He lives at the Duke de Medina Celi's table, and has an apartment in his house, so that he is at no expense. He must be very well in the world." I lost not a syllable of what these poets were saying about my uncle. We had learned in the family that he made a noise in Madrid by his works. Some travelers passing through Olmedo had told us so, but as he took no notice of us, and seemed to have weaned himself from all natural ties, we on our side lived in a state of perfect indifference about him. Yet nature will prevail. As soon as I had heard that he was in a fair way, and had learned where he lived, I was tempted to go and call upon him. One thing staggered me a little. The literati had styled him Don Pedro. This Don was an awkward circumstance. I had my doubts whether he might not be some other poet of the name, and not my uncle. Yet that apprehension did not damp my ardor. I thought he might have been ennobled for his wit, and determined to pay him a visit. For this purpose, with my master's leave, I tricked myself out one morning as well as I could, and sallied from our shop, a little proud of being nephew to a man who had gained so high a character by his genius. Barbers are not the most diffident people in the world. I began to conceive no mean opinion of myself, and riding the high horse with all the arrogance of greatness, inquired my way to the Duke de Medina Celi's palace. I rang at the gate and said I wanted to speak with Signor Don Pedro de la Fuenta. The porter pointed with his finger to a narrow staircase at the fag end of the court, and answered, "Go up there, then knock at the first door on your right." I did as he directed me and knocked at a door. It was opened by a young man whom I asked if those were the apartments of Signor Don Pedro de la Fuenta. "Yes," answered he, "but you cannot speak to him at present." "I should be very glad," said I, "just to say, 'How are you?' I bring him news of his family." "And you brought him news of the Pope," replied he. "I could not introduce you just now. He is writing, and while his wits are at work he must not be disturbed. He will not be able to receive company till noon, take a turn, and come back about that time." I departed, and walked about town all the morning, incessantly meditating on the reception my uncle would give me. "I think," said I within myself, "he will be overjoyed to see me." I measured his feelings by my own, and prepared myself for a very affecting discovery. I returned punctually to the appointed hour.
"You are just in time," said the servant. "My master was going out."
"Wait here a moment. I will announce you." With these words he left me in the antechamber. He returned almost immediately, and showed me into his master's room. The face struck me all at once as a family likeness. To be sure, he was the very image of my Uncle Thomas. They might have been taken for twins. I bowed down to the ground, and introduced myself as the son of Master Nicholas de la Fuenta, the barber of Olmedo. I likewise informed him that I had been working at my father's trade in Madrid for these 3 weeks as a journeyman, and intended making the tour of Spain to complete my education. While I was speaking, my uncle was evidently in a brown study. He seemed to doubt whether he should disown me at once or get rid of me with some little sacrifice to decency. The latter course he adopted, affecting the affable, "Well, my good kinsman, how are your father and your uncles? Do they get on in the world?" I began thereupon by laying before him the family knack at propagation. All the children, male and female, called over by their names, with their godfathers and godmothers included in the list. He took no extravagant interest in the particulars of my tale, but, leading to his own purposes, "Diego," replied he, "I am quite of your mind. You should go from place to place and see a variety of practice. I would not have you tarry longer at Madrid. It is a very dangerous residence for youth. You may get into bad habits, my sweet fellow. Other towns will suit you better. The state of society in the provinces is more patriarchal and philosophical. Determine on emigration, and when your departure is fixed, come and take your leave. I will contribute epistolary to the tour of Spain." With this kind assurance he handed me out of the room and sent me packing. I had not worldly wisdom enough to find out that he wanted to get quit of me. I went back to our shop and gave my master an account of the visit I had paid. He looked no deeper than myself into Signor Don Pedro's motives, and observed, "I cannot help differing from your worthy uncle. So far from advising you to travel the provinces, the real thing would be, in my opinion, to give you a comfortable settlement in this city. He is hand and glove with the first people. It is an easy matter for him to establish you in a great family, and that is a fortune at once." Struck with this lucky discovery, which seemed to settle the point without difficulty, I called on my uncle again 2 days afterwards, and made a modest proposal to him for a situation about some leading character at court. But the hint was not taken kindly. A proud man living at free quarters among the great, and dining with them in a family party, did not exactly wish that while he was sitting at my lord's table, his nephew should be a guest in the servants' hall. Little Diego might bring a scandal on Señor Don Pedro. He had no hesitation, therefore, in fairly turning me out of doors, and that with a flea in my ear. "What, you little rascal," said he in a fit of extravagance, "do you mean to relinquish your calling? Begone, I consign you to the reptile whose pernicious counsels will be your ruin. Take your leave of these premises, and never set your foot on them again, or you shall have the reception you deserve." I was absolutely stunned at this language, and still more at the peremptory tone my uncle assumed. With tears in my eyes, I withdrew, quite overcome by his severity. Yet, as I had always been lively and confident in my temper, I soon wiped away my tears. My grief was even turned into resentment, and I determined to take no further notice of this unnatural relative, whose kind offices I had hitherto been contented to want. My attention was henceforth directed to the cultivation of my professional talent. I was quite a plodding fellow at my trade. I scraped away all day, and in the evening, by way of relief to my scraping, I twanged the guitar. My master on that instrument was an old Signor Escudero, whom I shaved. He taught me music in return, and he was an adept. To be sure, he had formerly been a chorister in a cathedral. His name was Marcos de Obregon. He was a man of the world, with good natural parts and acquired knowledge, which jointly induced him to fix on me as an adopted son. He was engaged as an attendant on a physician's lady, resident within 30 yards of our house. I went to him in the evening when shop was shut, and we two, sitting on the threshold of the door, made up a little concert not displeasing to the neighborhood. It was not that our voices were very fine, but in thrumming on the catgut we made a pretty regular accompaniment to our duet, and filled up the harmony sufficiently for the gratification of our hearers. Our music was particularly agreeable to Donna Mergelina, the physician's wife. She came into the passage to hear us, and sometimes encored us in her favorite airs. Her husband did not interfere with her amusement. Though a Spaniard, and in years, he was not possessed with jealousy. Besides, his profession took up all his time, and as he came home in the evening, worn out with his numerous visits, he went to bed at an early hour without troubling himself about his wife or our concerts. Possibly, if he thought about them at all, he might consider them as little likely to produce dangerous consequences. He had an additional security in his wife. Mergelina was young and handsome with a witness, but of so fierce a modesty that she started at the very shadow of a man. How could he take umbrage at an amusement of so harmless and decorous a nature? He gave us leave to sing our hearts out. One evening, as I came to the physician's door, intending to take my usual recreation, I found the old squire waiting for me. He took me by the hand, saying that he wished to take a little walk with me before we struck up our little concert. At the same time he drew me aside into a by-street where, finding an opportunity of opening his mind, "Diego, my good lad," said he with a melancholy air, "I want to give you a hint in private. I much fear, my good and amiable youth, that we shall both have reason to repent of beguiling our evenings with little musical parties at my master's door. Rely on my sincere friendship. I do not grudge your lessons in singing and on the guitar, but if I could have foreseen the storm now brewing, in the name of charity, I would have selected some other spot to communicate my instructions." This address alarmed me. I entreated the gentle squire to be more explicit, and to tell me what we had to fear, for I was no Hector, and the tour of Spain was not yet finished. "I will relate to you," replied he, "what it concerns you to know, that you may take proper measure of our present danger. When I got into the service of the physician, about a year ago," he said one morning after having introduced me to his wife, "There, Marcos, you see your mistress. That is the lady you are to accompany in all her peregrinations." I was smitten with Donna Mergelina. She was lovely in the extreme, a model for an artist, and her principal attraction was the pleasantness of her deportment. "Honored sir," replied I to the physician, "it is too great a happiness to be in the train of so charming a lady." My answer was taken amiss by Mergelina, who said rather crustily, "A pleasant gentleman this. He is perfectly free and easy. Believe me, his fine speeches may go a-begging for me." These words, dropped from such lovely lips, seemed rather inconsistent, the manners and ideas of bumpkins and dairymaids, coupled with all the graces of the most lovely woman in the world. As for her husband, he was used to her ways, and hugging himself on the unrivaled character of his rib. "Marcos," said he, "my wife is a miracle of chastity." Then, observing her put on her veil and make herself ready to go to Mass, he told me to attend on her at church. We were no sooner in the street than we met, and it was no wonder Blades, who, struck with Donna Mergelina's genteel carriage, told her 1,000 flattering tales as they passed by. She was not backward in her answers, but silly and ill-timed, beyond what you can conceive. They were all in amaze, and could not imagine how a woman should take it amiss to be complimented. "Why, really, madam," said I to her at first, "you had better be silent or shut your ears to their addresses than reply with asperity." "No, no," replied she, "I will teach these coxcombs that I am not a woman to put up with impertinence." In short, her absurdity went so far that I could not help telling her my mind, at the hazard of her displeasure. I gave her to understand, yet with the greatest possible caution, that she was unjust to nature, whose handiwork she marred by her preposterous ferocity, that a woman of mild and polished manners might inspire love without the aid of beauty, whereas the loveliest of the sex, divested of female softness, was in danger of becoming the public scorn. To this ratiocination I added collateral arguments, always directed to the amendment of her manners. After having moralized to no purpose, I was afraid my freedom might exasperate my mistress and draw upon me some taunting repartee. Nevertheless, she did not mutiny against my advice, but silently rendered it of no avail, and thus we went on from day to day. I was weary of pointing out her errors to no purpose, and gave her up to the ferocious temperament of her nature. Yet, could you think it, the savage humor of that proud woman is entirely changed within these 2 months. She has a kind word for all the world, and manners the most accommodating. It is no longer the same Mergelina who gave such homely answers to the compliments of her swains. She is become assailable by flattery, loves to be told she is handsome, that a man cannot look at her without paying for it, her ears itch for fine speeches, and she is become a very woman. Such a change is almost inconceivable, and the best of the joke is that you are the worker of this unparalleled miracle. Yes, my dear Diego, it is you who have transformed Donna Mergelina. You have softened down the tigress into a domestic animal. In a word, you have made her feel. I have observed it more than once, and never trust my knowledge of the sex if she is not desperately in love with you. Such, my dear boy, is the melancholy news I have to communicate, the awkward predicament in which we stand. "I do not see," said I in my turn to the old man, "that there is anything so melancholy in this accident, or any peculiar awkwardness in being the object of a pretty woman's partiality." "Ah, Diego," replied he, "you argue like a young man. You only see the bait without guarding against the hook. Pleasure is your lure, while my thoughts are directed to the unpleasant circumstances attending it. Murder will out. If you go on singing at our door, you will provoke Mergelina's passion, and she, probably, losing all command over herself, will betray her weakness to her husband, Dr. Oloroso. That wretched husband, so complying now that he thinks there is no ground for jealousy, will run wild, take signal vengeance upon her, and perhaps play some dog's trick or other to you and me. Well then, rejoined I, your reason shall be conclusive with me, and your sage counsels my rule. Lay down the line of conduct I am to adopt for the prevention of any left-handed catastrophe. We will have no more concerts, was his peremptory decree. Do not show yourself any more to my mistress. When the sight of you does not inflame her, she will recover her composure. Stay within doors, I will call in upon you, and we will torture the guitar with impunity. With all my heart, said I, and I will never set my foot again in your premises. In good truth, I was determined to serenade no longer before the physician's door, but henceforth to keep within the precincts of my shop, since my attractions as a man were so formidable. In the meantime, good Squire Marcos, with all his prudence, experienced in the course of a few days that the plan he had devised to quench Donna Mergelina's flame produced a directly opposite effect. The lady on the second night, not hearing me sing, asked why we had discontinued our concerts, and the reason of my absence. He told her I was so busy as not to have a moment to spare for relaxation. She seemed satisfied with that excuse, and for 3 days longer bore the disappointment of all her hopes like a heroine. But at the end of that period, my martyr to the tender passion lost all patience, and said to her conductor, "You are playing false with me, Marcos. Diego has not discontinued his visits without a cause. This mystery must be unraveled. Speak, I command you. Conceal nothing from me." "Madam," answered he, making use of another subterfuge, "since the truth must be told, it has often happened to him to find the cloth taken away at home after the concert. He cannot run the risk any longer of going to bed without his supper." "What, without his supper?" exclaimed she in an agony. "Why did not you tell me so sooner? Go to bed without his supper. Oh, the poor little sufferer! Go to him this instant, and let him come again this evening. He shall not go home starving any more. There shall always be a luncheon for him." "What do I hear?" said the squire, affecting astonishment at this language. "Oh, heaven, what a reverse! Is this you, madam, and are these your sentiments? Well, a day. Since when are you so compassionate and tender-hearted?" "Since," replied she significantly, "since you have lived in this house, or rather since you disapproved my disdainful manners and have labored to soften the acrimony of my temper. But alas," added she in a melting mood, "I have gone from one extreme to the other. Proud and insensible as I was, I am become too susceptible, too tender. I am enamored of your young friend Diego, and I cannot help myself. His absence, far from allaying my ardor, only adds fuel to the fire." "Is it possible," resumed the old man, "that a young fellow with neither face nor person should have inspired so strong a passion? I could make allowance for your feelings if they had been set afloat by some nobleman of distinguished merit." "Ah, Marcos," interrupted Mergelina, "I am not like the rest of my sex, or rather, spite of your long experience, your penetration is but shallow if you fancy merit to have much share in our choice. Judging by myself, we all leap before we look. Love is a mental derangement, forcibly drawing all our views and attachments into one vortex, a species of hydrophobia. Have done then with your hints that Diego is not worthy of my tenderness. That he has it is enough to invest him with 1,000 perfections, too ethereal for your gross sight, and perhaps too unsubstantial for any but a lover's perception. In vain you disparage his features or his stature. In my eyes he was created to undo, and encircled by the hand of nature with the glories of the opening day. Nay, more, there is a thrilling sweetness in his voice. His touch on the guitar has the taste of an amateur and the execution of a professor." "But, madam," subjoined Marcos, "do you consider who Diego is? The meanness of his station, my own is very little better," interrupted she again. "Though were I of noble birth, it would make no difference in my sensations. The result of that conference was that the squire, concluding he should make no impression on the mind of his mistress, gave over struggling with her obstinacy, as a skilful pilot runs before the storm, though it carries him out to sea from his intended port. He did more. To satisfy his patroness, he paid me a visit, took me aside, and, after having related what had passed between them, "You see, Diego," said he, "that we cannot dispense with the performance of our concerts at Mergelina's door." "Absolutely, my friend. That lady must see you again, otherwise she may commit some act of desperation fatal to her good name." I was not inexorable, but answered Marcos that I would attend with my guitar early in the evening, and dispatched him to his mistress with the happy tidings. He executed his office, and the impassioned dame was out of her wits with joy in the delicious prospect of hearing and seeing me in a few hours. A most disagreeable circumstance, however, was very near disappointing her in that hope. I could not leave home before night, and for my sins it was dark as pitch. I went groping along the street, and had got, maybe, halfway, when down from a window came upon my head the contents of a perfuming pan, which did not tickle my olfactory nerves very pleasantly. I may say that not a whiff was wasted, so exactly had the giver taken measure of the receiver. In this situation I was at a loss on what to resolve. To go back by the way I came, what an exhibition before my comrades! It was surrendering myself to all their nasty witticisms. Then, again, go to Mergelina in such a glorious trim that hurt my feelings on the other side. I determined, at length, to get on towards the physician's. The old usher was waiting for me at the door. He said that Dr. Oloroso was gone to bed, and we might amuse ourselves as we liked. I answered that the first thing was to purify my drapery, at the same time relating my misfortune. He seemed to feel for me, and showed me into a hall where his mistress was sitting. As soon as the lady got wind of my adventure, and had confirmed the testimony of her nose by the evidence of her eyes, she mourned over me as grievously as if my miseries had been mortal. Then, apostrophizing the absent cause of my foul array, she uttered 1,000 imprecations. "Well, but, madam," said Marcos, "do moderate this ecstasy of grief. Consider that such casualties will happen. There is no occasion to take on so bitterly." "Why?" exclaimed she with vehemence. "Why would you debar me from the privilege of weeping over the injuries of this tender lamb, this dove without gall, who does not so much as murmur at the affront he has sustained? Alas, why am I not a man at this moment to avenge him?" She uttered numberless soothing expressions, besides, to mark distinctly the excess of her devotion, and her actions corresponded with her words, for while Marcos was employed in wiping me down with a towel, she ran into her chamber and brought out a box furnished with every variety of perfumes. She burned sweet-smelling drugs, and perfumed my clothes with them, after which she drenched me in a deluge of essences. The fumigation and aspersion ended, this bountiful lady went herself and fetched from the kitchen bread, wine, and some good slices of roast mutton set by on purpose for me. She forced me to eat, and, taking a pleasure in waiting on me, sometimes carved for me and sometimes filled my glass, in spite of all that Marcos and myself could do to anticipate her condescension. When I had done supper, the gentlemen of the orchestra struck the keynote and tuned their sweet voices to the pitch of their guitars. We played and sung to the heart's delight of Mergelina. To be sure, we took care to carol none but amorous ditties, and as we sung, I every now and then leered at her with such a roguish meaning as to throw oil upon the fire, for the game began to be interesting. The concert, though the acts were long, was not tedious. As for the lady, to whom hours seemed to fly like seconds, she could have been content to exhaust the night in listening, if the old squire, with whom the seconds seemed to lag like hours, had not hinted how late it was. She gave him the trouble of enforcing his moral on the lapse of time by at least 10 repetitions. But she was in the hands of a man not to be turned aside from his purpose. He let her have no rest till I was gone. Sensible and provident as he was, seeing his mistress given up to a mad passion, he dreaded lest our harmony should be resolved by some discord. His fears were ominous. The physician, whether his mind misgave him of some foul play, or the spirit of jealousy hitherto on its good behavior, had a mind to harass him gratuitously, bethought himself of quarreling with our consorts. He did more. He put a broad negative upon them, and, without assigning his reasons for acting in this violent way, declared that he would suffer no more strangers to come about his premises. Marcos acquainted me with this mortifying declaration, particularly leveled against my rising hopes. I had begun bobbing at this dainty cherry, and did not like to lose my game. Nevertheless, to act the part of a faithful reporter and true historian, I must own my impatience did not affect my health or spirits. Not so with Mergelina. Her feelings were more alive than ever. "My dear Marcos," said she to her usher, "it is only from you that I look for succor. Contrive, I beseech you, that I may see Diego in private. What do you require?" asked the old man with a reproachful accent. "I have been but too indulgent to you. I am not a person to crown your wanton wishes at the expense of my master's honor, your good fame, and my own eternal infamy, the infamy of a man whose past life has been one continued series of faithful service and exemplary conduct. I had rather leave the family than stay in it on such scandalous conditions." "Alas, Marcos," interrupted the lady, frightened out of her wits at these last words, "you wring my heart by talking in this manner. Obdurate man, can you bear the thought of sacrificing her who lays all her present agony to your account? Give me back my former pride, and that savage soul you have taken from me. Why am I no longer happy in my very imperfections? I might now have been at peace, but your rash counsels have robbed me of the repose I then enjoyed. You, the corrector of my manners, have tampered with my morals. But why do I rave, unhappy wretch that I am? Why upbraid you thus wrongfully? No, my guardian angel, you are not the fatal source of all my miseries. My evil destiny had decreed these tortures to await me. Lay not to heart, I conjure you on my knees, these transports of a disordered imagination. Oh, mercy! My passion drives me mad. Have compassion on my weakness. You are my sole support and stay. If, then, my life is not indifferent to you, deny me not your aid." At these words her tears flowed in fresh torrents, and stifled her lugubrious accents. She took out her handkerchief and, throwing it over her face, fell into a chair like a person overcome by her affliction. Old Marcos, who was perhaps one of the most tractable go-betweens in the world, could no longer steel his heart against so touching a spectacle. Pierced to the quick, he even mingled his tears with those of his mistress, and spoke to her in a softened tone. "Ah, madam, why are you thus bewitching? I cannot hold out against your sorrowful complaints. My virtue yields under the pressure of my pity. I promise you all the relief in my power. No longer do I marvel at the oblivious influence of passion over duty, since mere sympathy can mislead my footsteps from its thorny paths. Thus did this pander, whose past life had been one continued series of faithful service and exemplary conduct, sell himself to the devil to feed Mergelina's illicit flame. One morning he came and talked over the whole business with me, saying, at his departure, that he had a scheme in his head to bring about a private interview between us. At the thought, my hopes were all rekindled, but they glimmered tremblingly in the socket at a piece of news I heard 2 hours afterwards. A journeyman apothecary in the neighborhood, one of our customers, came in to be shaved. While I was making ready to trim his bushy honors, he said, "Master Diego, Do you know anything about your friend, the old usher, Marcos de Obregon? Is not he going to leave Dr. Oloroso? I said, No. But he is, though, replied he. He will get his dismission this very day. His master and mine were talking about it just now in my hearing, and their conversation was to the following effect. Signor Apuntador, said the physician, I have a favor to beg of you. I am not easy about an old usher of mine, and should like to place my wife under the eye of a trusty, strict, and vigilant duenna. I understand you, interrupted my master. You want Dame Melancia, my wife's directress, and indeed mine for the last 6 weeks, since I have been a widower. Though she would be very useful to me in housewifery, I give her up to you, from a paramount regard to your honor. You may rely upon her for the security of your brow. She is the phoenix of the duenna tribe, a spring gun and a man-trap set in the purlieus of female chastity. During 12 whole years that she was about my wife, whose youth and beauty, you know, were not without their attractions, I never saw the least semblance of manhood within my doors. No, no! By all the powers! That game was not so easily played, and yet I must let you know that the departed saint, heaven rest her soul, had in the outset a great hankering after the delights of the flesh, but Dame Melancia cast her in a new mold and regenerated her to virtue and self-denial. In short, such a guardian of the weaker sex is a treasure, and you will never have done thanking me for my precious gift. Hereupon the doctor expressed his rapture at the issue of the conference, and they agreed, Signor Apuntador and he, on the duenna's succeeding the old usher on this very day. This news, which I thought probable and turned out to be true, disturbed the pleasurable ideas just beginning to flow afresh and renovate my soul. After dinner, Marcos completed the convulsion by confirming the young drug-pounder's story. My dear Diego, said the good squire, I am heartily glad that Dr. Oloroso has turned me off. It spares me a world of trouble. Besides that it hurt my feelings to be invested with the office of a spy, endless must have been the shifts and subterfuges to bring you and Mergelina together in private. We should have been rarely gravelled. Thanks to heaven, I am set free from all such perplexing cares, to say nothing of their attendant danger. On your part, my dear boy, you ought to be comforted for the loss of a few soft moments, which must have been dogged at the heels by 1,000 fears and vexations. I relished Marcos's sermon well enough, because my hopes were at an end. The game was lost. I was not, it must be confessed, among the number of those stubborn lovers who bear up against every impediment, but though I had been so, Dame Melancia would have made me let go my hold. The established character of that duenna would have daunted the adventurous spirit of a knight-errant. Yet in whatever colors this phoenix of the duenna tribe might have been painted, I had reason to know, 2 or 3 days afterwards, that the physician's lady had unset the man-trap and spring-gun, and given a stop to this watchdog of lubricity. As I was going out to shave one of our neighbors, a civil old gentlewoman stopped me in the street, and asked me if my name was Diego de la Fuente. I said, yes. That being the case, replied she, I have a little business with you. Place yourself this evening at Donna Mergelina's door, and when you are there, give a signal, and you shall be let in. Vastly well, said I. What must the signal be? I can take off a cat to the life, suppose I was to mew a certain number of times. The very thing, replied this iris of intrigue. I will carry back your answer. Your most obedient, Signor Diego. Heaven protect the sweet youth. Ah, you are a pretty one. By St. Angus, I wish I was but sweet 15. I would not go to market for other folks. With this hint, the old procuress waddled out of sight. You may be sure this message put me in no small flutter. Where now was the morality of Marcos? I waited for night with impatience and, calculating the time of Dr. Oloroso's going to bed, took my station at his door. There I set up my caterwauling, till you might hear me ever so far off, to the eternal honor of the master who instructed me in that imitative art. A moment after, Mergelina opened the door softly with her own dear hands and shut it again with me on the inside. We went into the hall where our last concert had been performed. It was dimly lighted by a small lamp which twinkled in the chimney. We sat down side by side and began our tender parley, each of us overcome by our emotions, but with this difference that hers were all inspired by pleasure while mine were somewhat tainted by fear. In vain did the divinity of my adorations assure me that we had nothing to fear from her husband. I felt the access of an ague which unmanned my vigor. "Madam," said I, "how have you eluded the vigilance of your directress? After what I have heard of Dame Melancia, I could not have conceived it possible for you to contrive the means of sending me any intelligence, much less of seeing me in private." Donna Mergelina smiled at this remark and answered, "You will no longer be surprised at our being together tonight when I tell you what has passed between my duenna and me. As soon as she came to her place, my husband paid her 1,000 compliments, and said to me, 'Mergelina, I consign you to the guidance of this wary lady, herself an abstract of all the virtues. In this glass you may look without a blush, and array yourself in habits of wisdom.' This extraordinary personage has for these 12 years been a light to the ways of an apothecary's wife of my acquaintance, but how has she been a light to them? Why, as ways never were enlightened before, she turned a very slippery piece of mortal flesh into a downright nun. This panegyric, not belied by the austere mien of Dame Melancia, cost me a flood of tears, and reduced me to despair. I fancied the din of eternal lectures from morning till night, and daily rebukes too harsh to be endured. In short, I laid my account in a life of wretchedness beyond the patience of a woman. Keeping no measures in the expectation of such cruel sufferings, I said bluntly to the duenna, the moment I was alone with her, "You mean, no doubt, to exercise your tyranny most wantonly on my poor person, but I cannot bear much severity, I warn you beforehand. I give you, moreover, fair notice that I shall be as savage as you can be. My heart cherishes a passion which not all your remonstrances shall tear from it, so you may act accordingly. Watch me as closely as you please. It is hard if I cannot outwit such an old thing as you." At these taunting words, I thought this Saracen in petticoats was going to give me a specimen of her discipline. But so far from it, she smoothed her brow, relaxed her surly features, and, primming up her mouth into a smile, promulgated this comfortable doctrine: "Your temper charms me, and your frankness calls for a return." We must have been made for one another. Ah, lovely Mergelina, little do you fathom my character, to be deceived by the fine compliments of your husband the doctor, or by my Tartar contour. There was never a creature more fortified against moral prejudices. My inducement for getting into the service of jealous husbands is to lend myself to the enjoyments of their pretty wives. Long have I trodden the stage of life in masquerade, and I may call myself doubly happy in the spiritual rewards of virtue and the temporal indulgences of the opposite side. Between ourselves, mine is the system of all mankind in the long run. Real virtue is a very expensive article. Plated goods look just as well and are within the reach of all purchasers. Put yourself under my direction. We will make Dr. Oloroso pay the piper to our dancing, or I am no duenna. By my troth, he shall go the way of Signor Apuntador and all mankind. There is no reason why the forehead of a physician should be smoother than the brow of an apothecary. Poor dear Apuntador! What fun have we had with him, his wife and I! A charming woman, That wife of his, a dear little creature, open to all mankind and prejudiced by none. Well, she is at peace, and has not left her fellow behind her. Take my word, short as her time was, she made the most of it. Let me see how many rampant chaps have been brought to their bearings in that house, without the dear, deluded husband being waked out of his evening's nap. Now, madam, you may see me in my true light, and assure yourself, whatever might be the abilities of your old usher, you will not fare the worse for going further. If he was a benefit to you, I shall be a blessing. You may judge for yourself, Diego, continued Mergelina, how well I took it of the duenna, that she laid herself open so frankly. I had taken her virtue to be of the impenetrable cast. Look you now, how much women are liable to be scandalized, but her character of plain dealing won my heart at once. I threw my arms about her neck in a rapture which bespoke my warm and tender feelings at the thoughts of such a mother abbess. I gave her carte blanche of all my private thoughts, and put in for a speedy tete-tete-tete with your own dear self. She met me on my own ground. This very morning she engaged the old woman who spoke to you to take the field. She is an old stager, a veteran in the service of the apothecary's wife. But the best of the joke in this comedy, added she in a paroxysm of laughter, is that Melancia, on my assurance that my husband's habit is to pass the night without stirring, is gone to bed by his side, and drones out my useless office at this moment. So much the worse, madam, said I then to Mergelina. Your device is more plausible than profitable. Your husband is very likely to wake and discover the fraud. He will not discover anything about it, replied she with no little urgency. Set your heart at rest about that, and let not an empty fear poison the fountains of a pleasure which ought to drown every vulgar and earthly consideration in the arms of a young lady who is yours for ever and ever. The old doctor's helpmate, finding that her assurances had little effect upon my courage, left no stone unturned to put me in heart again, and she had so many encouraging ways with her that a very coward must have plucked up a little. My thoughts were all with Jupiter and Alamena, but at the very moment that the urchin Cupid, with his train of smiles and antics, was weaving a garland to complement the crisis of our endeavors, we were stopped in our career by an importunate knocking at the street door. In a moment away flew Love, and all his covey, like game at the report of a fowling piece. Mergelina popped me, like an article of household furniture, under the hall table, blew out the lamp and, by previous agreement with her governess, in the event of so unlucky an accident, placed herself at the door of her husband's bedchamber. In the meantime the knocking continued with reiterated violence, till the whole house resounded. The physician awoke suddenly and called Melancia. The duenna flung herself out of bed, though the doctor, taking her for his wife, begged of her not to disturb herself. She ran to her mistress, who, catching hold of her in the dark, began calling Melancia, and told her to go and see who was at the door. "Madam," answered the directress, "here I am at your service. Go to bed again if you please. We shall soon know who it is." During this parley, Mergelina, having undressed, got into bed to the doctor, who had not the least suspicion of the farce that was playing. To be sure, the stage was darkened, and the actresses had very little occasion for a prompter. One of them was familiar with the boards, and the other only wanted a rehearsal or two to be perfect in her part. The duenna, in her nightgown, made her appearance soon after, with a candle in her hand. "Good doctor," said she to her master, "have the goodness to get up. Our neighbor Fernandez de Buendia, the bookseller, is in an apoplectic fit. You are sent for. Time presses." The physician got on his clothes as fast as he could and went out. His wife, in her bedgown, came into the hall with the duenna. They dragged me from under the table more dead than alive. "You have nothing to fear, Diego," said Mergelina. "Put yourself in proper order." At the same time she told me how things were in 2 words. She had half a mind to renew our amorous intercourse, but the directress knew better. "Madam," said she, "your husband may possibly be too late to help the bookseller to the other world, and then he will return immediately. Besides," added she, observing me benumbed with fright, "it would be all lost labor upon this poor youth. He is not in a condition to answer your demands. You had better send him home and defer the debate till tomorrow evening." Donna Mergelina was sorry for the delay, as well knowing that a bird in hand is worth two in the bush, and I flatter myself she was disappointed at not putting a cuckold's nightcap on the doctor's head. As for me, less grieved at having drawn a blank in the lottery of love than rejoiced at getting my neck out of an halter, I returned to my master's, where I passed the remainder of the night in moralizing on the scene one had left. For some time I was in doubt whether to keep my appointment on the following evening. I thought it was a foolish business from first to last, but the devil, who is always lurking for his prey, or rather taking possession of us as his lawful property, whispered in my ear that I should be a great fool to pack up my alls when the prize was falling into my hands. Mergelina, too, with opening and unfathomable charms. The exquisite pleasures that awaited me. I determined to stick to my text, and promising myself a larger share of self-possession, took my station the next evening at the doctor's door between 11 and 12 in a most spirit-stirring humor. The heavens were completely darkened, not a star to prate of my whereabout. I mewed twice or thrice to give warning of my being in the street, and, as no one answered my signal, I was not satisfied with going over the old ground, but ran up and down the cat's gamut from bass to treble, and from treble to bass, just as I used to sol fa with a shepherd of Olmedo. I tuned my fundamental bass so musically that a neighbor on his return home, taking me for one of those animals whose mewings I counterfeited, picked up an unlucky flint lying at his feet and threw it at me with all his force, saying, "The devil fetch that tom cat." I received the blow on my head and was so stunned for the moment that I was very near falling backwards. I found the skin was broken. This was enough in all conscience to give me a surfeit of gallantry, so that, my passion oozing out with my blood, I made the best of my way homewards, where I rendered night hideous by my howling, and knocked all the family up. My master probed my wound and played the true surgeon on it. He pronounced the consequences to be uncertain. He did all he could to make them certain, but flesh will heal in spite of the faculty, and there was not a scar remaining in 3 weeks. During all this time I heard not a word from Mergelina. The probability is that Dame Melancia, to wean her impure thoughts from me, engaged her in some better sport. However, I did not concern myself about the matter, but left Madrid to continue my tour of Spain as soon as I found myself perfectly recovered. Chapter 8. Gil Blas goes out with the gang and performs an exploit on the highway. We passed close by Ponferrada, and were determined to lie in ambush behind a small wood skirting the road to Leon. There we were, waiting for whatever fortune might please to throw in our way, when we espied a Dominican friar mounted, contrary to the rubric of those pious fathers, on a shabby mule. "God be praised," exclaimed the captain with a sneer. "This is a noble beginning for Gil Blas. Let him go and trounce that monk. We will bear witness to his qualifications." The connoisseurs were all of opinion that this commission suited my talents to a hair, and exhorted me to do my best. "Gentlemen," quoth I, "you shall have no reason to complain. I will strip this holy father to his birthday suit, and give you complete right and title to his mule." "No, no," said Rolando. "The beast would not be worth its fodder. Only bring us our reverend pastor's purse. That is all we require." Hereupon I issued from the wood and pushed up to the man of God, doing penance all the time in my own breast for the sin I was committing. I could have liked to have turned my back upon my fellows at that moment, but most of them had the advantage of better horses than mine. Had they seen me making off, they would have been at my heels, and would soon have caught me, or perhaps would have fired a volley for which I was not sufficiently case-hardened. I could not therefore venture on so perilous an alternative, so that claiming acquaintance with the Reverend Father, I asked to look at his purse, and just put out the end of a pistol. He stopped short to gaze upon me, and, without seeming much frightened, said, "My child, you are very young. This is an early apprenticeship to a bad trade." "Father," replied I, "bad as it is, I wish I had begun it sooner." "What, my son," rejoined the good friar, who did not understand the real meaning of what I said, "how say you? What blindness!" "Give me leave to place before your eyes the unhappy condition." "Come, come, father," interrupted I with impatience, "a truce to your morality, if you please. My business on the high road is not to hear sermons. Money makes my mare to go. Money," said he with a look of surprise. "You have a poor opinion of Spanish charity, if you think that people of my stamp have any occasion for such trash upon their travels. Let me undeceive you. We are made welcome wherever we go, and pay for our board and lodgings by our prayers. In short, we carry no cash with us on the road, but draw drafts upon Providence." "That is all very well," replied I. "Yet for fear your drafts should be dishonored, you take care to keep about you a little supply for present need. But come, father, let us make an end. My comrades in the wood are in a hurry, so your money or your life." At these words, which I pronounced with a determined air, the friar began to think the business grew serious. "Since needs must," said he, "there is wherewithal to satisfy your craving. A word and a blow is the only rhetoric with you, gentlemen." As he said this, he drew a large leathern purse from under his gown and threw it on the ground. I then told him he might make the best of his way, and he did not wait for a second bidding, but stuck his heels into the mule, which, giving the lie to my opinion, for I thought it on a par with my uncle's, set off at a good round pace. While he was riding for his life, I dismounted. The purse was none of the lightest. I mounted again and got back to the wood, where those nice observers were waiting with impatience to congratulate me on my success. I could hardly get my foot out of the stirrup, so eager were they to shake hands with me. "Courage, Gil Blas," said Rolando. "You have done wonders. I have had my eyes on you during your whole performance, and have watched your countenance. I have no hesitation in predicting that you will become in time a very accomplished highwayman." The lieutenant and the rest chimed in with the prophecy, and assured me that I could not fail of fulfilling it hereafter. I thanked them for the elevated idea they had formed of my talents, and promised to do all in my power not to discredit their penetration. After they had lavished praises, the effect rather of their candor than of my merit, they took it into their heads to examine the booty I had brought under my convoy. "Let us see," said they, "let us see how a friar's purse is lined." "It should be fat and flourishing," continued one of them, "for these good fathers do not mortify the flesh when they travel." The captain untied the purse, opened it, and took out 2 or 3 handfuls of little copper coins, an Agnus Dei here and there, and some scapularies. At sight of so novel a prize, all the privates burst into an immoderate fit of laughter. "God be praised," cried the lieutenant. "We are very much obliged to Gil Blas. His first attack has produced a supply, very seasonable to our fraternity." One joke brought on another. These rascals, especially the fellow who had retired from the church to our subterraneous hermitage, began to make themselves merry on the subject. They said 1,000 good things, such as showed at once the sharpness of their wits and the profligacy of their morals. They were all on the broad grin except myself. It was impossible to be butt and marksman too. They each of them shot their bolt at me, and the captain said, "Faith, Gil Blas, I would advise you as a friend not to set your wit a second time against the church. The biter may be bit, for you must live some time longer among us, before you are a match for them." "Well, but have you never thought," said my fellow traveler, "of getting an engagement in that company? Is it necessary to be a Russius for that purpose? That is very well of you," replied Melchior. "You are a wag with your Russius. There are 20 performers. Ask the town what it thinks of them, and you will hear a pretty character of their acting. More than half of them deserve to carry a porter's knot. Yet for all that, it is no easy matter to get upon the boards. Bribery or interest must make up for the defect of talent. I ought to know what I say, since my debut at Madrid, where I was hissed and catcalled as if the devil had got among the grimalkins, though I ought to have been received with thunders of applause, for I whined, ranted, and offered all sorts of violence to nature's modesty. Nay, I went so far as to clench my fist at the heroine of the piece. In a word, I adopted the conceptions of all the great performers, and yet that same audience condemned by bell, book, and candle in me what was thought to be the first style of playing in them. Such is the force of prejudice. So that, being no favorite with the pit, and not having wherewithal to insinuate myself into the good graces of the manager, I am on my return to Zamora. There we shall all huddle together again, my wife and my fellow comedians, who are making but little of the business. I wish we may not be obliged to beg our way out of town, a catastrophe of too frequent occurrence." At these words up rose the stage-struck hero, slung across him his knapsack and his sword, and made his exit with due theatric pomp. "Farewell, gentlemen. May all the gods shower all their bounties on your heads." "And you," answered Diego with corresponding emphasis, "may you find your wife at Zamora, softened down in her relentless virtue and in comfortable keeping." No sooner had Signor Zapata turned upon his heel than he began gesticulating and spouting as he went along. The barber and myself immediately began hissing to remind him of his tympanum. He took it for a repetition of signals from his old friends. But looking behind him and seeing that we were diverting ourselves at his expense, far from taking offense at this merry conceit of ours, he joined with good humor in the joke and went his way, laughing as hard as he could. On our part, we returned the compliment in kind. After this, we got again into the high road and pursued our journey. Chapter 9. A more serious incident. We lounged about the wood for the greater part of the day without lighting on any traveler to pay toll for the friar. At length we were beginning to wear our homeward way, as if confining the feats of the day to this laughable adventure, which furnished a plentiful fund of conversation, when we got intelligence of a carriage on the road drawn by 4 mules. They were coming at a hard gallop, with 3 outriders who seemed to be well armed. Rolando ordered the troop to halt and hold a council, the result of whose deliberations was to attack the enemy. We were regularly drawn up in battle array and marched to meet the caravan. In spite of the applause I had gained in the wood, I felt an oozing sort of a tremor come over me, with a chill in my veins and a chattering in my teeth that seemed to bode me no good. As it never rains but it pours, I was in the front of the battle, hemmed in between the captain and the lieutenant, who had given me that post of honor, that I might lose no time in learning to stand fire. Rolando, observing the low ebb of my animal spirits, looked askew at me and muttered in a tone more resolute than courtly, "Hark ye, Gil Blas, look sharp about you. I give you fair notice that if you play the recreant, I shall lodge a couple of bullets in your brain." I believed him as firmly as my catechism, and thought it high time not to neglect the hint, so that I was obliged to lay an embargo on the expression of my fears, and to think only of recommending my soul to God in silence. While all this was going on, the carriage and horsemen drew near. They suspected what sort of gentry we were, and guessing our trade by our badge, stopped within gunshot. They had carabines and pistols as well as ourselves. While they were preparing to give us a brisk reception, there jumped out of the coach a well-looking gentleman richly dressed. He mounted a led horse and put himself at the head of his party. Though they were but 4 against 9, for the coachman kept his seat on the box, they advanced towards us with a confidence calculated to redouble my terror. Yet I did not forget, though trembling in every joint, to hold myself in readiness for a shot. But, to give a candid relation of the affair, I blinked and looked the other way in letting off my piece, so that from the harmlessness of my fire I was sure not to have murder to answer for in another world. I shall not give the particulars of the engagement. Though present, I was no eyewitness, and my fear, while it laid hold of my imagination, drew a veil over the anticipated horror of the sight. All I know about the matter is that after a grand discharge of musketry, I heard my companions hallooing, "Victory! Victory!" as if their lungs were made of leather. At this shout the terror which had made a forcible entry on my senses was ejected, and I beheld the 4 horsemen stretched lifeless on the field of battle. On our side we had only 1 man killed. This was the renegade parson, who had now filled the measure of his apostasy, and paid for jesting with scapularies and such sacred things. The lieutenant received a slight wound in the arm, but the bullet did little more than graze the skin. Master Rolando was the first at the coach door. Within was a lady of from 4 to 25, beautiful as an angel in his eyes, in spite of her sad condition. She had fainted during the conflict, and her swoon still continued. While he was fixed like a statue on her charms, the rest of us were in profound meditation on the plunder. We began by securing the horses of the defunct, for these animals, frightened at the report of our pieces, had got to a little distance after the loss of their riders. For the mules they had not wagged a hair, though the coachman had jumped from his box during the engagement to make his escape. We dismounted for the purpose of unharnessing and loading them with some trunks tied before and behind the carriage. This settled, the captain ordered the lady, who had not yet recovered her faculties, to be set on horseback before the best mounted of the robbers. Then, leaving the carriage and the uncased carcasses by the roadside, we carried off with us the lady, the mules, and the horses. The day before yesterday, the wedding day, your father gave his treat. It was a superb entertainment, succeeded by running at the ring. Your uncle, the mercer, regaled us yesterday with a fete champêtre, and paid the piper handsomely. There were 10 of the best-grown boys, and 10 young girls, dressed out in pastoral weeds. All the frippery in his shop was brought out to prank them up. This assemblage of Ganymedes and Auras ran through all the mazes of the dance, and warbled forth 1,000 tender and spirit-stirring lays. And yet, though nothing was ever more genteel, the effect was not thought-striking, but that must be owing to the bad taste of the spectators. The simplicity of pastoral is lost upon the present age. Today the wheels are greased by your humble servant, and I mean to present the burgesses of Ormedo with a pageant of my own invention. Finis coronabit opus. I have got a stage erected, on which, God willing, shall be represented by my scholars a piece of my own composing, entitled and called The Amusements of Muley Bugentuf, King of Morocco. It will be played to perfection, for my pupils declaim like the players of Madrid. They are lads of family at Penafiel and Segovia, boarders with me. They know how to touch the passions. To be sure, they have rehearsed under my tuition. Their emphasis will seem as if struck in the mint of their master. Utita dicam. With respect to the piece, I shall not say a word about it. You shall be taken by surprise. I shall simply state that it must produce a deep impression on the audience. It is one of those tragic subjects which harrow up the soul by images of death presented to the senses in all their fearful forms. I am of Aristotle's mind. Terror is a principal engine. If I had written for the stage, I would have introduced none but bloody tyrants and death-dispensing heroes. Not all the perfumes of Arabia should have sweetened this blood-polluted hand. I would have been up to my elbows in gore. There would have been tragedy with a vengeance principle. As I found that the bargain was struck, I went immediately to fetch in my own little accommodations and returned to take formal possession. Chapter 10. The lady's treatment from the robbers. The event of the great design conceived by Gil Blas. The night had another hour to run when we arrived at our subterraneous mansion. The first thing we did was to lead our cavalry to the stable, where we were obliged to groom them ourselves, as the old negro had been confined to his bed for 3 days with a violent fit of the gout and a universal rheumatism. He had no member supple but his tongue, and that he employed in testifying his indignation by the most horrible impieties. Leaving this wretch to curse and swear by himself, we went to the kitchen to look after the lady. So successful were our attentions that we succeeded in recovering her from her fit. But when she had once more the use of her senses, and saw herself encompassed by strangers, she knew the extent of her misfortune, and shuddered at the thought. All that grief and despair together could present, of images the most distressing, appeared depicted in her eyes, which she lifted up to heaven, as if in reproach for the indignities she was threatened with. Then, giving way at once to these dreadful apprehensions, she fell again into a swoon. Her eyelids closed once more, and the robbers thought that death was going to snatch from them their prey. The captain, therefore, judging it more to the purpose to leave her to herself than to torment her with any more of their assistance, ordered her to be laid on Leonardo's bed, and at all events to let nature take its course. We went into the hall, where one of the robbers, who had been bred a surgeon, looked at the lieutenant's arm and put a plaster to it. After this scientific operation, it was thought expedient to examine the baggage. Some of the trunks were filled with laces and linen, others with various articles of wearing apparel, but the last contained some bags of coin, a circumstance highly approved by the receivers general of the estate. After this investigation, the cook set out the sideboard, laid the cloth, and served up supper. Our conversation ran first on the great victory we had achieved. "On this subject," said Rolando, directing himself to me, "confess the truth, Gil Blas. You cannot deny that you were devilishly frightened." I candidly admitted the fact, but promised to fight like a crusader after my second or third campaign. Hereupon all the company took my part, alleging the sharpness of the action in my excuse, and that it was very well for a novice, not yet accustomed to the smell of powder. We next talked of the mules and horses just added to our subterraneous stud. It was determined to set off the next morning before daybreak, and sell them at Mansilla before there was any chance of our expedition having got wind. This resolution taken, we finished our supper and returned to the kitchen to pay our respects to the lady. We found her in the same condition. Nevertheless, though the dregs of life seemed almost exhausted, some of these poachers could not help casting a wicked leer at her, and giving visible signs of emotion within them, which would have broken out into overt act, had not Rolando put a spoke in their wheel, by representing that they ought at least to wait till the lady had got rid of her terrors and squeamishness, and could come in for her share of the amusement. Their respect for the captain operated as a check to the incontinence of their passions. Nothing else could have saved the lady, nor would death itself probably have secured her from violation. Again, therefore, did we leave this unhappy female to her melancholy fate. Rolando contented himself with charging Leonardo to take care of her, and we all separated for the night. For my part, when I went to bed, instead of courting sleep, my thoughts were wholly taken up with the lady's misfortunes. I had no doubt of her being a woman of quality, and thought her lot on that account so much the more piteous. I could not paint to myself, without shuddering, the horrors which awaited her, and felt myself as sensibly affected by them as if united to her by the ties of blood or friendship. At length, after having sufficiently bewailed her destiny, I mused on the means of preserving her honor from its present danger, and myself from a longer abode in this dungeon. I considered that the old negro could not stir, and recollected that since his illness the cook had the key of the grate. That thought warmed my fancy, and gave birth to a project not to be hazarded lightly. The stages of its execution were the following. I pretended to have the colic. A lad in the colic cannot help whining and groaning, but I went further and cried out lustily, as loud as my lungs would let me. This roused my gentle friends and brought them about me to know what the deuce was the matter. I informed them that I had a swinging fit of the gripes, and to humor the idea gnashed my teeth, made all manner of wry faces till I looked like a bedlamite, and twisted my limbs as if I had been going to be delivered of a heathen oracle. Then I became calm all at once, as if my pains had abated. The next minute I flounced up and down upon my bed, and threw my arms about at random. In a word, I played my part so well that these more experienced performers, knowing as they were, suffered themselves to be thrown off their guard, and to believe that my malady was real. All at once did they busy themselves for my relief. One brought me a bottle of brandy and forced me to gulp down half of it. Another, in spite of my remonstrances, applied oil of sweet almonds in a very offensive manner. A third went and made a napkin burning hot, to be clapped upon my stomach. In vain did I cry mercy. They attributed my noise to the violence of my disorder, and went on inflicting positive evil by way of remedy for that which was artificial. At last, able to bear it no longer, I was obliged to swear that I was better, and entreat them to give me quarter. They left off killing me with kindness, and I took care not to complain any more, for fear of experiencing their tender attentions a second time. This scene lasted nearly 3 hours, after which the robbers, calculating it to be near daybreak, prepared for their journey to Mansilla. I was for getting up as if I had set my heart on being of the party, but that they would not allow. "No, no, Gil Blas," said Signor Rolando. "Stay here, my lad, your colic may return. You shall go with us another time. Today you are not in traveling condition." I did not think it prudent to urge my attendance too much for fear of being taken at my word, but only affected great disappointment with so natural an air that they all went off without the slightest misgiving of my design. After their departure, for which I had prayed most fervently, I said to myself, "Now is your time, Gil Blas, to be firm and resolved. Arm yourself with courage to go through with an enterprise so propitiously begun. Domingo is tied by the leg, and Leonarda may show her teeth, but she cannot bite. Pounce down upon opportunity while it offers. You may wait long enough for another." Thus did I spirit myself up in soliloquy. Having got out of bed, I laid hold of my sword and pistols, and away I went to the kitchen. But before I made my appearance, I stopped to hear what Leonarda was talking about to the fair incognita, who was come to her senses, and on a view of her misfortune in its extremity, took on most desperately. "That is right, my girl," said the old hag. "Cry your eyes out, sob away plentifully. You know the good effect of woman's tears. The sudden shock was too much for you, but the danger is over. Now the engines can play. Your grief will abate by little and little, and you will get reconciled to living with our gentlemen, who are very good sort of people. You will be better off than a princess. You do not know how fond they will be of you. Not a day will pass without your being obliged to some of them. Many a woman would give one of her eyes to be in your place." I did not allow Leonarda time to go on any longer with this babbling. In I went, and putting a pistol to her breast, insisted with a menacing air on her delivering up the key of the grate. She did not know what to make of my behavior, and, though almost in the last stage of life, had such a propensity to linger on the road as not to venture on a refusal. With the key in my hand, I directed the following speech to the distressed object of my compassion. "Madam, heaven sends you a deliverer in me. Follow, and I will see you safe whithersoever you wish to be conducted." The lady was not deaf to my proposal, which made such an impression on her grateful heart that she jumped up with all the strength she had left, threw herself at my feet, and conjured me to save her honor. I raised her from the ground and assured her she might rely on me. I then took some ropes which were opportunely in the kitchen, and with her assistance tied Leonarda to the legs of a large table, protesting that I would kill her if she only breathed a murmur. After that, lighting a candle, I went with the incognita to the treasury, where I filled my pockets with pistoles, single and double, as full as they could hold. To encourage the lady not to be scrupulous, I begged she would think herself at home and make free with her own. With our finances thus recruited, we went towards the stable, where I marched in with my pistols cocked. I was of opinion that the old blackamoor, for all his gout and rheumatism, would not let me saddle and bridle my horse peaceably, and my resolution was to put the finishing hand to all his ailments, if he took it into his head to play the churl. But, by good luck, he was at that moment in such pain that I stole the steed without his perceiving that the door was open. The lady in the meantime was waiting for me. We were not long in threading the passage leading to the outlet, but reached the grate, opened it, and at last got to the trap. Much ado there was to lift it, which we could not have done but for the new strength we borrowed from the hopes of our escape. Day was beginning to dawn when we emerged from that abyss. Our first object was to get as far from it as possible. I jumped into the saddle, the lady got up behind me, and taking the first path that offered, we soon galloped out of the forest. Coming to some crossroads, we took our chance. I trembled for fear of its leading to Mansilla and our encountering Rolando and his comrades. Luckily, my apprehensions were unfounded. We got to Astorga by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people looked at us as if they had never seen such a sight before, as a woman riding behind a man. We alighted at the first inn. I immediately ordered a partridge and a young rabbit to the spit. While my orders were in a train of execution, the lady was shown to a room, where we began to scrape acquaintance with one another, which we had not done on the road on account of the speed we made. She expressed a high sense of my services, and told me that after so gentlemanly a conduct, she could not allow herself to think me one of the gang from whom I had rescued her. I told her my story, to confirm her good opinion. By these means I entitled myself to her confidence and to the knowledge of her misfortunes, which she recounted to the following effect. Chapter 11. The History of Donna Mencia de Mosquera. I was born at Valladolid, and am called Donna Mencia de Mosquera. My father, Don Martin, after spending most of his family estate in the service, was killed in Portugal at the head of his regiment. He left me so little property that I was a bad match, though an only daughter. I was not, however, without my admirers, notwithstanding the mediocrity of my fortune. Several of the most considerable cavaliers in Spain sought me in marriage. My favorite was Don Alvar de Mello. It is true he had a prettier person than his rivals, but more solid qualities determined me in his favor. He had wit, discretion, valor, probity, and in addition to all these, an air of fashion. Was an entertainment to be given, his taste was sure to be displayed. If he appeared in the lists, he always fixed the eyes of the beholders on his strength and dexterity. I singled him out from among all the rest, and married him. A few days after our nuptials, he met Don Andrew de Besa, who had been his rival, in a private place. They attacked one another sword in hand, and Don Andrew fell. as he was nephew to the corregidor of Valladolid, a turbulent man, violently incensed against the house of Mello. Don Alvar thought he could not soon enough make his escape. He returned home speedily, and told me what had happened while his horse was getting ready. "My dear Mencia," said he at length, "we must part. You know the corregidor. Let us not flatter ourselves. He will hunt me even to death. You are unacquainted with his influence. This empire will be too hot to hold me." He was so penetrated by his own grief and mine as not to be able to articulate further. I made him take some cash and jewels, then he folded me in his arms, and we did nothing but mingle our sighs and tears for a quarter of an hour. In a short time the horse was at the door. He tore himself from me and left me in a condition not easily to be expressed. It had been well if the excess of my affliction had destroyed me. How much pain and trouble might I have escaped by death! Some hours after Don Alvar was gone, the corregidor became acquainted with his flight. He set up a hue and cry after him, sparing no pains to get him into his power. My husband, however, eluded his pursuit and got into safe quarters, so that the judge, finding himself reduced to confine his vengeance to the poor satisfaction of confiscating, where he meant to execute, labored to good purpose in his vocation. Don Alvar's little property all went to the hammer. I remained in a very comfortless situation, with scarcely the means of subsistence. A retired life was best suited to my circumstances, with a single female servant. I passed my hours in lamenting, not an indigence which I bore patiently, but the absence of a beloved husband, of whom I received no accounts. He had indeed pledged himself, in the melancholy moments of our parting, to be punctual in acquainting me with his destiny, to whatever part of the world his evil star might conduct him. And yet 7 years rolled on without my hearing of him. My suspense respecting his fate afflicted me most deeply. At last I heard of his falling in battle, under the Portuguese banner, in the kingdom of Fez. A man newly returned from Africa brought me the account, with the assurance that he had been well acquainted with Don Alvar de Mello, had served with him in the army, and had seen him drop in the action. To this narrative of facts he added several collateral circumstances, which left me no room to doubt of my husband's premature death. About this time, Don Ambrosio Messia Carrillo, Marquis de la Guardia, arrived at Valladolid. He was one of those elderly noblemen who, with that good breeding acquired by long experience in courts, throw their years into the background and retain the faculty of making themselves agreeable to our sex. One day he happened by accident to hear the story of Don Alvar, and from the part one bore in it and the description of my person, there arose a desire of being better acquainted. To satisfy his curiosity, he made interest with one of my relations to invite me to her house. The gentleman was one of the party. This first interview made not the less impression on his heart, for the traces of sorrow which were too obvious on my countenance. He was touched by its melancholy and languishing expression, which gave him a favorable forecast of my constancy. Respect, rather than any warmer sentiment, might perhaps be the inspirer of his wishes. For he told me more than once what a miracle of good faith he considered me, and my husband's fate as enviable in this respect, however lamentable in others. In a word, he was struck with me at first sight, and did not wait for a review of my pretensions, but at once took the resolution of making me his wife. The intervention of my kinswoman was adopted as the means of inducing me to accept his proposal. She paid me a visit, and in the course of conversation pleaded that as my husband had submitted to the decree of Providence in the kingdom of Fez according to very credible accounts, it was no longer rational to coop up my charms. I had shed tears enough over a man to whom I had been united but for a few moments, as it were, and I ought to avail myself of the present offer, and had nothing to do but to step into happiness at once. In furtherance of these arguments, she set forth the old Marquise's pedigree, his wealth, and high character. But in vain did her eloquence expatiate on his endowments, for I was not to be moved. Not that my mind misgave me respecting Don Alvar's death, nor that the apprehension of his sudden and unwelcome appearance hereafter checked my inclinations. My little liking, or rather my extreme repugnance to a second marriage after the sad issue of the first, was the sole obstacle opposed to my relation's urgency. Neither was she disheartened. On the contrary, her zeal for Don Ambrosio resorted to endless stratagems. All my family were pressed into the old lord's service. So beneficial a match was not to be trifled with. They were eternally besetting, dunning, and tormenting me. In fact, my despondency, which increased from day to day, contributed not a little to my yielding. As there was no getting rid of him, I gave way to their eager suit, and was wedded to the Marquis de la Guardia. The day after the nuptials, we went to a very fine castle of his near Burgos, between Grajal and Rodillas. He conceived a violent love for me. The desire of pleasing was visible in all his actions. The anticipation of my slenderest wishes was his earliest and his latest study. No husband ever regarded his wife more tenderly. No lover could pour forth more devotion to his mistress. Nor would it have been possible for me to steel my heart against a return of passion, though our ages were so disproportioned, had not every soft sentiment been buried in Don Alvar's grave. But the avenues of a constant heart are barred against a second inmate. The memory of my first husband threw a damp on all the kind efforts of the second. Mere gratitude was a cold retribution for such tenderness, but it was all I had to give. Such was my temper of mind, when, taking the air one day at a window in my apartment, I perceived a peasant-looking man in the garden, viewing me with fixed attention. He appeared to be a common laborer. The circumstance soon passed out of my thoughts, but the next day, having again taken my station at the window, I saw him on the self-same spot, and again found myself the object of his eager gaze. This seemed strange. I looked at him in my turn, and, after an attentive scrutiny, thought I could trace the features of the unhappy Don Alvar. This seeming visit from the tombs roused all the dormant agony of my soul, and extorted from me a piercing scream. Happily, I was then alone with Inez, who of all my women engaged the largest share of my confidence. I told her what surmise had so agitated my spirits. She only laughed at the idea, and took it for granted that a slight resemblance had imposed on my fancy. "Take courage, madam," said she, "and do not be afraid of seeing your first husband. What likelihood is there of his being here in the disguise of a peasant? Is it even within the reach of credibility that he is still alive? However, I will go down into the garden and talk with this rustic. I will answer for finding out who he is, and will return in all possible haste with my intelligence." Inez ran on her errand like a lapwing, but soon returned to my apartment with a face of mingled astonishment and emotion. "Madam," exclaimed she, "your conjecture is but too well grounded. It is indeed Don Alvar whom you have seen. He made himself known at once and pleads for a private interview." As I had the means of admitting Don Alvar instantaneously by the absence of the Marquis at Burgos, I commissioned my waiting maid to introduce him into my closet by a private staircase. Well may you imagine the hurry and agitation of my spirits. How could I support the presence of a man who was entitled to overwhelm me with reproaches? I fainted at his very footfall as he entered. They were about me in a moment, he as well as Inez, and when they had recovered me from my swoon, Don Alvar said, "Madam, for heaven's sake compose yourself. My presence shall never be the cause of pain to you, nor would I for the world expose you to the slightest anxiety. I am no savage husband, come to account with you for a sacred pledge, nor do I impute to criminal motives the second contract you have formed. I am well aware that it was owing to the importunity of your friends. Your persecutions from that quarter are not unknown to me. Besides, the report of my death was current in Valladolid, and you had so much the more reason to give it credit, as no letter from me gave you any assurance to the contrary. In short, I am no stranger to your habits of life since our cruel separation, and know that necessity, not lightness of heart, has thrown you into the arms. Ah, sir, interrupted I with sobs, why will you make excuses for your unworthy wife? She is guilty since you survive. Why am I not still in the forlorn state in which I languished before my marriage with Don Ambrosio? Fatal nuptials. Alas, but for these, I should at least have had the consolation in my wretchedness of seeing the object of my first vows again without a blush. My dear Mencia, replied Don Alvar with a look which marked how deeply he was penetrated by my contrition, I make no complaint of you, and far from upbraiding you with your present prosperity, as heaven is my witness, I return it thanks for the favors it has showered on you. Since the sad day of my departure from Valladolid, my own fate has ever been adverse. My life has been but a tissue of misfortune, and, as a surcharge of evil destiny, I had no means of letting you hear from me. Too secure in your affection, I could neither think nor dream but of the condition to which my fatal love might have reduced you. Donna Mencia in tears was the lovely but killing spectre that haunted me. Of all my miseries, your dear idea was the most acute. Sometimes, I own, I felt remorse for the transporting crime of having pleased you. I wished you had lent an ear to the suit of some happier rival, since the preference with which you had honored me was to fall so cruelly on your own head. To cut short my melancholy tale, after 7 years of suffering, more enamored than ever, I determined to see you once again. The impulse was not to be resisted, and the expiration of a long slavery having furnished me with the power of giving way to it, I have been at Valladolid under this disguise at the hazard of a discovery. There I learned the whole story. I then came to this castle, and found the means of admission into the gardener's service, who has engaged me as a laborer. Such was my stratagem to obtain this private interview. But do not suppose me capable of blasting, by my continuance here, the happiness of your future days. I love you better than my own life. I have no consideration but for your repose, and it is my purpose, after thus unburdening my heart, to finish in exile the sacrifice of an existence which has lost its value since no longer to be devoted to your service. No, Don Alvar, no, exclaimed I at these words. You shall never quit me a second time. I will be the companion of your wanderings, and death only shall divide us from this hour. Take my advice, replied he. Live with Don Ambrosio. Unite not yourself with my miseries, but leave me to stand under their undivided weight. These and other such entreaties he used, but the more willing he seemed to sacrifice himself to my welfare, the less did I feel disposed to take advantage of his generosity. When he saw me resolute in my determination to follow him, he all at once changed his tone, and assuming an aspect of more satisfaction, madam, said he, since you still love Don Alvar well enough to prefer adversity with him before your present ease and affluence, let us then take up our abode at Betancos in the interior of Galicia. There I have a safe retreat. Though my misfortunes may have stripped me of all my effects, they have not alienated all my friends. Some are yet faithful, and have furnished me with the means of carrying you off. With their help I have hired a carriage at Zamora, have bought mules and horses, and am accompanied by perhaps the 3 boldest of the Galicians. They are armed with carabines and pistols, waiting my orders at the village of Rodias. Let us avail ourselves of Don Ambrosio's absence. I will send the carriage to the castle gate, and we will set out without loss of time." I consented. Don Alvar flew towards Rodilas, and shortly returned with his escort. My women, from the midst of whom I was carried off, not knowing what to think of this violent proceeding, made their escape in great terror. Ines only was in the secret, but she would not link her fate with mine on account of a love affair with Don Ambrosio's favorite man. I got into the carriage, therefore, with Don Alvar, taking nothing with me but my clothes and some jewels of my own before my second marriage, for I could not think of appropriating any presents of the Marquis. We traveled in the direction of Galicia, without knowing if we should be lucky enough to reach it. We had reason to fear Don Ambrosio's pursuit on his return, and that we should be overtaken by superior numbers. We went forward for 2 days without any alarm, and in the hope of being equally fortunate, the third had got into a very quiet conversation. Don Alvar was relating the melancholy adventure which had occasioned the rumor of his death, and how he recovered his freedom, after 5 years of slavery, when yesterday we met upon the Leon road the banditti you were with. He it was whom they killed with all his attendants, and it is for him the tears flow which you see me shedding at this moment. Chapter 12. A disagreeable interruption. Donna Mencia melted into tears as she finished this recital. I allowed her to give a free passage to her sighs. I even wept myself for company, so natural is it to be interested for the afflicted, and especially for a lovely female in distress. I was just going to ask her what she meant to do in the present conjuncture, and possibly she was going to consult me on the same subject if our conversation had not been interrupted, but we heard a great noise in the inn which drew our attention whether we would or no. It was no less than the arrival of the corregidor, attended by 2 alguazils and their marshalmen. They came into the room where we were. A young gentleman in their train came first up to me, and began taking to pieces the different articles of my dress. He had no occasion to examine them long. "By St. James," exclaimed he, "this is my identical doublet. It is the very thing, and as safely to be challenged as my horse. You may commit this spark on my recognizance. He is one of the gang who have an undiscovered retreat in this country." At this discourse, which gave me to understand my accuser to be the gentleman robbed, whose spoils to my confusion were exclusively my own, I was without a word to say for myself, looking one way and the other, and not knowing where to fix my eyes. The corregidor, whose office was suspicion, set me down for the culprit, and, presuming on the lady for an accomplice, ordered us into separate custody. This magistrate was none of your stern gallows-preaching fellows. He had a jocular, epigrammatic sort of countenance. God knows if his heart lay in the right place for all that. As soon as I was committed, in came he with his pack. They knew their trade, and began by searching me. What a forfeit to these lords of the manor! At every handful of pistoles, what little eyes did I see them make! The corregidor was absolutely out of his wits. It was the best stroke within the memory of justice. "My pretty lad," said his worship with a softened tone, "we only do our duty, but do not you tremble for your bones before the time. You will not be broken on the wheel if you do not deserve it. These bloodsuckers were emptying my pockets all the time with their cursed palaver, and took from me what their betters of the shades below had the decency to leave, my uncle's 40 ducats. They stuck at nothing. Their stanch fingers, with slow but certain scent, routed me out from top to toe. They whisked me round, and stripped me even to the shame of modesty, for fear some sneaking portrait of the king should slink between my shirt and skin. When they could sift me no further, the corregidor thought it time to begin his examination. I told a plain tale. My deposition was taken down, and the sequel was that he carried in his train his bloodhounds and my little property, leaving me to toss without a rag upon a beggarly wisp of straw. Oh, the miseries of human life, groaned I, when I found myself in this merciless and solitary condition. Our adventures here are whimsical and out of all time and tune. From my first outset from Oviedo, I had got into a pleasant round of difficulties. Hardly had I worked myself out of one danger before I soused into another. Coming into town here, how could I expect the honor of the corregidor's acquaintance? While thus communing with my own thoughts, I got once more into the cursed doublet and the rest of the paraphernalia which had got me into such a scrape. Then plucking up a little courage, "Never mind, Gil Blas," thought I, "do not be chicken-hearted. What is a prison above ground after so brimstone a snuffle as thou hast had of the regions below? But, alas, I hallo before I am out of the wood. I am in more experienced hands than those of Leonarda and Domingo. My key will not open this grate. I might well say so, for a prisoner without money is like a bird with its wings clipped. One must be in full feather to flutter out of distance from these gowl birds. But we left a partridge and a young rabbit on the spit. How they got off I know not, but my supper was a bit of sallow-complexioned bread with a pitcher of water to render it amenable to mastication. And thus was I destined to bite the bridle in my dungeon. A fortnight was pretty well without seeing a soul, but my keeper, who had orders that I should want for nothing in the bread-and-water way. Whenever he made his appearance, I was inclined to be sociable and to parley a little to get rid of the blue devils, but this majestic minister was above reply. He was mum. He scarcely trusted his eyes, but to see that I did not slip by him. On the 16th day, the corregidor strutted in to this tune. "You are a lucky fellow. I have news for you. The lady is packed off for Burgos. She came under my examination before her departure, and her answers went to your exculpation. You will be at large this very day if your carrier from Pegnaflor to Cacabelos agrees in the same tale. He is now in Astorga. I have sent for him, and expect him here. If he confirms the story of the torture, you are your own master." At these words, I was ready to jump out of my skin for joy. The business was settled. I thanked the magistrate for the abridgment of justice with which he had deigned to favor me, and was getting to the fag end of my compliment when the muleteer arrived, with an attendant before and behind. I knew the fellow's face, but he, having as a matter of course sold my cloak-bag with the contents from a deep-rooted affection to the money which the sale had brought, swore lustily that he had no acquaintance with me and had never seen me in the whole course of his life. "Who? You villain," exclaimed I, "go down on your knees and own that you have sold my clothes. Prithee, have some regard to truth. Look in my face. Am not I one of those shallow young fellows whom you had the wit to threaten with the rack in the corporate town of Cacabelos?" The muleteer turned upon his toe and protested he had not the honor of my acquaintance. As he persisted in his disavowal, I was recommitted for further examination. Patience once more. It was only reducing feasts and fasts to the level of bread and water, and regaling the only sense I had the means of using with the sight of my tongue-tied warden. But when I reflected how little innocence would avail to extricate me from the clutches of the law, the thought was death. I panted for my subterraneous paradise. "Take it for all in all," said I, "there were fewer grievances than in this dungeon. I was hail fellow well met with the banditti. I bandied about my jokes with the best of them and lived on the sweet hope of an escape, whereas my innocence here will only be a passport to the galleys. Wretch," said I to myself, "is it thus that you make good the hopes of your family? Is it not enough to have thwarted their pious intentions by not following your destined course of life as an instructor of youth? Need your condition of a servant hinder you from living decently and soberly? Are such monsters of iniquity fit companions for you? Envy, hatred, and avarice are predominant here. Intemperance and idleness have purchased the fee. Simple there, the pride of some is aggravated into the most barefaced impudence, and modesty is turned out of doors by the common consent of all. The business is settled. I will not live any longer with the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 13. The lucky means by which Gil Blas escaped from prison, and his travels afterwards. While I passed the hours in tickling my fancy with my own gay thoughts, my adventures, word for word as I had set my hand to them, were current about the town. The people wanted to make a show of me. One after another, there they came, peeping in at a little window of my prison, not too capacious of daylight, and when they had looked about them, off they went. This raree show was a novelty. Since my commitment, there had not been a living creature at that window, which looked into a court where silence and horror kept guard. This gave me to understand that I was become the town talk, and I knew not whether to divine good or evil from the omen. One of my first visitors was the little chorister of Mondoñedo, who had a fellow feeling with me for the rack and an equally light pair of heels. I knew him at once, and he had no qualms about acknowledging me as an acquaintance. We exchanged a kind greeting, then compared notes since our separation. I was obliged to relate my adventures in due form and order. The chorister, on his part, told me what had happened in the inn at Cacabelos, between the muleteer and the bride, after we had taken to our heels in a panic. Then, with a friendly assurance at parting, he promised to leave no stone unturned for my release. His companions, of mere curiosity, testified their pity for my misfortune, assuring me that they would lend a helping hand to the little chorister, and do their utmost to procure my freedom. They were no worse than their word. The corregidor was applied to in my favor, who, no longer doubtful of my innocence, above all when he had heard the chorister's story, came 3 weeks afterwards into my cell. "Gil Blas," said he, "I never stand shilly-shally. Begone, you are free. You may take yourself off whenever you please. But tell me, if you were carried to the forest, could you not discover the subterraneous retreat?" "No, sir," replied I, "as I only entered in the night and made my escape before daybreak, it would be impossible to fix upon the spot." Thereupon the magistrate withdrew, assuring me that the gaoler should be ordered to give me free egress. In fact, the very next moment the turnkey came into my dungeon, followed by one of his outriding establishment, with a bundle of clothes under his arm. They both of them stripped me with the utmost solemnity, and without uttering a single syllable, of my doublet and breeches, which had the honor to be made of a bettermost cloth almost new. Then, having rigged me in an old frock, they shoved me out of their hospitable mansion by the shoulders. The taking I was in to see myself so ill-equipped acted as a cooler to the usual transport of prisoners at recovering their liberty. I was tempted to escape from the town without delay, that I might withdraw from the gaze of the people, whose prying eyes I could not encounter but with pain. My gratitude, however, got the better of my diffidence. I went to thank the little chorister, to whom I was so much obliged. He could not help chuckling when he saw me. "That is your trim, is it?" said he. "As far as I see, you cannot complain that your case has not been sifted to the bottom." "I have nothing to say against the laws of my country," replied I. "They are as just as need be. I only wish their officers would take after them. They might have spared me my suit of clothes. I have paid for them over and over again." "I am quite of your mind," rejoined he, "but they would tell you that these are little formalities of old standing, which cannot be dispensed with." "What? You are foolish enough to suppose, for instance, that your horse has been restored to its right owner?" Not a word of it, if you please. The beast is at this present in the stables of the Register, where it has been impounded as a witness to be brought into court. If the poor gentleman comes off with the crupper, he will be so much in pocket. But let us change the subject. What is your plan? What do you mean to do with yourself? I have an inclination, said I, to take the road for Burgos. I may light on my rescued lady. She will give me a little ready cash. I shall then buy a new short cassock and betake myself to Salamanca, where I shall see what I can make of my Latin. All my trouble is how to get to Burgos. One must live on the road. I understand you, replied he. Take my purse. It is rather thinly lined, to be sure, but you know a chorister's dividends are not like a bishop's. At the same time he drew it from his pouch and inserted it between my hands with so good a grace that I could not do otherwise than accept it for want of a better. I thanked him as though he had made me a present of a gold mine, and tendered him 1,000 promises of recompense, to be duly honored and punctually paid at doomsday. With this I left him, and skulked out of the town, not paying my respects to my other benefactors, but giving them 1,000 blessings from my heart. The little chorister had reason for speaking modestly of his purse. It was not orthodox. By good luck, I had been used for these 2 months to a very slender diet, and had still a little small change left when I reached Ponte de Mula, not far from Burgos. I halted there to inquire after Donna Mencia. The hostess of the inn I put up at was a little withered, spiteful, emaciated bit of mortality. I saw at a glance by the mouths she made at me aside that my frock did not hit her fancy, and I thought it a proof of her taste. So I sat myself down at a table, ate bread and cheese, and drank a few glasses of execrable wine, such as innkeepers technically call cassecaquin. During this meal, which was of a piece with the outward appearance of the guest, I did my utmost to come to closer quarters with my landlady. Did she know the Marquis de la Guardia? Was his castle far out of town? Above all, what was become of my lady Marchioness? "You ask many questions in a breath," replied she, bridling with disdain. But I got out of her, though by hard pumping, that Don Ambrosio's castle was but a short league from Ponte de Mula. After I had done eating and drinking, as it was night, I thought it natural to go to bed, and asked for my room. "A room for you!" shrieked my landlady, darting at me a glance of contempt and pride. "I have no rooms for fellows who make their supper on a bit of cheese. All my beds are bespoke. There are people of fashion expected, and our accommodations are all kept for them. But I will not be unchristian. You may lie in my bar, and I suppose your soft skin will not be incommoded by the feel of straw." She spoke truth without knowing it. I took it all in silence and slunk to my roosting place, where I fell asleep like a man, the excess of whose labors are his ready passport to the blessings of repose. Chapter 14. Donna Mencia's reception of him at Burgos. I inquired in the town my way to the castle where I wanted to present myself. By accident I made up to a man not unlike my landlord at Pegnaflor. He was not satisfied with answering my question to the point, but informed me that Don Ambrosio had been dead 3 weeks, and the Marchioness his lady had taken the resolution of retiring to a convent at Burgos, which he named. I proceeded immediately towards that town, instead of taking the road to the castle, as I had first meant to do, and flew at once to the place of Donna Mencia's retreat. I besought the attendant at the turning box to tell that lady that a young man just discharged from prison at Astorga wanted to speak with her. The nun went on the message immediately. On her return, she showed me into a parlor, where I did not wait long before Don Ambrosio's widow appeared at the grate in deep mourning. "You are welcome," said the lady. "4 days ago I wrote to a person at Astorga to pay you a visit as from me, and to tell you to come and see me the moment you were released from prison. I had no doubt of your being discharged shortly. What I told the corregidor in your exculpation was enough for that. An answer was brought that you had been set at liberty, but that no one knew what was become of you. I was afraid of not seeing you any more, and losing the pleasure of expressing my gratitude. Never mind, added she, observing my confusion at making my appearance in so wretched a garb. Your dress is of very little consequence. After the important services you have rendered me, I should be the most ungrateful of my sex if I were to do nothing for you in return. I undertake, therefore, to better your condition. It is my duty, and the means are in my power. My fortune is large enough to pay my debt of obligation to you, without putting myself to inconvenience. You know, continued she, my story up to the time when we both were committed to prison. I will now tell you what has happened to me since. When the corregidor at Astorga had sent me to Burgos, after having heard from my own lips a faithful recital of my adventures, I presented myself at the castle of Ambrosio. My return thither excited extreme surprise, but they told me that it was too late. The Marquis, as if he had been thunderstruck at my flight, fell sick, and the physicians despaired of his recovery. Here was a new incident in the melancholy tragedy of my fate, yet I ordered my arrival to be announced. The next moment I ran into his chamber, and threw myself on my knees by his bedside, with a face running down with tears, and a heart oppressed with the most lively sorrow. "Who sent for you hither?" said he as soon as he saw me. "Are you come to contemplate your own contrivance? Was it not enough to have deprived me of life? But was it necessary to satisfy your heart's desire, to be an eye-witness of my death?" "My lord," replied I, "Inez must have told you that I fled with my first husband, and, had it not been for the sad accident which has taken him from me forever, you never would have seen me more." At the same time I acquainted him that Don Alvar had been killed by a banditti, whose captive I had consequently been in a subterraneous dungeon. After relating the particulars of my story to the end, Don Ambrosio held out to me his hand. "It is enough," said he affectionately. "I will make no more complaints. Alas, have I, in fact, any right to reproach you? You were thrown once more in the way of a beloved husband, and gave me up to follow his fortunes. Can I blame such an instance of your affection? No, madam, it would have been vain to resist the will of fate. For that reason I gave orders not to pursue you. In my rival himself I could not but respect the sacred rights with which he was invested, and even the impulse of your flight seemed to have been communicated by some superior power. To close all with an act of justice, and in the spirit of reconciliation, your return hither has re-established you completely in my affection. Yes, my dear Mencia, your presence fills me with joy, but, alas, I shall not long be sensible to it. I feel my last hour to be at hand. No sooner are you restored to me than I must bid you an eternal farewell." At these touching expressions my tears flowed in torrents. I felt and expressed as much affliction as the human heart is capable of containing. I question whether Don Alvar's death, doting on him as I did, had cost me more bitter lamentations. Don Ambrosio had given way to no mistaken presage of his death, which happened on the following day, and I remained mistress of a considerable jointure settled on me at our marriage. But I shall take care to make no unworthy use of it. The world shall not see me, young as I still am, wantoning in the arms of a third husband. Besides that such levity seems irreconcilable with the feelings of any but the profligate of our sex, I will frankly own the relish of life to be extinct in me, so that I mean to end my days in this convent, and to become a benefactress to it. Such was Donna Mencia's discourse about her future plans. She then drew a purse from beneath her robe, and put it into my hands, with this address: "Here are 100 ducats, simply to furnish out your wardrobe. That done, come and see me again. I mean not to confine my gratitude within such narrow bounds. I returned her 1,000 thanks, and promised solemnly not to quit Burgos without taking leave of her. Having given this pledge, which I had every inclination to redeem, I went to look out for some house of entertainment. Entering the first I met with, I asked for a room. To parry the ill opinion my frock might convey of my finances, I told the landlord that, however appearances might be against me, I could pay for my night's lodging as well as a better-dressed gentleman. At this speech, the landlord, whose name was Majuelo, a great banterer in a coarse way, running over me with his eyes from top to toe, answered with a cool, sarcastic grin that there was no need of any such assurance. It was evident I should pay my way liberally, for he discovered something of nobility through my disguise, and had no doubt but I was a gentleman in very easy circumstances. I saw plainly that the rascal was laughing at me, and, to stop his humor before it became too convulsive, gave him a little insight into the state of my purse. I went so far as to count over my ducats on a table before him, and perceived my coin to have inclined him to a more respectful judgment. I begged the favor of him to send for a tailor. "A broker would be better," said he. "He will bring all sorts of apparel, and you will be dressed up out of hand." I approved of this advice and determined to follow it, but, as the day was on the point of closing, I put off my purchase till the morrow, and thought only of getting a good supper to make me amends for the miserable fare I had taken up with since my escape from the forest. Chapter 15. Gil Blas dresses himself to more advantage, and receives a second present from the lady. His equipage on setting out from Burgos. They served me up a plentiful fricassee of sheep's trotters, almost the whole of which I demolished. My drinking kept pace with my eating, and when I could stuff no longer I went to bed. I lay comfortably enough, and was in hopes that a sound sleep would have the kindness without delay to commit a friendly invasion on my senses. But I could not close an eye for ruminating on the dress I should choose. What shall I do, thought I. Shall I follow my first plan? Shall I buy a short cassock and go to Salamanca to set up for a tutor? Why should I adopt the costume of a licentiate? For the purpose of going into orders. Do I feel an inward call? No. If I have any call, it is quite the contrary way. I had rather wear a sword than an apron and push my fortune in this world before I think of the next. I made up my mind to take on myself the appearance of a gentleman. Waiting for the day with the greatest impatience, its first dawn no sooner greeted my eyes than I got up. I made such an uproar in the inn as to wake the most inveterate sleeper, and called the servants out of bed, who returned my salute with a volley of curses. But they found themselves under a necessity of stirring, and I let them have no rest till they had sent for a broker. The gentleman soon made his appearance, followed by 2 lads, each lugging in a great bundle of green cloth. He accosted me very civilly, to the following effect. "Honored sir, you are a happy man to have been recommended to me rather than anyone else. I do not mean to give my brethren an ill word. God forbid I should offer the slightest injury to their reputation. They have none to spare. But, between ourselves, there is not one of them that has any bowels. They are more extortionate than the Israelites. There is not a broker but myself that has any moral sense. I keep within the bounds of a reasonable profit. I am satisfied with a pound in the penny. No, no, no. That is wrong, with a penny in the pound. Thanks to heaven I get forward fair and softly in the world." The broker, after this preface, which I, like a fool, took for chapter and verse, told his journeymen to undo their bundles. They showed me suits of every color in the rainbow, and exposed to sale a great choice of plain cloths. These I threw aside with contempt, as thinking them too undressed, but they made me try on one which fitted me as well as if I had been measured for it, and just hit my fancy, though it was a little the worse for wear. It was a doublet with slashed sleeves, with breeches and a cloak, the whole of blue velvet with gold embroidery. I felt a little hankering after this particular article, and attempted to beat down the price. The broker, who saw my inclination, told me I had a very correct taste. "By all that is sacred," exclaimed he, "it is plain you are no younker. Take this with you." That dress was made for one of the first nobility in the kingdom, and has not been on his back 3 times. Look at the velvet, feel it, nothing can be richer or of a better color, and for the embroidery, come now, tell truth, did you ever see better workmanship? "What is the price of it?" said I. "Only 60 ducats," replied he. "I have refused the money, or else I am a liar. The alternative could not fail in one proposition or the other. I bid 5 and 40, 2 or 3 and 20 would have been nearer the mark." "My worthy master," said the broker coolly, "I never ask too much. I have but one price. But here," added he, holding up the suits I had thrown aside, "take these, I can afford to sell them a better bargain." All this only inflamed my eagerness to buy what I was cheapening, and as I had no idea that he would have made any abatement, I paid him down 60 ducats. When he saw how easily a fool and his money were parted, I verily believe that, in spite of the moral sense, he heartily repented not having taken a hint from the extortionate Israelite. But reconciling himself as well as he could to the small profit to which he professed to confine himself of a pound upon a penny, he retreated with his journeymen. I was not suffered to forget that they must have something for their trouble. I had now a cloak, a doublet, and a very decent pair of breeches. The rest of my wardrobe was to be thought of, and this took up the whole morning. I bought some linen, a hat, silk stockings, shoes, and a sword, and concluded by putting on my purchases. What pleasure was it to see myself so well accoutred! My eyes were never cloyed, as it were, with the richness of my attire. Never did peacock look at his own plumage with less philosophy. On that very day I paid a affability. She thanked me over again for the service I had rendered her. On that subject rapid was the interchange of compliments. Then, wishing every kind of success, she bade me farewell and withdrew, without giving me anything but a ring worth 30 pistoles, which she begged me to keep as a remembrance. I looked very foolish with my ring. I had reckoned on a much more considerable present. Thus, little satisfied with the lady's bounty, I measured back my steps in a very musing attitude. But as I entered the inn door, a man overtook me, and throwing off his wrapping cloak, discovered a large bag under his arm. At the vision of the bag, apparently full of current coin, I stood gaping, as did most of the company present. The voice of angel or archangel could not have been sweeter than when this messenger of earthly dross, laying the bag upon the table, said, "Signor Gil Blas, the Lady Marchioness desires her compliments." I bowed the bearer out with an accumulation of fine speeches, and, as soon as his back was turned, pounced upon the bag, like a hawk upon its quarry, and bore it between my talons to my chamber. I untied it without loss of time, and the contents were 1,000 ducats. The landlord, who had overheard the bearer, came in just as I had done counting them, to know what was in the bag. The sight of my riches displayed upon a table struck him in a very forcible manner. "What the devil! Here is a sum of money. So, you are the man," pursued he with a waggish sort of leer. "You know how to tickle the fancies of the ladies. 24 hours only have you been in Burgos, and marchionesses, I warrant you, have surrendered at the first summons." This discourse was not so much amiss. I was half inclined to leave Majuelo in his error, for it flattered my vanity. I do not wonder young fellows are fond of passing for men of gallantry. But as yet the purity of my morals was proof against the suggestions of my pride. I undeceived my landlord by telling him Dona Mencia's story, to which he listened very attentively. Afterwards, I led him into the state of my affairs, and, as he seemed to take an interest in them, besought him to assist me with his advice. He ruminated for some time, then said with a serious air, "Master Gil Blas, I have taken a liking to you, and since you are candid enough to open your heart to me, I will tell you sincerely what I think would suit you best. You were evidently born for a court life. I recommend you to go thither, and to get about the person of some considerable nobleman. But make a point either of getting at his secrets, or administering to his pleasures. Unless you do that, it will be all lost time in his family. I know the great. They reckon nothing upon the zeal and attachment of a real friend, but only care for pimping sycophants. You have, besides, another string to your bow. You are young, with an attractive person parts out of the question, for they are not at all times necessary. It is hard if you cannot turn the head of some rich widow or handsome wife with a broomstick for her husband. Love may ruin men of fortune, but it makes amends by feathering the nests of those who have none. My vote, therefore, is for Madrid, but you must not make your appearance there without an establishment. There, as elsewhere, people judge by the outside, and you will only be respected according to the figure you make. I will find you a servant, a tried domestic, a prudent lad, in a word, a fellow of my own creation. Buy a couple of mules, one for yourself, the other for him, and set off as fast as you can." This counsel was too palatable to be refused. On the day following, I purchased 2 fine mules, and bargained with my new servant. He was a young man of 30, of a very simple and godly appearance. He told me he was a native of Galicia, by name Ambrose de Lamela. Other servants are selfish and think they never can have wages enough. This fellow assured me he was a man of few wants, and should be contented with whatever I had the goodness to give him. I bought a pair of boots with a portmanteau to lock up my linen and my money. Having settled with my landlord, I set out from Burgos the next morning before sunrise, on my way to Madrid. Chapter 16. Showing that prosperity will slip through a man's fingers. We slept at Dueñas the first night, and reached Valladolid on the following day about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We alighted at the inn of the most respectable appearance in the town. I left the care of the mules to my fellow, and went up to a room whither I ordered my portmanteau to be carried by a waiter. As I felt a little weary, I threw myself on a couch in my boots and fell asleep involuntarily. It was almost night when I awoke. I called for Ambrose. He was not to be found in the house, but made his appearance in a short time. I asked him where he had been. He answered in his godly way that he was just come from church, whither he went for the purpose of thanksgiving, by reason that we had been graciously preserved from all perils and dangers between Burgos and Valladolid. I commended his piety, and ordered a chicken to be roasted for supper. At the moment when I was giving this order, my landlord came into my room with a light in his hand. That cursed candle served to introduce a lady, handsome but not young, and very richly attired. She leaned upon an usher, none of the youngest, and a little blackamoor was her train-bearer. I was under no small surprise when this fair incognita, with a profound obeisance, begged to know if my name might happen to be Signor Gil Blas of Santillane. I had no sooner blundered out yes than she released her sweet hand from the custody of the usher, and embraced me with a transport of joy, of which I knew less and less what to make. "Heaven be praised," cried she, "for all its mercies. You are he, noble sir, the very man of whom I was in quest." By this introduction I was reminded of my friend the parasite at Pegnaflor, and was on the point of suspecting the lady to be no better than an honest woman should be, but her finale gave me a much higher opinion of her. "I am," continued she, "befriended. It was but this morning I received a letter from her. She writes me word that, having learned your intention of going to Madrid, she wished me to receive you hospitably on your journey, if you went this way. For these 2 hours have I been parading the town. From inn to inn have I gone to inform myself what strangers were in the house, and I gathered from the landlord's description that you were most likely to have been my cousin's deliverer. Since then I have found you out. You shall know by experience my gratitude to the friends of my family, and especially to my dear cousin's hero. You will take up your abode, if you please, at my house. Your accommodations will be better. I wished to excuse myself and told the lady that I could not be so troublesome, but her importunities were more than a match for my modesty. A carriage was waiting at the door of the inn to convey us. She saw my portmanteau taken care of with her own eyes, because, as she justly observed, there were a great many light-fingered gentry about Valladolid. To be sure, there were a great many light-fingered gentry about Valladolid, as she justly observed. In short, I got into the carriage with her and the old usher, and suffered myself to be carried off bodily from the inn, to the great annoyance of the landlord, who saw himself thus weaned from all the little perquisites he had reckoned on from my abode under his roof. Our carriage, having rolled on some distance, stopped. We alighted at the door of a handsome house and went upstairs into a well-furnished apartment, illuminated by 20 or 30 wax candles. Several servants were in waiting, of whom the lady inquired whether Don Raphael was come. They answered no. She then addressed herself to me, Signor Gil Blas. I am waiting for my brother's return from a country seat of ours, about 2 leagues distant. What an agreeable surprise will it be to him to find a man under his roof to whom our family is so much indebted. At the very moment she had finished this pretty speech, we heard a noise, and were informed at the same time that it was occasioned by the arrival of Don Raphael. This spark soon made his appearance. He was a young man of portly figure and genteel manners. "I am in ecstasy to see you back again, brother," said the lady. "You will assist me in doing the honors to Signor Gil Blas of Santillane. We can never do enough to show our sense of his kindness to our kinswoman, Donna Mencia. Here, read this letter I have just received." Don Raphael opened the envelope and read aloud as follows. "My dear Camilla, Signor Gil Blas of Santillan, the savior of my honor and my life, has just set out for court. He will, of course, pass through Valladolid. I conjure you by our family connection, and still more by our indissoluble friendship, to give him a hospitable reception, and to detain him for some time as your guest. I flatter myself that you will so far oblige me, and that my deliverer will receive every kind of polite attention from yourself and my cousin Don Raphael, your affectionate cousin Donna Mencia. Burgos. What?" cried Don Raphael, casting his eyes again over the letter. "Is it to this gentleman my kinswoman owes her honor and her life? Then heaven be praised for this happy meeting." With this sort of language he advanced towards me, and squeezing me tightly in his arms. "What joy to me is it," added he, "to have the honor of seeing Signor Gil Blas of Santillane. My cousin the Marchioness had no need to press the hospitality. Had she only told us simply that you were passing through Valladolid, that would have been enough. My sister Camilla and I shall be at no loss how to conduct ourselves towards a young gentleman who has conferred an obligation not to be repaid on her of all our family most tenderly beloved by us." I made the best answer I could to these speeches, which were followed by many others of the same kind, and interlarded with 1,000 bows and scrapes. But Lord bless me, he has his boots on. The servants were ordered in to take them off. We next went into another room where the cloth was laid. Down we sat at table, the brother, sister, and myself. They paid me 100 compliments during supper. Not a word escaped me, but they magnified it into an admirable hit. It was impossible not to observe the assiduity with which they both helped me out of every dish. Don Raphael often pledged me to Donna Mencia's health. I could not refuse the challenge, and it looked a little as if Camilla, who was a very good companion, ogled at me with no questionable meaning. I even thought I could perceive that she watched her opportunity, as if she was afraid of being detected by her brother. An oracle could not have convinced me more firmly that the lady was caught, and I looked forward to a little delicate amusement from the discovery during the short time I was to stay at Valladolid. That hope was my tempter to comply with the request they made me of condescending to pass a few days with them. They thanked me kindly for indulging them with my company, and Camilla's restrained but visible transport confirmed me in the opinion that I was not altogether disagreeable in her eyes. Don Raphael, finding I had made up my mind to be his guest for a few days, proposed to take me to his country house. The description of it was magnificent, and the round of amusements he meditated for me was not to be described. At one time, said he, we will take the diversion of the chase, at another that of fishing, and whenever you have a mind for a saunter we have charming woods and gardens. In addition, we shall have agreeable society. I flatter myself you will not find the time hang heavy on your hands. I accepted the invitation, and it was agreed that we should go to this fine country house the following day. We rose from table with this pleasant scheme in our mouths. Don Raphael seemed in ecstasy. "Signor Gil Blas," said he, embracing me, "I leave you with my sister. I am going presently to give the necessary orders, and send invitations round to the families I wish to be of the party." With these words he sallied forth from the room where we were sitting. I went on chatting with the lady, whose topics of discourse did not belie the glances of her expressive eyes. She took me by the hand and playing with my ring. "You have a mighty pretty brilliant there," said she, "but it is small. Are you a judge of jewelry?" I answered, "No." "I am sorry for that," resumed she, "because I was in hopes you could have told me what this is worth." As she uttered these words, she showed me a large ruby on her finger and, while I was looking at it, said, "An uncle of mine who was governor of the Spanish settlements in the Philippine Isles gave me this ruby. The jewelers at Valladolid value it at 300 pistoles. "It cannot be worth less," said I, "for it is evidently a very fine stone." "Why then, since you have taken a fancy to it," replied she, "an exchange is no robbery." In a twinkling she whisked off my ring, and placed her own on my little finger. After this exchange, a genteel way enough of making a present, Camilla pressed my hand and gazed at me with expressive tenderness. Then, all at once breaking off the conversation, wished me good night, and retired to hide her blushes, as if she had been ready to sink at the indiscreet avowal of her sentiments. No one hitherto had trod less in the paths of gallantry than myself. Yet I could not shut my eyes to the vision opened to me by this precipitate retreat. Under these circumstances, a country excursion might have its charms. Full of this flattering idea, and intoxicated with the prosperous condition of my affairs, I locked myself into my bedroom, after having told my servant to call me betimes in the morning. Instead of going to sleep, I gave myself up to the disagreeable reflections which my portmanteau, snug upon the table, and my ruby excited in my breast. Heaven be praised, thought I. Though misfortunes have been my lot, I am unfortunate no longer. 1,000 ducats here, a ring of 300 pistoles, value there. I am in cash for a considerable time. Indeed, Mayuela was no flatterer, I see clearly. The ladies of Madrid will take fire like touchwood, since the green sticks of Valladolid are so inflammable. Then the kind regards of the generous Camilla arrayed themselves in all their charms, and I tasted by anticipation the amusements Don Raphael was preparing for me at his villa. In the meanwhile, amidst so many images of pleasure, sleep was on the watch to strew his poppies on my couch. As soon as I felt myself drowsy, I undressed and went to bed. The next morning, when I awoke, I found it rather late. It was odd enough that my servant did not make his appearance after such particular orders. Ambrose, thought I to myself, my devout Ambrose is either at church or abominably lazy this morning. But I soon let go this opinion of him to take up a worse. For getting out of bed and seeing no portmanteau, I suspected him to have stolen it during the night. To clear up my suspicions, I opened my chamber door and called the religious rascal over and over again. An old man answered, saying, "What is your pleasure, sir?" "All your folks left my house before daybreak." "Your house? How now?" exclaimed I. "Am I not under Don Raphael's roof?" "I do not know the gentleman," said he. "You are in a ready-furnished lodging, and I am the landlord. Yesterday evening, an hour before your arrival, the lady who supped with you came hither and engaged this suite of apartments for a nobleman of high rank, traveling incognito, as she called it. She paid me beforehand. I was now in the secret. It was plain enough what sort of people Camilla and Don Raphael were, and I conjectured that my servant, having wormed himself into a complete knowledge of my concerns, had betrayed me to these impostors. Instead of blaming myself for this sad accident, and considering that it could never have happened but for my indiscretion in so unnecessarily betraying my confidence to Mauelo, I gave bad language to the poor harmless Dame Fortune, and cursed my ill star in 100 different formularies. The master of the ready-furnished lodging, to whom I related the adventure, which perhaps was as much his as mine, showed some little outward sensibility to my affliction. He lamented over me, and protested he was deeply mortified that such a play should have been acted in his house, but I verily believe, notwithstanding his fine words, that he had an equal share in the cheat with mine host at Burgos, to whom I have never denied the merit of so ingenious an invention. Chapter 17. The measures Gil Blas took after the adventure of the ready-furnished lodging. After the first transports of my grief were over, I began to consider that instead of giving way to remorse, I ought rather to bear up against my ill fate. I summoned back my resolution, and by way of comfort said to myself as I was dressing, "I am still in luck that the knaves have not carried off my clothes and what little money I had in my pocket." I gave them some credit for being so considerate. They had even been generous enough to leave me my boots, which I parted with to the landlord for 1/3 of their cost. At last I sallied out of the ready-furnished lodging, unencumbered, heaven be praised, with baggage or attendants. The first thing I did was to go and see if my mules were still at the inn, where we alighted the evening before. It was not to be supposed that Ambrose would have neglected a due attention to them, and it would have been well for me if I had always taken such exact measure of his character. I learned that he had not waited for the morning, but had been careful to fetch them off overnight. Under these circumstances, satisfied I should never see them again, any more than my portmanteau, I walked sulkily along the streets, musing on the future plans I should adopt. I was tempted to go back to Burgos and once more have recourse to Donna Mencia, but regarding this as an abuse of that lady's goodness, and being aware, moreover, what a fool I should look like, I thought it best to forego that idea. I made a vow, too, for the future to be on my guard against women. I could have sent the chaste Susanna to the house of correction. From time to time my ring caught my eye. It was a present from Camilla, and I was ready to burst with anguish. Alas! Thought I am no judge of jewelry, but I shall be by experience of these hucksters who exchange without a robbery. I need not go to a jeweler to be told I am an ass. I can see my own face in my ruby. Yet I did not neglect to know the truth respecting the value of my ring, and showed it to a lapidary, who rated it at 3 ducats. At such an estimate, though as much as I expected, I made a formal surrender to the devil of the Philippine Isles, the governor and his niece, or rather, I only restored his own subjects to their lawful sovereign. As I was going out of the lapidary's shop, a young fellow brushed by me, and on looking round, made a full stop. I could not recollect his name at first, though his features were perfectly familiar to me. "How now, Gil Blas," said he, "are you ashamed of an old acquaintance? Or have 2 years so altered the son of Nunez the barber, that you do not know him? Do not you recollect Fabricio, your townsman and schoolfellow? How often have we kept before Dr. Godinez upon universals and metaphysics?" These words did not flow so fast as my recollection, and we embraced with mutual goodwill. "Well, my friend," resumed he, "I am overjoyed to meet with you. Words fall short, but how is this? Why, you look like— as heaven is my judge, you are dressed like a grandee, a gentleman's sword, silk stockings, a velvet doublet and cloak embroidered with silver. Plague take it. This is getting on in the world with a vengeance. I will lay a wager you are in with some old moneyed harridan." "You reckon without your host," said I. "My affairs are not so prosperous as you imagine." "That will not do for me," replied he. "I know better things, but you have a mind to be close. And that fine ruby on your finger, Master Gil Blas, whence comes that, if I may be so bold?" "It comes," quoth I, "from an infernal jade." "Fabrizio, my dear Fabrizio, far from being point, quint, and quattorze with the ladies of Valladolid, you are to know, my friend, that I am their complete bubble." I uttered these last words so ruefully that Fabricio saw plainly that some trick had been played upon me. He was anxious to learn why I was out of humor with the lovely sex. I had no difficulty in satisfying his curiosity, but as the story was a long one, and besides we had no mind to part in a hurry, we went into a coffee-house to be a little more at ease. There I recounted to him during breakfast all that had happened to me since my departure from Oviedo. My adventures he thought whimsical enough, and testifying his sympathy in my present uneasy circumstances, added, "We must make the best, my good lad, of all our misfortunes in this life. Is a man of parts in distress, he waits patiently for better luck. Such a one, as Cicero truly observes, never suffers himself to be humbled so low as to forget that he is a man. For my own part, that is just my character. In or out of favor, there is no sinking me. I always float on the surface of ill luck. For example, I was in love with a girl of some family at Oviedo, and was beloved by her in return. I asked her of her father in marriage. She refused. Many a young fellow would have died of grief, but no, mark my spirit, I carried off the little baggage. She was lively, heedless, and coquettish. Pleasure, consequently, was always uppermost to the prejudice of duty. I took her with me for 6 months, backwards and forwards about Galicia. Thence, adopting my taste for traveling, she had a mind to go to Portugal, but in other company, more food for despair. Yet I did not give in under the weight of this new affliction, but, improving on Menelaus, thought myself much obliged to the Paris who had whispered in the ear of my Helen for ridding me of a bad bargain. I therefore determined to keep the peace. After that, not finding it convenient to return to the Asturias and balance accounts with justice, I went forward into the kingdom of Leon, spending between one town and another all the loose cash remaining from the rape of my Indian princess, for we had both of us bird-limed our fingers at our departure from Oviedo. I got to Palencia with a solitary ducat, out of which I was obliged to buy a pair of shoes. The remainder would not go far. My situation became rather perplexing. I began already to be reduced to short allowance. Something must be done. I resolved to go out to service. My first place was with a woolen draper in a large way, whose son was a lad of wit and fashion. Here was a awkwardness. The father ordered me to dog the son. The son begged my assistance in imposing on the father. It was necessary to take one side or other. Entreaties sound more musical than commands, and my taste for music got me turned out of doors. The next service I entered into was with an old painter who undertook, as a matter of favor, to teach me the principles of his art, but he was so busy in feeding me with knowledge that he forgot to give me any meat. This neglect of substance for shadow disgusted me with my abode at Palencia. I came to Valladolid where, by the greatest good luck in the world, I was hired by a governor of the hospital. I am with him still and delighted with my quarters. My master, Signor Manuel Ordonez, is a man of profound piety. He always walks with his eyes cast downwards and a large rosary in his hand. They say that from his early youth, having been a close inspector of the poor, he has interested himself in their affairs with unwearied zeal. Charity draws down a blessing on the charitable. Everything has prospered with him. What a favorite of heaven! The more he does for the poor, the richer he grows. As Fabrizio was going on in this manner, I interrupted him. It is well you are satisfied with your lot, but, between ourselves, surely you might play your part better in the world? Do not you believe it, Gil Blas, replied he. Be assured that for a man of my temper a more agreeable situation could not possibly have been devised. The trade of a lackey is toilsome, to be sure, for a poor creature, but for a lad of spirit it is all enchantment. A superior genius, when he gets a service, does not go about it like a lumpish simpleton. He enters into a family as viceroy over the master, not as an inferior minister. He begins by measuring the length of his employer's foot. By lending himself to his weaknesses, he gains his confidence and ends with leading him by the nose. Such has been my plan of operation at the governor's. I knew the pilgrim at once by his staff. His wish was for an earthly canonization. I pretended to believe him to be the saint he wished to be taken for. Hypocrisy costs nothing. Nay, I went further, for I took pattern by him, and playing the same part before him which he played before others, I out-cozened the cozener, and by degrees got to be major domo. I am in hopes some day or other under his wing to have the fingering of the poor's box. It may bring a blessing upon me as well as another, for I have caught the flame from him, and already feel deeply for the interests of charity. These are fine hopes, my dear Fabrizio, replied I, and I congratulate you upon them. For my part, I am determined on my first plan. I shall straightway convert my embroidered suit into a cassock, repair to Salamanca, and there, enlisting under the banner of the university, fulfill the sacred duties of a tutor. A fine scheme, exclaimed Fabrizio, a pleasant conceit. What madness at your age to turn pedant! Are you aware, you stupid fellow, what you take upon yourself by that choice? As soon as you are settled, all the house will be upon the watch. Your most trivial actions will be minutely sifted. You will lead a life of incessant constraint. You must set yourself off with a counterfeit outside, and affect to entertain a double set of the cardinal virtues in your bosom. You will not have a moment to bestow on pleasure. The everlasting censor of your pupil, your days will pass in teaching grammar and administering saintly reprehension when he shall say or do anything against decorum. After so much labor and confinement, what will be your reward? If the little gentleman is a pickle, they will lay all the blame on your bad management, and you will be kicked out of the family, it may be, without your stipend. Do not tell me then of a tutor's employment. It is worse than a cure of souls. But talk as much as you will about a lackey's occupation. That is a sinecure, and pledges you to nothing. Suppose one's master not to be immaculate. A servant of superior genius will flatter his vices, and not unfrequently turn them to account. A footman lives at his ease in a good family. After having ate and drank his fill, he goes to bed peaceably, without troubling himself who pays the bills. I should never have done, my dear fellow, pursued he, were I to enumerate all the advantages of service. Trust me, Gil Blas, discard forever your foolish wish of being a tutor, and follow my example. So be it. But, Fabricio, replied I, governors like yours are not to be met with every day, and if resolved to go to service, I should like at least to get a good situation. You are in the right, said he, and that shall be my concern. I will get you a comfortable place, if it was only to snatch a fine fellow from the jaws of the university. The near approach of poverty with which I was threatened, and Fabrizio's apparent good case, having more weight with me than his arguments, I determined to wear a livery. On which we sallied forth from the tavern, and my townsman said, I am going to introduce you to a man to whom most of the servants resort when they are on the ramble. He has eavesdroppers about him to pick up all that passes in families. He knows at once where the servants are going away, and keeps a correct register, not only of vacant places, but of vacant masters with their good and bad properties. The fellow has been a friar in some convent or other. In short, he it was who got me my place. While we were conversing about so singular an office of intelligence, the son of Nunez the barber took me into a street which had no thoroughfare. We went into a mean house, where we found a man about 50 writing at a table. We wished him good day with quite as much humility as became us, but whether it was from natural pride or that, from a habit of seeing none but lackeys and coachmen, he had got a trick of receiving his company with an easy freedom. Without rising from his seat, he just gave a slight nod. He seemed surprised that a young man in embroidered velvet should want a place. He had rather expected me to have wanted a servant. However, he was not kept long in doubt, since Fabrizio said at once, Signor Arias, the youth of good connections, whom adverse circumstances have reduced to the necessity of going to service. Have the goodness to provide for him handsomely, and you may trust to his gratitude. Gentlemen, replied Arias coolly, this is the way with you all. Before you are settled, you make the finest promises in the world, but afterwards, Lord help us, your memories are very short. The deuce, replied Fabricio. Why, you do not complain of me. Have not I done the thing genteelly? You ought to have done it much better, rejoined Arias. Your place is better than a clerk in a public office, and you paid me as if I had quartered you upon a poor author. Here I interfered and told Master Arias that to convince him I was not a shabby fellow, I would make my acknowledgments beforehand, at the same time taking out 2 ducats with an assurance of not stopping there if he got me into a good berth. He seemed to like my mode of dealing. There are, said he, some very good places vacant. I will give you a list of them, and you shall take your choice. With these words he put on his spectacles, opened a register on the table, turned over a few of the leaves, and began reading to this effect. Captain Torbellino wants a footman, a hasty, harebrained, humorsome chap, scolds incessantly, swears, kicks his servants, and very often cripples them. Go on to the next, cried I. At this picture such a captain will never do for me. My sprightliness made Arias smile, and he went on with his catalogue thus. Donna Manuela de Sandoval, a superannuated dowager, peevish and fantastical, is in want at this very time. She keeps but one, and him never for 24 hours. There has been a livery in the house for these 10 years, which fits every newcomer, whether tall or short. They only just try it on, so that it is as good as new, though it has had 2,000 owners. Dr. Alvar Fanez wants a journeyman, an eminent member of the faculty. He boards his family very handsomely, has everything comfortable about him, and gives very high wages, but he is a little too fond of experiments. When he gets a parcel of bad drugs, which happens very often, there is a pretty quick succession of new servants. Oh, I do not in the least doubt it, interrupted Fabricio with a hoarse laugh. Upon my word, you give a fine character of your customers. "Patience," said Arias de Londona. "We have not yet got to the end. There is variety enough." Thereupon he continued to read on. Donna Alfonso de Solis, an old devotee who lives 2/3 of her time at church and always keeps her servant at her apron string, has been in want for these 3 weeks. The licentiate Cedillo, an old prebendary of the chapter here, turned away his servant yesterday evening. "Halt there, Signor Arias de Londona," cried Fabricio at that passage. "We will stick to the church. The licentiate Cedillo is one of my master's friends, and I am very well acquainted with him. I know he has for his housekeeper an old hypocrite called Dame Jacintha, who is complete mistress of the family. It is one of the best houses in Valladolid. A very idle life, and plenty of excellent meat and drink. Besides, his reverence is an old, gouty, infirm man, likely soon to make his will. There is a legacy to be looked after. That is a delightful prospect for one of our cloth. Gil Blas," added he, turning round to me, "let us lose no time, my friend, but go immediately to the licentiate's house. I will introduce you myself, and give you a character." At these words, for fear of missing such an opportunity, we took a hasty leave of Signor Arias, who assured me, for my money, that if I failed here, he would do something as good for me elsewhere. A debenture of the recovered ring. I was no sooner at home than Dr. Sangrado came in. I talked to him about the patients I had seen, and paid into his hands 8 remaining rials of the 12 I had received for my prescriptions. 8 rials, said he as he counted them. Mighty little for 2 visits. But we must take things as we find them. In the spirit of taking things as he found them, he laid violent hands on 6, giving me the other 2. "Here, Gil Blas," continued he, "see what a foundation to build upon. I make over to you the 4th of all you may bring me. You will soon feather your nest, my friend, for, by the blessing of Providence, there will be a great deal of ill health this year." I had reason to be content with my dividend, since, having determined to keep back the 3rd part of what I received in my rounds, and afterwards touching another 4th of the remainder, half of the whole, if the arithmetic is anything more than a deception, would become my perquisite. This inspired me with new zeal for my profession. The next day, as soon as I had dined, I resumed my medical paraphernalia, and took the field once more. I visited several patients on the list, and treated their several complaints in one invariable routine. Hitherto things went on under the rose, and no individual, thank heaven, had risen up in rebellion against my prescriptions. But let a physician's cures be as extraordinary as they will, some quack or other is always ready to rip up his reputation. I was called in to a grocer's son in a dropsy. Whom should I find there before me but a little black-looking physician by name Dr. Cuchillo, introduced by a relation of the family. I bowed round most profoundly, but dipped lowest to the personage whom I took to have been invited to a consultation with me. He returned my compliment with a distant air, then, having stared me in the face for a few seconds, "Signor Doctor," said he, "I beg pardon for being inquisitive. I thought I had been acquainted with all my brethren in Valladolid, but I confess your physiognomy is altogether new. You must have been settled but a short time in town. I avowed myself a young practitioner, acting as yet under the direction of Dr. Sangrado." "I wish you joy," replied he politely. "You are studying under a great man. You must doubtless have seen a vast deal of sound practice, young as you appear to be." He spoke this with so easy an assurance that I was at a loss whether he meant it seriously or was laughing at me. While I was conning over my reply, the grocer, seizing on the opportunity, said, "Gentlemen, I am persuaded of your both being perfectly competent in your art. Have the goodness without ado to take the case in hand, and devise some effectual means for the restoration of my son's health." Thereupon the little pulse counter set himself about reviewing the patient's situation, and after having dilated to me on all the symptoms, asked me what I thought the fittest method of treatment. "I am of opinion," replied I, "that he should be bled once a day, and drink as much warm water as he can swallow." At these words our diminutive doctor said to me with a malicious simper, "And so you think such a course will save the patient?" "Never doubt it," exclaimed I in a confident tone. "It must produce that effect, because it is a certain method of cure for all distempers. Ask Signor Sangrado." "At that rate," retorted he, "Celsus is altogether in the wrong, for he contends that the readiest way to cure a dropsical subject is to let him almost die of hunger and thirst." "Oh, as for Celsus," interrupted I, "he is no oracle of mine. As fallible as the meanest of us, I often have occasion to bless myself for going contrary to his dogmas." "I discover by your language," said Cuchillo, "the safe and sure method of practice Dr. Sangrado instills into his pupils. Bleeding and drenching are the extent of his resources. No wonder so many worthy people are cut off under his direction. No defamation," interrupted I with some acrimony. "A member of the faculty had better not begin throwing stones." "Come, come, my learned doctor, patients can get to the other world without bleeding and warm water, and I question whether the most deadly of us has ever signed more passports than yourself. If you have any crow to pluck with Signor Sangrado, write against him. He will answer you, and we shall soon see who will have the best of the battle. By all the saints in the calendar," swore he, in a transport of passion, "you little know whom you are talking to. I have a tongue and a fist, my friend, and am not afraid of Sangrado, who, with all his arrogance and affectation, is but a ninny. The size of the little death-dealer made me hold his anger cheap." I gave him a sharp retort. He sent back as good as I brought, till at last we came to cuffs. We had pulled a few handfuls of hair from each other's heads before the grocer and his kinsman could part us. When they had brought this about, they feed me for my attendance, and retained my antagonist, whom they thought the more skilful of the two. Another adventure succeeded close on the heels of this. I went to see a huge chanter in a fever. As soon as he heard me talk of warm water, he showed himself so averse to this specific as to fall into a fit of swearing. He abused me in all possible shapes, and threatened to throw me out at window. I was in a greater hurry to get out of his house than to get in. I did not choose to see any more patients that day, and repaired to the inn where I had agreed to meet Fabricio. He was there first. As we found ourselves in a tippling humor, we drank hard and returned to our employers in a pretty pickle, that is to say, so-so in the upper story. Signor Sangrado was not aware of my being drunk, because he took the lively gestures which accompanied the relation of my quarrel with the little doctor for an effect of the agitation not yet subsided after the battle. Besides, he came in for his share in my report, and feeling himself nettled by Cuchillo. "You have done well, Gil Blas," said he, "to defend the character of our practice against this little abortion of the faculty. So he takes upon him to set his face against watery drenches in dropsical cases? An ignorant fellow. I maintain, I do in my own person, that the use of them may be reconciled to the best theories. Yes, water is a cure for all sorts of dropsies, just as it is good for rheumatisms and the green sickness. It is excellent, too, in those fevers where the effect is at once to parch and to chill, and even miraculous in those disorders ascribed to cold, thin, phlegmatic, and pituitous humors. This opinion may appear strange to young practitioners like Cuchillo, but it is right orthodox in the best and soundest systems, so that if persons of that description were capable of taking a philosophical view, instead of crying me down, they would become my most zealous advocates. In his rage, he never suspected me of drinking, for, to exasperate him still more against the little doctor, I had thrown into my recital some circumstances of my own addition. Yet, engrossed as he was by what I had told him, he could not help taking notice that I drank more water than usual that evening. In fact, the wine had made me very thirsty. Any one but Sangrado would have distrusted my being so very dry as to swallow down glass after glass. But as for him, he took it for granted, in the simplicity of his heart, that I began to acquire a relish for aqueous potations. "Apparently, Gil Blas," said he, with a gracious smile, "you have no longer such a dislike to water. As heaven is my judge, you quaff it off like nectar. It is no wonder, my friend, I was certain you would take a liking to that liquor." "Sir," replied I, "there is a tide in the affairs of men. With my present lights, I would give all the wine in Valladolid for a pint of water." This answer delighted the doctor, who would not lose so fine an opportunity of expatiating on the excellence of water. He undertook to ring the changes once more in its praise, not like a hireling pleader, but as an enthusiast in the cause. "1,000 times," exclaimed he, "1,000 and 1,000 times of greater value, as being more innocent than our modern taverns, where those baths of ages past, whither the people went, not shamefully to squander their fortunes and expose their lives by swilling themselves with wine, but assembled there for the decent and economical amusement of drinking warm water. It is difficult enough to admire the patriotic forecast of those ancient politicians who established places of public resort, where water was dealt out gratis to all comers, and who confined wine to the shops of the apothecaries, that its use might be prohibited, but under the direction of physicians. What a stroke of wisdom! It is doubtless to preserve the seeds of that antique frugality, emblematic of the Golden Age, that persons are found to this day, like you and me, who drink nothing but water, and are persuaded they possess a prevention or a cure for every ailment, provided our warm water has never boiled, for I have observed that water, when it has boiled, is heavier, and sits less easily on the stomach." While he was holding forth thus eloquently, I was in danger more than once of splitting my sides with laughing, but I contrived to keep my countenance, nay more, to chime in with the doctor's theory. I found fault with the use of wine, and pitied mankind for having contracted an untoward relish to so pernicious a beverage. Then, finding my thirst not sufficiently allayed, I filled a large goblet with water, and after having swilled it like a horse, "Come, sir," said I to my master, "let us drink plentifully of this beneficial liquor. Let us make those early establishments of dilution you so much regret to live again in your house." He clapped his hands in ecstasy at these words, and preached to me for a whole hour about suffering no liquid but water to pass my lips. To confirm the habit, I promised to drink a large quantity every evening, and, to keep my word with less violence to my private inclinations, I went to bed with a determined purpose of going to the tavern every day. The trouble I had got into at the grocer's did not discourage me from phlebotomizing and prescribing warm water in the usual course. Coming out of a house where I had been visiting a poet in a frenzy, I was accosted in the street by an old woman who came up and asked me if I was a physician. I said yes. "As that is the case, I entreat you with all humility to go along with me. My niece has been ill since yesterday, and I cannot conceive what is the matter with her." I followed the old lady to her house, where I was shown into a very decent room, occupied by a female who kept her bed. I went near to consider her case. Her features struck me from the first, and I discovered beyond the possibility of a mistake, after having looked at her some little time, the she-adventurer who had played the part of Camilla so adroitly. For her part, she did not seem to recollect me at all, whether from the oppression of her disorder or from my dress as a physician rendering me not easy to be known again. I took her by the hand to feel her pulse, and saw my ring upon her finger. I was all in a twitter at the discovery of a valuable, on which I had a claim both in law and equity. Great was my longing to make a snatch at it, but considering that these fair ones would set up a great scream, and that Don Raphael or some other defender of injured innocence might rush in to their rescue, I laid an embargo on my privateering. I thought it best to come by my own in an honest way, and to consult Fabrizio about the means. To this last course I stuck. In the meantime, the old woman urged me to inform her with what disease her niece was troubled. I was not fool enough to own my ignorance. On the contrary, I took upon myself as a man of science, and after my master's example, pronounced solemnly that the disorder accrued to the patient from the defect of natural perspiration, that consequently she must lose blood as soon as possible, because if we could not open one pore, we always open another, and I finished my prescription with warm water to do the thing methodically. I shortened my visit as much as possible, and ran to the son of Nunez, whom I met just as he was going out on an errand for his master. I told him my new adventure, and asked his advice about laying an information against Camilla. "Pooh, nonsense," replied he. "That would not be the way to get your ring again. Those gentry think restitution double trouble. Call to mind your imprisonment at Astorga, your horse, your money, your very clothes. Did not they all center in the hands of justice? We must rather set our wits to work for the recovery of your diamond. I take on myself the charge of inventing some stratagem for that purpose. I will deliberate on it in my way to the hospital, where I have to say but 2 words from my master to the purveyor. Do you wait for me at our house of call, and do not be on the fret. I will be with you shortly." I had waited, however, more than 3 hours at the appointed place when he arrived. I did not know him again at first. Besides that he had changed his dress and plaited his hair, a pair of false whiskers covered half his face. He wore an immense sword with a hilt of at least 3 feet in circumference, and marched at the head of 5 men of as swaggering an air as himself, with bushy whiskers and long rapiers. "Good day to you, Signor Gil Blas," said he by way of salutation. "Behold an alguazil upon a new construction, and marshalmen of like materials in these brave fellows, my companions. We have only to be shown where the woman lodges who purloined the diamond, and we will obtain restitution, take my word for it." I hugged Fabrizio at this discourse, which let me into the plot, and testified loudly my approval of the expedient. I paid my respects also to the masquerading marshalmen. They were 3 servants and 2 journeymen, barbers of his acquaintance, whom he had engaged to act this farce. I ordered wine to be served round to the detachment, and we all went together at nightfall to Camilla's residence. The door was shut, and we knocked. The old woman, taking my companions to be on the scent of justice, and knowing they would not come into that neighborhood for nothing, was terribly frightened. "Cheer up again, good mother," said Fabrizio. "We are only come here upon a little business, which will be soon settled." At these words we made our entry, and found our way to the sick chamber, under the guidance of the old dowager who walked before us, and by favor of a wax taper which she carried in a silver candlestick. I took the light, went to the bedside, and making Camilla take particular notice of my features, "Traitress," said I, "call to mind the too credulous Gil Blas whom you have deceived. Ah! Thou wickedness personified, at last I have caught thee. The corregidor has taken down my deposition, and ordered this alguazil to arrest you." "Come, officer," said I to Fabrizio, "do your duty." "There is no need," replied he, swelling his voice to inflame my severity. "The face of that wretch is not new to me. She has long been marked with red letters in my pocketbook. Get up, my princess, dress your royal person with all possible dispatch. I will be your squire, and lodge you in durance vile, if you have no objection." At these words, Camilla, ill as she was, observing two marshalmen with large whiskers ready to drag her out of bed by main force, sat up of herself, clasped her hands in an attitude of supplication, and looking at me ruefully, said, "Signor Gil Blas, have compassion on me. I call as a witness to my entreaties the chaste mother whose virtues you inherit." "Guilty as I am, my misfortunes are greater than my crimes. I will give you back your diamond, so do not be my ruin." Speaking to this effect, she drew my ring from her finger and gave it me back. But I told her my diamond was not enough, and that she must refund the 1,000 ducats they had embezzled in the ready-furnished lodging. "Oh, as for your ducats," replied she, "ask me not about them. That false-hearted deceiver Don Raphael, whom I have not seen from that time to this, carried them off the very same night." "Oh, ho!" "My little darling," said Fabricio in his turn, "that will not do. You had a hand in the robbery, whether you went snacks in the profit or no. You will not come off so cheaply. Your having been accessory to Don Raphael's maneuvers is enough to render you liable to an examination. Your past life is very equivocal, and you must have a good deal upon your conscience. You will have the goodness, if you please, just to step into the town jail, and there unburden yourself by a general confession. This good old lady shall keep you company. It is hard if she cannot tell a world of curious stories, such as Mr. Corregidor will be delighted to hear." The two women at these words brought every engine of pity into play to soften us. They filled the air with cries, complaints, and lamentations. While the old woman on her knees, sometimes to the alguazil and sometimes to his attendants, endeavored to melt their stubborn hearts, Camilla implored me, in the most touching terms, to save her from the hands of justice. I pretended to relent. "Officer," said I to the son of Nunez, "since I have got my diamond, I do not much care about anything else. It would be no pleasure to me to be the means of pain to that poor woman. I want not the death of a sinner." "Out upon you," answered he. "You set up for humanity. You would make a bad tipstaff. I must do my errand. My positive orders are to arrest these virgins of the sun. His honor the corregidor means to make an example of them. Nay, for mercy's sake," replied I, "pay some little deference to my wishes, and slacken a little of your severity, on the ground of the present these ladies are on the point of offering to your acceptance." "Oh, that is another matter," rejoined he. "That is what you may call a figure of rhetoric suited to all capacities and all occasions. Well then, let us see, what have they to give me?" "I have a pearl necklace," said Camilla, "and drop earrings of considerable value." "Yes, but," interrupted he roughly, "if these articles are the produce of the Philippine Isles, I will have none of them." "You may take them in perfect safety," replied she. "I warrant them real." At the same time she made the old woman bring a little box, whence she took out the necklace and earrings, which she put within the grasp of this incorruptible minister. Though he was much such a judge of jewelry as myself, he had no doubt of the drops being real as well as the pearls. "These trinkets," said he, after having looked at them minutely, "seem to be of good quality and fashion, and if the silver candlestick is thrown into the bargain, I would not answer to my own honesty." "You had better not," said I in my turn to Camilla, for a trifle, "reject so moderate and fair a composition." While uttering these words, I returned the taper to the old woman, and handed the candlestick over to Fabricio, who, stopping there because perhaps he espied nothing else that was portable in the room, said to the two women, "Farewell, my dainty misses. Set your hearts at rest. I will report you to his worship, the corregidor, as purer than unsmutched snow. We can turn him round our finger and never tell him the truth, but when we are not paid for our lies."